Uy, grabe!
Play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Every sacrifice, every grind, and every setback led them here. Nandito tayo ngayon sa pinakaling araw ng CFS SEA Masters 2026 Spring kung saan masasaksihan na natin muli ang Battle of the Gods at kung sino ang maaaring umupo sa tabi ng mga Diyos dito sa CROSSFIRE scene. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga kasama dito sa ating panel. Muji and Bipolar nga pala. Kumusta naman, Bipolar?
Eto no, what a day it is for CROSSFIRE and the entirety of the world. No, Masters Spring, here it is the final day. And sandamakmak na araw, sandamakmak na linggo, kung saan sandamakmak na oras din ang nilulong ng ating mga players para lang sa araw na to, and it all ends up with 4 teams battling for something of redemption, something of glory, and something of proudness. Yan ang may kita natin ngayong araw, especially na mainit-init ang ating laban.
Of course, no? And nakakatawa kasi biro mo, 4 weeks, isang buwan, and then now nandito na tayo ngayon, no? Nagsimula na kasama Rusi teams and even some representatives from Impact, which right now, meron tayong isa sa ating possible battle for third natin ngayon, no? Which is sobrang nakaka-proud. Ang daing surprises, and kahit nasabihin natin na all because of the stats na meron tayo predictable, lagi nilang pinapatunayan na hindi sila predictable as we thought they are. Pero let us check out a little really quick recap from yesterday, no? Yesterday, wala ako, pero apakatindi ng mga nangyari dito. Sumisilip-silip ako sa live stream, Bipolar.
Yeah, ano nga, may kita natin dito, FERVID versus Stallions, a matchup that was ultimately a breakthrough, not just for Stallions but for FERVID as well. Kami from Mankara nagawa dito ng FERVID na matalo sila ng todong-todo to a point na yung signature A-push ng Stallions nabigwas, natanggal, Mochi. Pero dito nagsimula ang KLB show. KLB, the one, the myth, the only, the legend, kumbaga. An IGL, kumbaga, the in-game lord para dito sa side ng ating Stallions. Kasi nakita natin dito na inamin naman ni Coach Danks coming from our interviews that yes, my players were online, my players were the best. Coming in from Lloyd, coming in from even for KLP, but that's just my opinion. But KLB, the IGL, siya mismo ang gumawa ng paraan para makabawi, para ma-stabilize, para makakuha ng mga multiple rounds and to get back and claim a win from this 4-map series.
And all I can say here, Bipolar, no, this is definitely hard fought ng FERVID, no? There are some multiple locations where it is very obvious at halatang-halata na medyo nagulat itong Team Stallions with the ways that they're trying to answer back and makalamang dito sa ating mga mapa, no? Pero talagang pinakita ng Team Stallions na regardless of the fact na nakapagpamigay sila dito ng isang mapa, which is I don't think na talagang pinabigay nila, no? Kasi ganun yung kagaling ang FERVID, they just showed na sila pa rin talaga ang the people on top. But still, congrats pa rin for FERVID kasi biro mo, they definitely showed that they can set the power up dito sa ating mga miyembro from Team Stallions, and I cannot wait ano yung mga offer nila maya-maya. Pero this time, ito rin yung matindi dito. Straight 3-0 na naipanalo ng Virtus.pro.
Yun nga, Mochi, no, kung kanina yung pinag-usapan natin for Vid and Stallions, maraming what-ifs this time for Virtus.pro and as well as Querdas. Walang what-ifs, what-if jants. What-if jants. It's just full-on bear power and full-on claws ang binigay dito towards Querdas. Kasi ano nga ba magagawa ng Oso sa mga players na nanggaling lang naman sa Impact and trying their best and fooling around in these 3 maps. Nakita natin dito 10-6, 10-6, and 10-4. Hindi man lang tayo nakaabot ng overtime at alam naman natin na kaya ng Querdas, but up against VP, hindi natin nakita yun. Black Widow, a map catered for both of these teams, ang 50-50 nonetheless, pero may angat dito ang Virtus.pro, Cetra, Yobib, going for place and after place. Makikita mo dito si Yobib, multiple rounds on the GR side, he wielded the TRG and he didn't just hit. He asserted a dominance. He gave a power wherein Querdas nawala bigla dito yung kabaliwan, yung kakulitan nila agad. Dobbs, yes, he was firing all throughout. Vincent in the early rounds as well. Pero pagdating naman dito sa may sub-base, well, Querdas guess what? VP, hindi lang naman nila kaya laruin ang sub-base na pwede nating sabihin tahanan nila. Pero, ito yung sub-base na matagal na lang gustong laruin kasi pinaglalaruan nila yan para makapag-ready up against Stallions. The number 1 seed, the number 1 prospect pagdating dito sa sub-base, and they played it beautifully. PLR getting these skills. But, ito pa rin you have these players coming from QD, Yetja, and as well as ㍍Third na on fire, yes. But what can multiple fires do when the Bears is just too big that they can stomp on that fire?
And I cannot help but to also point out din, no, para dito, Virtus Pro, definitely the kryptonite out of all para dito sa mga teams natin, no. Sila talaga yung nakakapagpatumba sa kanila every single time. Ganun lang din ka talaga kakapal ang kanilang playbook dito, especially with how very tenacious ang kanilang mga individual players as well. Pretty similar with Team Stallions, no. And I believe na here for VP, as of the current moment lang naman, no, na ang kryptonite nila is definitely Team Stallions. It's definitely like a game of rock, paper, scissors in a macro level. Pero I feel like it's just right na i-acknowledge din natin at makapagkwentuhan tayo alongside with our co-casters. Kaya naman, ipakilala na natin sila. It is going to be ㍍Dong and as well as Ramon. At kitang-kita naman, tinuturo pa ni Ramon ang kanyang orasan. It's time na, Ramon. Ano ba yung time na yan? At kamusta ka naman?
Alam mo, isa lang naman yan, Mochi It's time for the finals day. Ito na talaga yung
Yes.
pinakahihintay ng lahat ng mga manonood. Whether you're a CROSSFIRE viewer or a pro player, yung pinanghangad mong pangarap na makaabot sa grand finals, it all culminates one whole year of hard work para lang malaman kung sino yung pinakamalakas. I just cannot wait to get started dito, Mochi.
I am pretty sure that everyone is definitely excited. How about you, Dadum?
Sobrang excited ko rin, Mochi. No? Couldn't have said it any better myself. Tulad ng sinabi ni Ramon, it's a nice day for CROSSFIRE, lalo na ang bigat ng mga storya natin. Itong Battle for Third, kahit sabihin natin Battle for Third, no? It's a rematch and FERVID out for revenge.
True. Tsaka na masaya din dito, no? Biro mo, it's your classic Filipino afternoon na sobrang init, tirik yung araw, nakakatambay tayo, linggo, nasa bahay lang, nonood, baka nga rin nagluluto pa, nagkakaroon ng mainit na kape dyan sa tanghaling tapat at CROSSFIRE ang ating pinapanood. Pero bago tayo mag-dive into our business sa ating mga laban ngayon, let's take it lighter at tignan natin ang mga hot takes ng ating community. Dahil meron mga i-feature dito, same drill tayo guys, we will be going for mild, hot, spicy, and extra spicy as our 4 levels. And i-explain natin kung bakit yun nga yung ginrade natin dito sa mga hot takes na ilalapag dyan sa ating lower thirds. Gina ba tayo, guys?
Game. Sana hindi ma-rage bait si Adum. Game.
Oo nga, no, yun yung kinaabangan ko kami ma-rage bait sa ating apat. Kasi kung meron man, nako, mag-ingat-ingat ka na. Pero natin ngayon, ano mo naman mukha ni Dado kung gado ka seryoso? Ano, pakita mo na yun direct. Ano ba yung unang hot take natin dyan? Na ito ay galing kay Roman Narpito. Uy, parang naaalala kita, boss, no? Balikan ko lang yung sinabi ko dati na na-feature sa live. Nako po, Dadum, kalmahan mo. Sabi ko, wala na ang matches sa top 4 kasi mas malakas na sa kanila ang FERVID at Querdas. Proven wrong kayo, mga talents. Top 4 na sila parehas. At dahil dyan, ihuhuli natin si Dadum, no? Para naman makapagpakalma siya. Pero ako, extra spicy yan. Say less. Sinabi niya na yung dahilan. We're proven wrong and I cannot deny that. How about you, Bipolar?
Ako, this is just mild for me, Mochi. This is just a green for me. Yes, Roman, you have a little bit of a crown here. I'll give it to you. Pero kasi, stats don't lie pagdating dito sa group stage. That's why we predicted these things. That's why we prospected na matches and as well as FERVID. Medyo maglalaban-laban. We didn't say that they are on the bottom of the standings. Pero yes, they will have difficulties. Nakita naman natin yun. Looking at QD's win-to-lose ratio, they claim up against... nakaangat lang sila up against dito sa ELG kung saan parang point differential lang talaga yung nangyari dun. So yes, congratulations for FERVID and matches, pero I feel like yes, na-prove wrong dito yung mga casters natin, multiple casters actually. But I feel like, hindi lang naman kasi STS pati Virtus.pro lumalakas, as well as matches and FERVID, and I feel like we also acknowledge that as well.
Yeah, that is true, no? And how about you, Ramon?
I'll go with spicy for now, no? In a way na I'm looking at it in a positive outlook. Kasi, oo nga, tama ka naman. Nag-improve nga yung FERVID and to some extent yung Querdas din. Pero isn't that the whole point of competition nga naman? Hindi lang naman kasi dapat palakasan ng isang team. Dapat lahat tayo umaangat at the same rate. FERVID definitely exponentially grown as an organization. Querdas, we did not expect them na makaabot dito sa semifinals at all. So, syempre, kahit sabihin natin nag-digress yung matches sa kung paano sila ngayon, I think the point of the whole competition is that everybody has to improve.
And just to support your point as well, no, Ramon, I remember na pag-usapan din natin alongside with Salvatore that FERVID is destined for more. And yun din yung pinapakita na yun dito, no? And, kinakaba. Kaya kanina pa ako nangapangiti, guys, kasi si Dadum.
Skip mo na yan.
Parang
Skip mo na yan,
nagigigil
Mochi.
na. Pero sige,
Skip
go,
mo na yan.
Dadum. Ano ang thoughts mo dyan sa hot take ni Roma?
Okay, feeling ko magugulat kayo ha, but I actually agree. Roman, tama yung
Alright.
sinabi mo. No? Top 4 naman kasi talaga, kasi sila nga yung maglalaban para sa Battle for Third ngayon, yung FERVID tsaka Querdas. No? And actually, both of these teams, if I remember correctly, panalo laban sa matches. No, actually, panalo yung matches up against Querdas. So, it's still up in the air, up for contestation. Pero I feel like madami pang kailangang i-address ang matches dito. Feeling ko talaga, yung hot take dito, by the way, mild para sa akin. Pero feeling ko yung hot take dito is fan talaga ni si Roman ng matches ayaw niya lang sabihin. Pero yan, yan mild para
Yung
kay Dado.
pinakuha mo doon.
Parang copium ata yun.
I agree.
Parang copium ata ni Dadum yun para di siya mag-crash out. Pero maraming salamat sa pagbigay ng iyong hot take, Roman. Hindi na siya hot take kasi fact na siya, no? Based on our standing ngayon dito sa ating playoffs. At maraming salamat na binalikan mo talaga yan, no? Ibig sabihin, ganun mo pinanindigan yung iyong take dito. And I think pwede na nating ipakita ang ating susunod na hot take dito, Derek. Kanina naman kaya galing ito. Ito ay galing kay OBB Buknoy. As an ex supporter, dismayado ako sa performance nila nitong playoffs. Needing improve ng exe ang stamina nila.
Target ba tayo dito,
Kasi
Dad?
pagod na sila noong Game 5 laban sa Querdas. And dahil dyan, ihuli natin si Bipolar, no? So, galing, doon naman kayo kay Dadum manggaling.
Put this as spicy to. Kasi, hindi natin mapagkakailan na marami nag-expect na yung execration tataas yung heights nila given the additions to their roster, no? Kasi parang na-instill. Sabi nga ni Coach ㍍Third, na-instill yung, kumbaga yung Pacific esports mindset in many places. Most of the concentration of that Pacific mindset nasa execration eh. So you would expect them to get better, maybe move up in the standings, pero parang bumaba pa nga sila to the point na wala sila dito sa Battle for Third man lang. So, spicy.
How about you, Ramon?
I'll go spicy din and look at it in a perspective na parang medyo below expectations nga yung nakita natin sa execration. So, medyo agree ako sa pinakita ni OBB Buknoy. Pero in a way din na it's the start of the year pa rin naman para sa CROSSFIRE, no? There's a lot of time para para ma-prove ng execution haters wrong, diba? I think this execution roster is still bound for greatness. It's just not today, especially with how this playoffs has went so far. Pero I think I'd give it a bit of time. I think it's a good opinion to make.
Yes, I have to agree with you as well. And ako, it pains me that they proved my point right from my post-match reactions nung isang linggo na nandun pa rin talaga yung curse, no? Pagdating sa pressure, nahihirapan sila, hindi nila natatapos ang ating mga laban. Pero that is alright, no? And how about you, Bipolar? Ano ang thoughts natin dito? Especially that you're the XFAB.
Ako kasi, first and foremost, no, siguro maraming opening billboard tong si OBB Book. Kasi OBB yung pangalan niya. Pero, for me, mild lang to, honestly. Kasi, I share the same sentiments with you, OBB Buknoy. Kasi, hindi lang naman ako dismayado, but I was also hurt by their performance coming in mula pa lang sa Stallions. Nakita ko na parang, wait lang. Kaya nila to even for Virtus.pro. Pero pagdating dito sa laban nila up against, Querdas, I was very much devastated. Yes, performance nila wasn't really the best nung ating group stage. It was improvement. It was better than before. Pero I think it's still in lies, no? We talked to the talents before, no? Even with Salvatore, with Sticky Frog, and the rest of the talents po na wala dito ngayon sa mga cameras natin ngayon, na parang nadismaya ako nung natanggal dito si E7J pati si D because they were cooking up something. Pero natapalan naman yun ni MVA pati ni Justin. But then again, what can you do? Execration, building pa rin naman. Execration is still a bunch of misfits at the end of the day. And yeah, napagod at mukhang yung Querdas na mas nakapaghanda lang ng maraming nutrients para tumagal-tagal yung lakas nila. But yeah, honestly, ganyan yung mangyayari. It's the playoffs. What can you do? CBN tried his best. MVA tried his best. ZYK also tried his best. But what can we do? It's time to go for the CBB. Closing billboard na lang para sa execution.
Sorry. Parang may konting eye roll yung also tried his best dito by Fodder. Parang may pagtitimping na gaganap dito.
Aljon, mahal kita, Aljon. Alam mo yan, Aljon. Alam mo yan.
Parehas tayo. Matatanggal na sa clan.
Totoo. Pero alam mo, ako spicy din ako dito, no? Kasi isa sila sa mga rosters na maagang nabuo eh. Yun lang naman yung sa point ko. So, they could have been able to actually make everything a bit more polished as that is already quite a given fact, no, na compared sa ibang mga teams natin na parang medyo nagahol sila sa ating mga preparations, pero biro mo, ano naman ang naabot nila dito ngayon, no? So, that also knocks into your minds na bakit nga ba nagkaganto execution, no? And I really do hope na mabawi ito. And thank you so much, OBB Buknoy. Habang gumagat to si Bipolar, baka may gusto pa siyang sabihin.
Pero
Sige,
what
go.
if, guys?
Oh, what if?
The calm before the storm.
Okay.
Right? OBB Buknoy, yes, dismayado tayo ngayon. Pero what if next time, execration, sila naman ang umangat and they will surprise us and ma-mitigate na yung losses nila ngayong Master Spring. No, what if? Let's keep our eyes open. Syempre, any team can be better, no? Especially just like Querdas, just like FERVID. Execration might be the next one. So, keep your eyes open.
Yeah, actually, no, all up for grabs yung ating podium at kung sino ang uupo katabi ng ating mga gods ngayon. So maraming salamat, OBB Buknoy, dyan sa iyong hati kasi talagang agree din naman kami dyan sa iyong mga sinabi. Kinawas lang talaga and bawi next time, I guess. Yun na lang talaga yung the most that we can ask of execration. And ano naman kaya ang ating next take, no? Direct, ipakita mo na yan. I'm pretty excited, no? Kasi parang for some reason, may mga tina-target dito sa ating panel. Pero sabi dito ni Grand Prince Whitey, Zach, hanap ka na ng matinong team. Puro bulalo kakampe mo. Hindi ka deserve ng mga yan.
Mochi, Dadum, take it away.
Dadum, take it away. Go ahead.
Ayun.
Ano to Parang ano to Szechuan hot pepper broth to
Mismo.
Sobrang anghang. Sobrang bulalo.
Grabe.
Extra spicy sa akin direct. Kung bakit, basahin nyo na lang. Grand Prince, shoutout sa iyo, boss. Medyo umiinit lalo yung init dito sa sa Laguna.
Well, di na kasi sila naglalaro, sila pa yung na-target man.
Oo nga, wala naman sila sa top 4. Bakit puro matches to hot takes nyo? Wala. Tapos, extra spicy para kay Dadum.
Oh no.
Next na lang, next. Okay.
How about you, Ramon?
Extra spicy.
Extra spicy and an additional score of 10 out of 10 in terms of trash talk, no? I think this is the spiciest sort of way na ngayon lang ako nakakita na tinawag na bulalo ang isang tao in a way to insult, no?
Masarap naman bulalo, boss.
Yun nga eh. Ewan ko, pero siguro kasi sasabi niya baka sabaw na sila. Okay, sige, gets naman. Pero pretty witty para kay Grand Prince. Oo, syempre, Zach very good, but I think there's a long way to go pa nga para sa matches in order na maging 100% nila.
How about you, Bipolar?
You know what matches? You know what, Mochi, Grand Prince Whitey, no? Alam mo, ito yung pinnacle ng rage bait bomb na talagang woo! Ang init man. Extra spicy din ako dito kasi nag-name drop ka na ng trash talk ka pa. Grand Prince, just could die. Ang seryoso ng aura ko ngayon pero natawa ako dun sa parang bulalo kakampi mo, deserve ng mga yan. I mean, they don't deserve it. And again guys, coming in from the group stage, we talked about this before in the multiple weeks na parang matches, we put them on top but not in their best form. Alam natin yun. Yes, nandyan si Aldred. We always talked about na parang there's a disconnection everywhere in this team. But papaalala ko lang sa'yo, there was also a time that Zach wasn't online. So, I
Okay.
feel like you're just biasing towards Zach. I mean, pwede
Tama.
ka makahingi ng jersey,
Mm.
pero,
Tama.
di ba,
Tama.
di ba, it's, hindi lang 4 na players yung nandyan, 5 din. So, if you're gonna be talking trash, talk to the whole team. Sama mo na rin yung org.
Oh.
Pre, gusto mo na nga si
that's
Zach, why not
spicy.
yung buong team mo na, di ba? Mual mo na nga si Zach, bakit yung buong team hindi, pre?
Oh, si Gabriela din. Di ba? Ay, iba pala yun.
Iba yun. Pero sa akin, extra spicy din to. Kasi agree ako dun sa sinabi ni Ramon, no? Yung sinabi niya na parang puro bulalo kakampi mo. Parang sa West, equivalent to na you're a tea towel. Parang yun yung vibe niya for me. Hotdog ka, parang ganon.
Uy,
Basta
paki-explain mo,
ganon.
Ching.
Parang ganon.
Paki-explain. Mochi,
Ito,
lahat kami,
explain.
lahat kami na
Basta
pag ganun.
guys. So,
Mochi with
extra
digress.
spicy, yun lang masasabi ko, guys. Kasi, ang tindi ng iyong alas dito, Grand Prince Whitey, napakatapang mong tao. Dahil salamat dyan
Yes.
sa hot take mo. Dahil
Ang laki
sa'yo,
niyang hawak
namumula
mo,
na si
Grand
Dadum.
Prince.
Sim. Check na natin ang ating pinakahuling hot take. Ano
Basta
naman
start.
kaya yan, Derek?
Wala pa nagka-crash out, guys. Wala pa nagka-crash out.
Ayan Marine top 65. Naalala din kita, boss. Ayan. Puro mga pamilya rin nasa hot takes natin,
Yeah.
Galing talaga ni Lance. Anyari kay LP. Bakit hindi nabasa ang moves ni Lance? Overall, better sniper na tong batang
Aray
na to
mo.
kesa kayo.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Ooh.
I need to think about this. Dadum, take it away.
Nagulat ako kay Polar na parang nakita siya ng multo. Pero alam mo Polar, ito, I mean, shoutout kay Lance. Last year pa namin to hinahype ni Bipolar.
I know what
no?
you're talking about.
This
but
time,
Dadum.
getting put front and center laban sa Stallions, and he's right. Natama si Marine Tops, no? Outperforming KLP is no easy feat. Pero overall better sniper, I think that's a stretch. Stretch yun. So extra
Yeah.
Yeah, it
spicy
is.
to sa akin. I think Lance has yet to reach his peak, and ang taas na nang naabot niya this year. Pero to say na he's better than KLP, come on man. KLP is one of the best in the world. So it's extra spicy.
How about you, Ramon?
Okay. Hindi ako magka-crash out, pero I'd say extra spicy. And I kind of want to put a little bit of a spotlight kay KLP, diba? Kasi, there was a lot of tournaments, or a few tournaments nga naman, where he was a little bit of in the conversation. May mga off events siya, may mga off tournaments siya, pero parang this Masters, iba yung naipakita niya. Di ba siya pwede magkaroon ng isang off day? Diba? Deserve naman niya siguro sa lahat ng mga consistent performances na nakita natin from KLP throughout SEA Masters. I think he's deserved to have one off day in the office.
Okay.
How about you, Bipolar?
Ako, this is mild. And again, basing off of statistics, guys, and basing off of performances mula dito sa ating mga players. Me, Mochi, and as well as Datum casted for FERVID nung sila ay naging impact champions last season. Nakita natin sila gumaling, and we highlighted this, especially me, Mochi, and Datum na parang Lance is the next big thing.
Yes.
And guess what? Excited tayo lahat. Not just us na makaabot siya dito sa Masters. And pinapakita niya dito na lahat ng hype na yun was not for nothing. It was all for everything, kumbaga. Kasi pinapakita niya dito na yes, he is a top tier sniper as well. Kaya nga sinasabi namin minsan na parang when you look at Cetra, when you look at KLP, Lance is just on the top contender as well. So, we always say na kung kailangan yung matuto mag-sniper as well as a viewer, look at Lance. Look at Yotep as well, di ba? Ang dami nating sniper na malalakas dito. So, yes, we acknowledge the great performance, pero feeling ko you're also putting KLP on a very, very high pedestal na one game na makita niyong masira, binababa niyo na siya ng todo. Guys, it's one game. Guys, even if it's 2, even if it's 3, look at their achievements. Better than Lance, better than KLP, I think not yet. But with the caliber of KLP and how he has achieved the greatness coming into the local international stage, maybe even, galaxy-wise, well, KLP is still better, not just on that series last time.
Couldn't agree more
So
what you have
mild.
mentioned, and mild ang ating dito for Bipolar, no? Ako naman, gusto kong ilagay sa perspective ni Boss Marin Top is yung international performance ni KLP. Kasi, performance niya recently, especially from last year, nakalaban nila ang AG, yung EP, dude, it's crazy, no? Hindi natin siya pwedeng alisin dyan alongside si JJ, no? Na at moments na hindi natin na-expect na kaya pala nilang gawin yon. And
Yeah.
I feel like, hindi naman sabi na downplay ko yung performance ni Lance because
He's great.
kami, proud na
He's
proud
great.
kami sa kanya. Natutuwa kami kasi, finally confident na siya and the sniper
Yeah.
role. We have a bit of a big disparity in terms of the experience that they have internationally, no? Wala pa tayo sa kalingkinan na yon so far here on the end of lands. And maybe time will tell, no? It just needs a bit more time, no, Boss Marin Tops, and at the same time for KLP, again, KLP is KLP. It's also recognizable naman na ilalagay natin sila in a group na nasa top tier or 8 tier sila, like Losa Dila, etc., sila Zach, sila Yotib, sila dyan, no? Pero I feel like sobrang hirap nilang ipag-compare kasi kada isa sa kanila, iba-iba yung ginagampanan nilang responsibilidad sa kanya-kanya nilang team. And whichever fits. How about you, Ramon? Baka may i-add ka?
Just a little adder lang. Parang, isn't it crazy to have a conversation now with Lance at saka kay KLP considering yung naging history nila together, di ba? Former teammates if I'm not mistaken nga naman. And where KLP now has the spotlight all throughout because of the internationals, Lance is quickly catching up. And isn't that insane? At one point, brothers in arms. Ngayon, parang competition na, parang friendly rivalry nga yung nakikita natin between these two snipers. So it's really nice to see from him talaga.
Yeah, that's
W
true.
lang.
Kaya ang ilalagay ko dyan direct is spicy. Okay?
Spicy.
Spicy lang tayo dyan. And I guess ito na nga rin, no, lahat ng mga to na validate, na cancel out,
Wait lang,
na
Mochi,
prove
may
tayo
dadagdag
wrong.
ako.
Oh, sige, ano nga ad mo? Meron
Guys,
ka pa.
kung hindi nyo
Sige,
alam,
go.
kung hindi kayo nanood nung English broadcast nung debut ng Ubek Maniac sa CFS Grand Finals, bukang bibig ng mga caster si KLP, hindi si Kano. Couple of years
Yes.
ago, si KLP yung lagi nilang hina-highlight. Last year si Kano na pero 2 years ago, si KLP yung favorite.
I feel like
Yun,
that was
yun.
during ACL, right? Tama ba?
I think
parang
sa
yun yung-
Grand, nung unang Grand Finals nila.
Yung
nung
unang Grand-
GF
oh, okay,
appearance.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Oh,
Yun
nandun
That's
ako.
also, yes, I remember na yun nga yung binabanggit. Oh, KLP! Ganun pa yung accent nila. Pero maraming salamat, casters.
Dolly.
Pwede.
So, pakikita
Pwede,
natin sana dito sa ating broadcast desk, no? And I guess nakikita natin uli si Ramon and as well as si Dato mamaya pag nagpresida tayo sa ating battle for third na match. Thank you so much, guys. Yan, pakape muna kayo dyan. Grabe, bipolar. Actually, na-enjoy ko yung hot takes na yun. Na
Yeah,
nakikita natin live kung paano nagsusort ng emotions yung mga co-casters natin.
Yeah. Nakikita natin yung mga utak ng mga casters na, especially with this
Yes.
heated na mga comments. Well, it's pretty good na may ganun tayo. Pero mukhang may trivia tayo, Mochi.
Okay, ano naman sinabi dito? Querdas Esports Cinderella Run happened after their upset win over FERVID in Week 3 of the group stage. QD won 2-0 and a 10-1 win in subbase and a thrilling 13-11 overtime in Ankara. Actually, I feel like this is one of the moments where nagulat tayo na, ano nangyari kay FERVID? No?
Yeah.
Ano nangyari at nasampal ata sila dito ni Querdas ng malalaan, which raised up a lot of doubts against them. Pero ngayon, magtatapatan uli sila dito ngayon, bipolar.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, no? Querdas is a impact team. Yes, it's not the same kind of roster. Wala na dito sila Candy, wala na sila Jake. But Querdas as an org, Querdas have been that firepower or that powerhouse na parang masasabi natin that can do the impossible. At pinakita nila yun. The Cinderella story is not just a story that will end at midnight. It will keep on going further and we're excited for even more.
Totoo. And meron ba tayo additional na trivia? FERVID and Querdas' last playoff fight was during the finals of CFS PH Impact Fall 2025. FERVID defeated QD 3-1. Parang we're seeing patterns, no? Nagkakadasalit-salitan tayo dito ngayon, which mas na-amplify lang kasi parang pabilis ng pabilis silang parating pinagtatagpo ng tadhana dito sa ating bracket.
Yeah, kung isipin mo kasi Mochi, parang may kita mo yung FERVID with their own changes of roster. Parang yes, if you think about it, mas malakas yung utak nung time na yon ni Vincent up against A7J, pero it's a balanced scale. You have FERVID winning the Impact Champions at ngayon tinalo nila ng todo-todo. So exciting tong battle for third natin.
Yep, at syempre para na rin masuportahan yung mga sinasabi natin dito, no, ipakita na rin natin kung ano nga ba ang estado ng ating bracket so far. Kasi from yesterday, there's already been a lot of takes that just transpired, no. Some of us expecting na mas magiging malapit yung ibang mga laban than we anticipated and vice versa. Pero it all led to what we have right now. No, you have the third place match na pinag-uusapan natin, hence why we have lots of trivias related to them. And later on, abay, ito na naman tayo, no? Mala Athena at Poseidon ang ating tapatan. Raw power versus strategiya. Team Stallions and Virtus.pro maya-maya.
Ito na nga Mochi, no? It's really crazy. You can also see na parang Dionysus and Ares yung may kita natin dito sa side ng ating FERVID and QD. Kasi you have a very whimsical QD versus a FERVID na very much in towards war. Ready for battle. At yun yung una na makikita dito for our second to the last matchup of Masters Spring. FERVID and Querdas know how to play each other. Nagkita na yan, naglaban na yan. And they know how to basically win in specific maps as well. Pero Mochi, FERVID, tulad nga na sinabi natin, gone are the days that they are Impact champions. Now, they are playoffs or, you know, podium bound. Even for Querdas, so that's the same kind of sentiment. So, they have to take away that initial thought na yes, nanalo kami last time, natalo kami last time, tapos nagkakitaan kami dito sa group stage. It all ends up here kung sino nga ba ang pwede nating masabing top 3 pagdating dito sa simula ng to.
Yup, and we've also anticipated na rin siguro, no, what type of maps they will be playing on. Kasi dito for FERVID so far, talagang they take pride sa kanilang Eagle Eye din, no? Which time and time again, sobrang tindi nila magwala doon, and even with the likes of the maps na mahilig or heavy in terms of defaults, no? Kaya ipakita na rin natin ang ating mga predictions. Kasi I'm pretty sure we have a lots of mixed emotions about this one. I guess not mixed at all kasi tatlo tayo pare-pareho. No, we have 3-1 in favor for FERVID. And for Dadyo, he's vouching na aabot tayo sa ating decider map.
Okay, we both expected something else na Mochi, even us dito sa panel. I think for us okay lang kasi iba yung mga nasa top 1, top 2, 3 natin sa prediction rankings ng mga talents Pero for the rest, I feel like Sticky Frog and as well as Salvatore medyo iba sa kanila, no. But this coming back to stats ulit, I will give you a little bit of backstory na rin, no. Once upon a time, FERVID really had a jump start, kumbaga, no, up against Querdas. Kasi Querdas, nakita naman natin, first few matches rough, very, very rough. Meanwhile, FERVID, first few matches had some roughness, pero mas pulido, kumbaga. So that's why that's kind of our prediction. Pero prove us wrong ulit, Querdas. Why not?
Alright, and kitang-kita din sa ating mga prediction. Abay, parang may tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung pag-aagawan nitong dalawa sa top 1 at 2 natin, no? Itong isa, hard stock bronze. At sa top 3 na siya, 61%. Toblerone, no? Ano, okay lang yan daw. Props pa rin kay Dadum kasi biro mo, nakikipagsabayan siya dito sa dalawang pioneers natin, which is crazy para sa atin, no? Kasi ako, wala parang eme-eme lang ako dito. Pero other than that, no, it seems like yung itong final day natin na magdidikta kung talaga nga bang ma-maintain na itong prediction rankings natin for our talent pool. Pero mukhang it's about time for us to discuss and nitpick ang isa-isang mga miyembro natin for our teams. At kaya naman magsisimula tayo for the side of FERVID, where from time and time again, dude, kahit na minsan medyo napapa-question ako sa mga call ni Boss A7J, it works Alam mo yon? Yun yung mga moments na merong wow factor lagi dito kay FERVID.
Yeah, every time, no. Especially, you remember the time na FERVID I think it was up against Stallions, correct me if I'm wrong kasi my memory is quite lost. May time na sabi ni A7J, crucial point in time, mag-hold lang tayo ng RS sa BL side, tapos alam na natin yung mangyayari. That is the craziness that FERVID is ready for, and that is A7J's mind, ready for everything. Si D, mukhang sabi niya, boss, wala ako dyan. Boss, wala ako dyan, naglalaro lang ako. Meanwhile, etong si JKM, si Dracifer, si Lance, mukhang static images lang. But, Mochi, FERVID, they've been pretty good. I was very much held back dito up against J. Kim kasi parang he was on and off Pero nung later parts na ng ating group stage up until here sa playoffs, ang ganda na ng performance. So parang nawawala na talaga yung butas nila, and looking back at FERVID's group stage
Pretty
performance.
good.
3-6 ang kanilang, or 6-3 ang kanilang, win score lose ratio kumbaga. So pretty good is the right term.
Yeah, very, very promising, no, para dito kay FERVID after all of the shenanigans na pinagdaanan nila from our group stage up until now, no, that they were indeed destined for greater, no? At natala nga sila dito for STS, pero acknowledge din ng STS yan, no, nakikita natin sa kanilang mga posts sa all over social media that they definitely acknowledged na FERVID is a force to be reckoned with, and that showed that specific map na naibigay or nakuha nila dito against STS, hindi talaga biro yung pinagdaanan ng STS dyan. And overall, their stats in terms of win and lose rates, no, napakaganda. Just by from the appearance, paano pa kung nalaman mo doon sa direct specific matches at nakapag-VOD review ka. Pero ngayon, pag-usapan na rin natin ang Querdas. Kasi, biro mo man, nagsimula sila sa nakasabit lang patungo dito sa playoffs, pero biglang nag-iba ang hangin nung natalo nila ang Execration.
Yun na nga, ㍍Third was one of the forces that was able to do that up against the Execration. Sinabi natin na parang yung vaccine dito towards the virus of Execration was not the Exe shot. It was the ㍍Third shots from the TRG every time, and stellar performances din mula kay Vincent to the IGL, and this is what you wanna see. I can call them the hooligans na rin kasi parang misfits, you consider that for Execration. Hooligans, you consider that for Querdas, but these are hooligans that are very much incapable of power. At yun yung nakikita natin sa kanila with their craziness, with their battlefront ready faces, except for Yet Giants, ㍍Third, no? Kasi poker face lang naman yung dalawang yan. Querdas is here to fight, and FERVID, I am telling you, you don't want to go for that court face. Kasi si Querdas, they still are proving something, at alam natin yung mga words nila last time.
That is true, no? I feel like the only worry that I have din dito for Querdas, though, which we're already quite aware of their potential. We're already aware who are the key players na talagang moves the waves para sa kanila, no? Leads the sail, the journey para dito kay Querdas. The only worry that I have is their resiliency. Especially na puro best of 5 tayo ngayon, no? And of course, being a team that came from Impact, hindi tayo ganun kababad sa ganung mga tipo ng mga format. And it is about time for them to try and test themselves, limit test themselves against the best ones na meron tayo dito in the lobby right now. And so far, they've been doing great, no? Sadyang na overwhelm lang din sila dito ng Virtus.pro. It's especially in the map of Ankara, no? Medyo may mga moments na napapa-question tayo kasi ang daing nilang binibitawan ng mga round talaga to the point na hindi nila kinaya, pero still, acknowledge pa rin ang kalakasan ng Querdas talaga.
Totoo. Querdas was not just another bump in the road, no, for these teams. Pinahirapan nila. They were forcing game number 3. They were forcing very, very close rounds. So, Querdas, may firepower. And it will show dito sa ating last matchup. Would you think, Mochi, yung ating Impact champions last time, or Impact finalists, magkikita-kita pa sa possible podium finish dito sa ating Masters Pro?
True, no? At kaya ipapakita na rin natin kung ano ang meron for our next head-to-head. Kung saan papakita natin sino nga ba yung mga angat dyan. Abay, it's not the snipers, but we have D and Yobs dito sa ating desk. And you know what? Nagigets ko, parang overrated na rin dito si D so far, no, sa lahat ng mga reactions natin. Pero at the same time, here for Yobs, gusto ko rin i-acknowledge kung hindi lang vibes ang kanyang offer sa kanyang team, but also kung gaano din siya kabilis kumilos to the point na hindi na rin siya nakikita dito ng mga katapat. How about dito KD, bipolar?
You know what, regarding these stats, no, going back to your, I think he proved that already. Kasi 9.9 agad dito yung KD, you have a kill per round na 0.7, pero for D, I guess we did get some information from the back of our heads that D was actually a Querdas player as well last time. But looking at its KD, man, D is also one of the most improved players pagdating dito sa ating Masters niya, because last time he was scared, but now he is very much out of the chains. And let's see, Yobsen versus D matchup is one hell of a watch, my man.
Of course, no? Siyempre, i-amplify natin yan further kasi merong mga hot topics dyan right now na, is D the next kano? No? Which is pretty enticing to talk about,
Yeah.
honestly. Pero let us check out na nga rin ang ating map, Vito. Kasi dito talaga magkakaroon ng ideya kung sila nga ba ay merong kalakasan, kahinaan, lahat na. Pero mukhang sub-base ang ating unang paglalaroan. Followed by Ankara, Port, New Compound, and Black Widow as our decider. At tingin mo ba, Bipolar, aabot tayo sa decider? Because based from what we are seeing here right now, parang medyo mas paborata ito kay FERVID.
Oh, possibly, yes, Mochi. Kasi kung titignan mo dito yung bans, this is very smart for Querdas. Tanggalin dito yung Eagle Eye 2.0 kung saan pinush ng players natin for FERVID na umabot tayo ng overtime pagdating dito sa, pagdating dito sa STS. And Eagle Eye is such a comfortable map sa FERVID just because A7J works here and their plans work as well. New Mexico is also a good ban kasi ayaw nila dito ng unpredictability and very much a chaos na hindi nila ikaka-thrive for FERVID because they play on set plays and strategies as well. But Subbase, Ankara, Port New Compound, and Black Widow is such an interesting mix kasi binigay dito ng FERVID yung Subbase, so they're ready, they're banking on D and as well as J Kim from entering and even ㍍Third. Pero pag Ankara, Mochi, ito this is an even playing field. A lot of these maps are very much even kung saan pwede talaga tayo mabot ng Black Widow as our decider.
Totoo, no? And I am really wondering ano nga ba yung mga odds nila dito sa ating mga mapa. Kasi I do believe na ipapakita din ang ating map data in terms of their win rates, no? But for now, it seems like, ayun na nga, no? In the map of Subbase, there is definitely higher odds here for Querdas. And on the contrary, no? It seems like for FERVID, it's a bit shaky regardless of ito yung parang kanilang tinubuang lupa, no? Kumbaga.
Yeah. Alam mo, Mocha, I would like to explain even more na kung bakit nga ba nabanggit ko dito si D pati si J Kim. Kasi nga, looking at this side wins, yung map win percentage pa lang natin dito for FERVID really is very low. So they rely on these like heavy fraggers para man lang malampasan yung percentages niyan. Kasi Querdas, guess what? A team coming in from outside of Luzon knows how to play a Subbase. Well, this is not even a question anymore. Querdas is very much dominating here. Vincent, if you think about Eagle Eye 2.0 na gumagana sa A7J in his set place, works there. Well, Querdas knows how to play Subbase. Everyone works there. Yotib, even though it's a close quarter combat, well, these TRGs will always hit. Plus si Vincent man, hindi siya takot dito sa mapang to. Mismong siya na mismo ang dediretso.
Yes, that is true. Kaya ang tindi ng firepower natin for both of our teams. And I can't wait kung ano ang kakalabasan nito. Kaya wag na natin pagantayin pa. Ipasa na natin to sa ating mga casters. Kaya tawagin na natin si Ramon at si Dadom. Rakraka na!
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar, para sa pagbubukas ng libro para sa pinakaunang laban. And before anything else, welcome Rotonda sa inyong mga tropa! DR Duo nga po pala at nagsisimula na ang pinaka-spicy na revenge story para sa podium finish ng SEA Masters. Ang rumaragasang FERVID versus ang mga nagpa-party-party over at the Querdas Esports Bootcamp. I think, Matt, hindi ito yung pangkaraniwang battle for third. Sinasabi ko na yun ngayon.
Hindi na nga talaga, no? Ramon, yun to kasi yung kwento natin, no? Dito sa CROSSFIRE Southeast Asia, kakaiba yung prestige ng pagiging number 3, no? Kasi yung top 2 natin, they're kind of in a league of their own, na kapag nakaabot ka sa top 3, na yung dalawa lang yung lamang sa'yo, kumbaga, pwede ka nang maging proud sa achievement na yun, no? That prestige is what Querdas and FERVID are fighting for. At kung, nakakatuwa pa dito, Ramon, itong dalawang team na to, parehong galing Impact last year. So much intertwinedness sa stories nila dito sa Masters, and I cannot wait na ito pa yung maging concluder nila. Revenge match para sa FERVID. Ang team na tinalo nila sa Impact, tinalo naman sila sa group stage. At yung kanilang map dito, Ramon, saktong-sakto. Paboritong mapa ng Querdas, nakuha nila sa base. Paboritong mapa ng FERVID, nakuha din nila Ankara. At yun ang first 2 maps natin out of a possible 5 map game. Simulan na natin to. Hindi na ako makapaghintay, Ramon.
Pre, ako din naman eh. And I like that you also opened up yung map Vito kasi I was about to point out the first 2 maps na lalaroin natin ngayon are the same 2 maps na lalaro natin in the group stage for FERVID as well as Querdas. And it kind of tells me na will history repeat itself? Will history repeat onto where Querdas actually get that domination? Yung sub-base na nakita natin where they had almost a flawless GR side nung kinalaban nila ang FERVID nung time na yon. Pero that's a FERVID that was in the group stage. Siyempre iba nga yung playoffs FERVID, ba? This is a form na pwede nga naman na may activate. Si D na malakas nga when it comes to being a very good anchor, and J-Kim's form yesterday. Napanood ba yung laban up against Stallions? J-Kim was on fire. At syempre wag natin kalimutan si A7J then. He was the trump card for everybody. Not only leading the charge pagdating sa mga setups nila to counter STS on that attack, pero as well as grabe yung the way that he was able to actually hold himself well individually. I think FERVID, I'm setting up in a way na parang so iba na talaga yung form nila pagdating dito sa Battle for Third natin. So Querdas Esports, dapat hindi lang vibes yung idadalhin nila, dapat prepared na prepared sila laban sa
Truck.
Ayaw pagdali dong, ayaw dali. Tabangan na na, just go on YouTube.
Locked in, MR play. Querdas nakakuha ng isa. And FERVID, nakadalawa na agad. D, asserting dominance dito sa passage. Makikita nyo si Justin ata. Launch going down. The sniper will not be needed by FERVID kasi lamang pa rin naman sila sa ngayon. Querdas down to 2 at yung depensa nila dito, Ramon, medyo naglaho na.
Yan nga hindi gumagana yung early push doon sa MR na ginagawa nila since the start of yesterday's games. Nabasa na agad ng FERVID at nakakuha pa nga sila ng space dun sa LR. A7J, the one, para makapag-entrada para sa site nila dito. Si ㍍Third lang at si Vincent. At napakalayo pa ni Vincent dito. Si ㍍Third has to hold strong. Papasok pa rin itong si J-Kim. Numbers now being pressured up by ㍍Third. Pero J-Kim and D, sila pa rin ang buwan.
Shaky start para kay ㍍Third dito, no? Typically, you expect the DR player to just hold 2F, similar to what KLP does, no? Pero medyo naging unsure si ㍍Third sa titingin. Nahuli tuloy siya ng FERVID. Round 1 for FERVID. ㍍Zipher, papalag kagad dito. May gitna, and Vincent try to answer back pero nahuli siya. FERVID expecting the aggression. Querdas, naku po, huwag niyong maliitin ang FERVID dito sa sub-base. Di porkit naka 10-1 kayo dati, mangyayari ulit yun.
Exactly, a different FERVID that we're seeing. Expecting the MR push, expecting yung passage play. Ginawa nga ni Vincent this time. Has ㍍Zipher, nagulat pa nga si Etza. Walang palag at walang magagawa. Now down to the 1v2. And ㍍Third, all the way around the world habang ang A-site, kinukuha na ngayon ang FERVID.
㍍Third spotted. ㍍Zipher, just a pistol, more than enough to run away and survive. Uy, sumabit si Dre sa pinto. That makes this doable for ㍍Third, the rising sniper of Querdas, the rookie, who has been making waves dito sa Masters. Kalaban si Angelito, and he has been spotted. A7J up top! Naku po, masyado ang kita dyan, boss. And ㍍Third will clutch it up for Querdas.
An answer back para kay ㍍Third in that 1v2 clutch. We highlight him time and time again to kind of become that standout. He has been increasingly performing habang tumatagal yung SEA Masters. Even in yesterday's games, he's always been a highlight para dito sa kanilang Querdas team. Pero, at again, yung push nila on MR, masipin, kinababasa lang on the early game. ㍍Zipher gets one and a second as well para kay J-Kim. At yung MR push, sinaktuhan na naman ng FERVID. Nabasa na para libro. At napatay pa nga ni J-Kim. Ang nagsulat mismo ng libro na yan, Vincent down.
Si ㍍Third naman yung tarang mag-isa dito, Ramon, on the sniper this time instead of the EBR. He has been spotted. Atakit ng 2F yung mga player ng FERVID. D, nakita. Lance, muntik na madaplisan doon. At si ㍍Third getting swarmed, picks up J-Kim. Pero 1 HP na lang siya dito, Ramon. I don't think there's much that ㍍Third can do. And there's nothing in the face of D and J-Kim. FERVID, 2-1. At tinatratan nila, Ramon, na parang 8v8 tong sa base. Rushing everywhere.
Which is kind of the identity for QD at this point, no? Na nagpupush lang na MR and passage, but FERVID always seemingly very prepared for all those setups. Yan na even mag-isa at napatay pa nga nila. Yun nasa passage. Kahit anong ginagawang luto ng QD, panis laban sa FERVID ngayon.
㍍Third ball alone dito, Ramon. And he will go down to Lance. FERVID, it is not the same story as the group stage, Ramon. Kasi Querdas ang napako sa 1.
Ilang beses na kumain sa restaurant ang Querdas. At ang FERVID mukhang iiba na yung tempo. Galing from the MR push, papasok sila dun sa luwag. And on the way there, si Vincent lang ang natitira. Lance hits the shot, patay yung rotation. At patay pa nila si Vincent. Yung entry nila, okay lang. Kasi pagbalik ng Querdas, nilalaban pa rin nila. A7J regaining control of the setup into a 3v2 at nahanap pa nga nila si Edja. O boss, ang Querdas, FERVID, get the 4-1.
4-1, Ramon, FERVID, dire-diretso lang. They're setting the tempo of this game and not letting Querdas breathe. Ito yung sinasabi nila, flukes yung group stage. Uubusin namin kayo. MR claimed by FERVID. 3 versus 3.
Grabe, at least at this point, lumaban ang Querdas. Iniwan si ㍍Third doon sa passive control. And actually gets that one shot which kind of mitigates any sort of aggression na pwedeng gawin dito ng FERVID, diba? So, good reset. And now, a 4-1. Kailangan nilang mag-slow down.
Alright. Querdas, this is a good position to be in. No? Never pa silang nakaabot sa mid part ng round natin. With equal footing, that is. And finally, FERVID going for the default. Okay, pwedeng makahinga ang Querdas sa ngayon. And you have to remember, the last time these two faced dito sa subbase, Querdas never faced pressure. Every single moment nung last subbase map nila, lagi silang lamang. Ngayon silang babawi. Ang tanong, Ramon, hindi pa ba sila pagod? Hindi pa ba sila natitilt?
That is the question. And for FERVID, will this push on CR make the most out of the executes? Si Vincent lang ang natitira dito. At nakatalikod lang siya. Jacob has a free entry. At pamamatay pa nga siya. No ID, no entry for Vincent. This is just Jacob in a free entry towards the site. 3 versus 2.
Alright, retake para kay Justin at kay ㍍Third. Sniper still standing for Querdas. But Justin, kita na yung ulo niya. And that's all D needs. The nice shot for trade mula dito kay ㍍Third. Pero magtatago na lang si D. Nakita niya kasi naka-TRG dito yung kalaban niya. No? So time ticking down. ㍍Third, the third time this game is tasked with the impossible. May flash pa naman siya dito, Ramon, pero mukhang imposible na eh.
Kaya nga eh. At least nagpalit na siya over to the M14. 12 seconds. Patiin si D. Jacob na spot pa nga yung rotate. And finally will get the kill. The shining star of Querdas. Finding a dying light into a 5-1. FERVID really dominating yung early game natin dito sa subbase.
And Querdas, I think they might have made a crucial mistake dito, Ramon. And that mistake, underestimating the subbase of FERVID. Maybe hindi nila na-account na sa group stage, dun sa group stage na laban nila, baka nag-off day lang yung FERVID. Kasi this is still one of their signature maps. FERVID is a map not only is comfortable for the brothers of A7J and D, gustong-gusto rin to nila Dre. Lalong gusto to ni Coach. Innovating dito sa Impact last year. And Querdas seem to have forgotten that. Kaya masaya yung FERVID na napalagpasin yung subbase dito ng Querdas. Kasi gusto rin nilang bawian yung Querdas doon sa group stage na dinurog sila. At hindi naman nangyayari. Dire-diretso lang yung panalo ng FERVID. Tignan mo, hindi sila nag-uusap sa timeout.
Kasi alam na nila na ano pa pag-uusapan kung yung mismo mga plano nila.
All according to plan.
Exactly. Parang na-expect na nga nila na magiging aggressive yung QD sa mga early game natin, eh, no? Nakakaawa nga naman para kay ㍍Third. Every single time that his team tries to do something aggressive, since he is a sniper, medyo hindi natin na-expect na siya yung magpupush kasama with the team. But again, he's been doing the best that he can. And I expect Querdas to kind of change something up kasi yung mga MR push na ginagawa nga nila, hindi na gumagana kahit nung nagsisimula pa lang tayo.
From what I can see dito, Ramon, no, si Vincent is just resetting the mental of the team. Hindi siya nagsasalita masyado, which means nasa paningin niya, wala silang ginagawang masyadong mali. Which is, in hindsight, kind of true. Nirarush lang sila ng FERVID dito, tapos natatalo sila. You know? I think Querdas just needs a breather, a mental reset na, teka lang, kalma lang tayo, we can win these fights because we have won this fight before. Kalma lang. Make sure not to get the pressure building on the shoulders of his players. Sana gumana, no? Kasi hindi in-expecto ng Querdas. I was expecting a bigger fight from them, Ramon.
I mean, that's true, tama. Kasi history does dictate na baka nga maulit-ulit yung possible na may upset nila up against FERVID. But that's a different stage in the SEA Masters, my friend. When it's the playoffs, everybody locks in. And yung mga tinatry mong ulitin, yung group stage, yung ginagawa ng QD ngayon, they did that in the two series that they fought up here. Up to this point, no? They did that up against Execration. They tried to do that up against Virtus.pro, no? Napaka-aggressive nila on the GR. Pero up against like, teams who know their aggression, they're just gonna wait and stand. 5-1. FERVID still on that lead.
And a big difference in the defense of Querdas. Nakakontrol sila ng MR. FERVID, now they're gonna force the default. Okay. Kontrolado pa rin ng FERVID ang tempo ng laruan dito. And Querdas, it's time to bounce back. Yung pinagkaiba ng dalawang team na to, no? That resilience na binring up ni Mochi kanina. Kahapon kasi nakita natin visually kung saan sumuko ang Querdas up against Virtus.pro. At a certain point sa sub-base, naubusan sila ng gasolina eh. Tapos dun sa sunod na mapa, wala na silang naitsagot dun sa Angkara. Kailangan hindi yun mangyari dito sa Querdas kasi may chance sila laban sa FERVID.
Bit of an adjustment instead of Justin being with Vincent doon sa MR, siya naman yung nasa CR, and that's exactly where the best pivotal point here para sa defense is going to be around that push doon sa may second mid. Instead, FERVID have a lot of time habang hinahawakan pa rin ng QD yung MR, and I'm liking the positions for FERVID. They're expecting yung may push ulit doon sa machine room.
Yobs.
And Yobs is here, the different factor. Exactly. Pero si Justin ngayon nandito. Can Yobs do the same? Gets one, but it's only one. Vincent picks up the pieces and dismantles FERVID sa push. Pero DD is always here, reliable para makuha yung trades. Napatayin niya yung leader at napatayin na yung nasa MR. 2 versus 2.
Double kill for D. Recovering para sa FERVID dito. And Justin not exploring. This is nice to see Querdas becoming disciplined. 40 seconds, kailangan gumalaw ni D at ni Lance dito Still, 1 sniper and 1 attacker for both sides. Medyo lugi ang FERVID dito kasi kailangan nila mag-push knowing na buhay pa si Yotib.
Exactly. He's keeping hold doon pa rin sa may CR, pero it's at the moment where FERVID nakakuha na sila ng luwag at si Justin lang ay natitira dito. Will he find that open timing? Lance spots him. Yotib takes care of D. Nag-iisa na lang ang sniper, pero it will be Justin. Natama lang yung call, nag-rotate sila dun sa A, fully knowing no open yung option na yun para sa FERVID.
Exactly what I said, kailangan makalagpas ng Querdas doon sa FERVID sa sniper ng kalaban, and they just could not. So Querdas on the board. That will be ㍍Third to try and contest sa MR dito. A7J, makikita na rin ni Yetja, pero yung mid nandun! Nakatingin si Yet. Finds ㍍Third. Yetja overwhelmed, taken down, pero andito na si D. Double kill na naman para sa kanya, and FERVID pick up the 4-round lead.
Man, I think I really like how D works around sa mid na yan. Kasi kung tutuusin, you don't really want to aggress into the MR push. Kasi nasa yung split, diba? At may open window pa sila para labanan sila on that mid side. Pero hold on, J Kim gets the entry, pero Justin reconfigures back in towards that 1-for-1. A7J, good shot, and yet patay. Wala siyang magagawa. Duguan ng FERVID, pero Querdas still fighting for their dear lives.
3 versus 2, and si D papasok na naman. Another impact round for D. Sinama niya pa yung kuya dito, Ramon. 1 kill apiece for the brothers. And Yobs mag-isa. At si Yobs nakita na. Oh, what a shot from Angelito to push the lead further. Iba na ang kwento. Ramon, FERVID na ang nandudurog sa Querdas.
Exactly, pre. Yung nakita natin from the group stage, wala yun, men. Mandela effects daw. Sabi ng FERVID with how they've been performing on this BL, diba? It's because hindi nila fina-force yung issue dun sa MR. Ginagawa nila ng paraan from that mid-side to kind of catch itong si Vincent at si Yobs off guard. Wala nang bisa yung MR push na lagi nalang pundasyon sa pag-hold on GR. Kaya nawawala on the early rounds. Kaya nagda-dominate ang FERVID ngayon.
Exactly. And FERVID, I like the mentality na in-approach nila itong matchup na to. No? Round 1 up to round 5, straight rushes. Nag-timeout yung kalaban, tapos sila naman yung nag-default. Just when you think Querdas are gonna regain some control, snatch back agad yun ng FERVID, no? Kahit wala pa silang nagagawa. So, keeping full control of the speed of the game is just working para dito sa FERVID, no? And again, Querdas, it kind of feels like in-underestimate nila yung sub-base. Akala nila sure win to. Hindi nila alam, sure win pala ng kalaban.
Yun nga eh. At sa ganitong moment, bumabalik yung endurance in the conversation, diba? How far can Querdas go when it comes to their strats? Yung energy, yung mental. Kasi tingnan mo, yung normally nakikita natin sa Querdas, nagsa-celebrate sila kahit sa first 2 rounds.
Exactly.
Pero ang nonchalant ng mga player comes natin ngayon. Where's the energy, man?
And I think the biggest giveaway dito, Ramon, sorry to cut you off, is Yobs. Look at his face. Usually siya yung nandidila dito sa mukha, sa camera natin, but why the long face, Yobs? Hindi pa naman tapos ang laban natin dito. Para sa kakanood lang dyan, guys, yes, this is sub-base and Querdas are kind of fumbling their map pick. And you have to remember, Ramon, dun sa mga mapa na pinili nila, ito yung tried and tested. Pero ito yung hindi nila may panalo sa FERVID. Paano pa yung mga kasunod nating mapa? Paano pa sa Angkaran, Ramon?
You know what? I can see the future. Nasabihan sila. Maybe they're gonna go for that MR push. Yun na nga ata. And Yutib gets the shot dito kay Lance. Yung sniper nawala. Si Yutib nagwawala. MR controlled by him. And FERVID will now actually get themselves 1 kill. So 3 versus 4.
4 versus 3 in favor of Querdas. Ngayon lang sila nakalamang ng ganito, Ramon. And the MR push, sabi mo nga, gumana. Only losing Justin, taking out J. Kim and the sniper of FERVID, si Lance. So medyo walang nakantabay sa A side dito. Pwedeng pumasok ng luwag ang Querdas. They can also brute force B side, split it up with 4 of their players. Pero I like na yung mid-round nila dito, Ramon, tumigil sila. Pinipilit na mag-utility ang FERVID dito, and so far it's working out.
Exactly. Smoke off that Woods position and they're just gonna make Querdas or FERVID, sweat sa magiging position sila dito. Pero risky nga to, no? ㍍Third very close by doon sa may Woods position natin. And they're gonna use 2 players para lang ma-investigate kung nandun pa rin yung player na yun.
Exactly. That's what you get kapag mas lamang ka sa manpower. Yun lang! Nakahuli si D ng isa. A nice little tap from D. Yotib is down and suddenly, pwede nang manalo ang FERVID.
Kailangan gawin yun, boss. You had the numbers, but you also have Vincent. Si D, getting punished by the mistake that Yotib did in the previous second. Into a 2 versus 3. This is the reset that we kind of were looking for QD. They don't need to play that aggressively. But they also have to watch out for the setups. ㍍Third, nasa ilalim lamang ng stairs na yan. And in 40 seconds, QD are just gonna push somewhere.
Gumana na to dati ㍍Third. This time, same angle sa luwag sa ilalim ng hagdan. At si Yobs, hindi natin naglalakad sila, Ramon. Yetcha, not expecting Dre. At kapag nagtanim ng bomba si ㍍Third, alam niya na anong gagawin. Yetcha spotted, but Yetcha with the flick. ㍍Third taken out just like that. 87J mag-isa. At nahuli na rin siya ni Vincent, Ramon. Parang ngayon lang ako nakita na naglalakad dito sa Masters, ha?
And it's QD of all people, taking their precious time before they can set that bomb down. Sayang para kay ㍍Third. If a second, a little shorter, sana makakapuwa siya ng free double. That's gonna be a 3-7 para sa QD. He tried to go for that MR push again. Control again yung Woods position para dito sa kanilang second mid. And honestly, a good start para sa QD. They need that energy and a little bit of motivation.
Exactly. Confidence booster para sa kanila yun. No? And I think that's way more important for Querdas than FERVID. This team thrives on vibes kasi, Ramon, eh. Pero sa ngayon, 4 pa ang tatahakin nila dito para makabawi sa FERVID. And I think we have an oncoming dead round dito after we play out this round. So let's wait and see how Querdas will adapt for now. Pero palapit na ng palapit ang mga miyembro ng FERVID, ah. Yung MR nasa kanila na.
Yun nga eh. Sort of a similar approach nakita natin from QD and a lot of their GR sides. Lance gets that shot kay Vincent. So wala na nga si Vincent, wala din si Justin. So that's a pure amount of the voice gone para dito sa QD. Just holding the defaults around. Yet drops in. Napatay pa nga si E7J pero okay lang. ㍍Third nandiyan naman. Sumalo para sa kanya 2 versus 4. At with the spray down, it's not gonna work out para sa QD. Si Yotib na lang. And I don't think the sniper can do anything but just die. J. Kim sumugod. At ang FERVID sumasagot.
And that's gonna be the dead round dito, no? Sort of acting like a timeout also for both our teams. Score check, 8-3 in favor of FERVID. And Ramon, let's take this opportunity to set the picture of this matchup, no? It's the battle for third. And Querdas, yesterday doon sa laban nila sa Virtus Pro, sabi ko nga kanina, you can see exactly at which point of the match sila sumuko. I mean, I hate to say it that way, no? Pero parang gano'n na nga, eh, no? Doon sa sub-base map nila, nung pinosisyonan ni KLR yung vents, from that point on, Querdas kind of dropped the ball. They kind of just gave up. Not even going for a timeout, even in the next set dun sa Angkara, no? So, kailangan hindi nila hayaan mangyari yun dito. Yung lamang ng Fervid sa Querdas is that mental resilience. And when Querdas lose the feeling na pwede silang manalo, yun kasi parang tinanggap nila yung realidad kahapon na wala silang chance sa Virtus Pro. You should never have that kind of mentality, especially up against a team na natalo mo na dati. So Querdas, if they get past that kind of mental slump, may chance silang makabawi dito, Ramon, kasi komportable pa rin naman sila sa mapang to eh.
Yeah, exactly. At hindi nga natin nakikita yung mga split push nila all the way towards LR, all the way towards passage. I think it's also because FERVID are doing a good job of trying to mitigate half of what the setup is para sa QD. Finally, they get themselves MR, and off the timeout, it looks more comfortable para sa BL side nila.
Exactly, Querdas picking up the tempo, pero si D nasa 3F dito. Hindi niya nakita. Nakalagpas na, nasa 2F na D repositions, and that's gonna be the kill for D. Still a good shot for D. Na-train ni Justin, pero si Yobs magagaling sa passage dito. Gets a shot onto two shutter players. Nice little spray down from Yobs, and Yobs with the tap onto ㍍Third. At yung metal box position doon ni Yetcha, mahuhuli lang ni A7J, pero mag-isa na siya, Ramon.
Yan ang hinahanap natin para sa Querdas, yung paggamit nila sa passage para maging entry point para kay Yobs. Has single-handedly gotten themselves more space than just yung LR na hinahanap-hanap nila kanina pa. It does help that FERVID decided to play a little bit more turtled up compared to usual. And it now forces the captain to do some more legwork. Na-spot pa nga si A7J, making a lot of moves, a lot of dances. Kala mo nasa QD camp siya ngayon. So kung paano siya sumasayo laban sa kanila. But I think this is also just an extended timeout. No? Figure out how they're gonna cover yung naging aggression ng QD this time around as QD themselves get it.
Alright, 4-8. Querdas starting to make strides dito sa sub-base, no? And kita ko nga, no, kinakausap na ni A7J yung mga players niya in that last round. So, bilang respite para dito sa FERVID. So let's see what the difference they're gonna show us dito sa ating round number 13. A7J, I think nagsiset up sila ng boost dito sa Vents, expecting some shenanigans para sa Querdas, pero mukhang wala naman naman eh.
Yan nga eh. Mukhang napanood nila yung game kahapon, bro. Yung 3 beses sila nag-push sa Vents.
Yeah.
It was crazy, at to say the least. At ano, ginawa lang din nila yung ginawa ni KLR, just holding down Vents with just 1 man. But that also means na medyo malalambot yung sa mga setups sila dito. It's just 1 anchor on site and sa A, and they're all relying on the sniper themselves. Lance, can you stop the LR push from happening before it starts?
That's a big question. Big task. At sa luwag manggagaling yung mga miyembro dito ng Querdas if they decide to go for the A split. No Vents player, pero mukhang magsa-second mid play sila, Ramon.
Kind of also the same thing now. CR might be the call para sa kanila, pero ㍍Third walang takot.
Nice
Anong
push.
smoke? Isa akong smoke criminal. ㍍Third, tapusin mo na yan! Inubos ang QD with a 2 kill just like that. ㍍Third and Justin sumunod na sa chopping block. At ang bawat miyembro ng QD naubusan na ng buhay. That is set point para sa FERVID.
Perfect timing mula kay Dre na mag-peek doon sa smoke after the flash is pulled by Querdas. At ngayon si J-Kim nalaban naman sa MR. It's ㍍Third about to receive all the bullets from J-Kim with the double. Spotting out the C4 as well. Mukhang ito na. Sumisigaw na si J-Kim dito. Akin to! Triple kill for J-Kim. And yet, left wondering what happened. Quad for J-Kim. And that's sub-base for FERVID.
You can take the Manileño out of Manila when you put him on Cebuano ground. The aggression just seeps in para sa FERVID as he ends it with a 4K and ends it with a sub-base game that makes us all forget kung ano yung nangyari sa group stage, ladies and gentlemen. The Querdas subways is not safe. At kapag komportable na sa setups, komportable na sa GR ang FERVID, walang kahit anong entrada ang Querdas Esports. They were losing gas before tayo makaabot dito sa second half, men.
Exactly, and I think that is a giveaway of what Querdas' state is like right now. No, parang they really took a big hit nung natalo sila sa Virtus Pro kahapon, na medyo nag-translate sa mga laro nila ngayong araw, no. And I wasn't expecting this, given that I thought we're gonna go all 5 maps, pero kung ganito ang galawan ng Querdas, parang hindi tayo aabot dun, Ramon eh.
Yun nga eh. Sorry man. I mean, it's a playoffs buff for a reason. And it's the battle for third. And it's a different achievement nga naman when you're placed in the same conversation as Stallions, as VP. Oo, sila yung laging nasa top 2. Pero when you're top 3, especially with where FERVID was last year, na nasa Impact sila, pre. The conversation was always that FERVID shouldn't be in Impact. And this is a direct conversation kung bakit nga ba dapat sila nasa SEA Masters, pre. So,
Exactly.
everybody proven wrong sa conversation na to. And it very much is showing sa naging effort nila sa subbase.
Absolutely, no. And I think a lot of people discredit FERVID, including myself, no, of their subbase dahil nga dun sa expose na ginawa ng Querdas dun sa group stage. Paalala ko lang sa inyo guys, 10-1 para sa Querdas nung huling nagtapat sila at ngayon binaliktad ng FERVID ang kwento. And of course, it's the most important match out of the entire tournament para sa kanila kasi this is the battle for third. The last chance of stepping onto the podium. At alam mo din, Ramon, ang pinaglalabanan nila dito, malaking diferensya, not just for the prestige, but also sa prize pool. I think yung diferensya ng third tsaka fourth is around 500 USD, which is a big sum para sa mga teams na to, na that of course it will make a big difference considering na madami pa tayong tournament na magdadaanan sa taong to, no? So Querdas, kailangan maalala nila na teka lang, hindi lang status quo pinaglalabanan natin dito. Syempre they stand to gain some resources from winning this battle for third.
Hindi lang naman yun, pre. Pride as well, di ba? As a region and as the organization, FERVID has always run through dito sa CROSSFIRE. And right now is a big statement laban sa Querdas. And hopefully, Querdas can pick it up. Eh, no? So before all that, syempre, bago tayo pumasok dito sa set number 2, itatro na natin sa panel, Mochi and Bipolar, kayo naman.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, no? As a biro mo naman, Bipolar, no? Ipinakita dito ng FERVID na Querdas, the way they play, who they are dito sa mapa ng submaze, hindi yon enough. Dahil they needed more, no? They need the tenacity, they need the grit, they needed a thicker playbook para ma-address kung ano yung mga pinaggagawa ng FERVID dito for the whole duration of this subbase.
Yeah. Ito pa nga yung problema, Mochi. Makapal naman yung playbook na yun, pero mukhang first page yung table of contents lang yung nabuksan dito ng Querdas. That's why FERVID actually didn't struggle, no? Pagdating dito sa subbase. And this is a big already setting point pagdating sa FERVID kasi last time, well, Mochi, it was looking like Querdas was dominating up against FERVID. Pero walang ganun tayo nakita eh. Wala tayong puwersa na FERVID na, wait lang, FERVID, ang pangit ng talo nyo kahapon, maalat yun. Pero mukhang bounce back is real and we're seeing it in full form mula dito sa BL side. You can already see prioritization dito ng mid para hindi nila malabanan yung Emperor. God, they don't have easy casualties na mabibigay towards it sa Querdas. And Querdas biting the bullets every time. They're trying to fight back, especially in this fourth round. But we definitely see that the adjustments coming in from FERVID is not just from one round and the other. It's always in the midst of the rounds. The mid-round is just too good and the shots were hitting as well. Look at that. They almost getting an ace in the first or in the second round or at least like, alam mo yun, 5 kills. Pero wala emoji. Everyone's working for FERVID to a point that Querdas couldn't really breathe. And what can you do? Sa base mukhang hindi dito namamayapag or hindi naninirahan dito ang Querdas.
And yung mahirap din dito, Bipolar, is whenever that Querdas tries to create and execute, mabilis siyang natatapalan dito ng FERVID to the point that they are scrambling over how they will be reacting to try and even out the odds again. At that can also be supplemented nitong ating set summary. So far, we're in talagang pinakita naman ni UTIP na siya talaga ang alas dito for Querdas, pero unfortunately, hindi yun sapat. Being themselves is not enough, and instead FERVID has been able to probably study a lot of their woods since lagi silang babad sa subbase, no? Nakitang-kita naman here 4D with just a single-digit death and 18 kills, 13 headshots, by the way. Mapapa-oh my gosh ka na lang talaga.
Yeah, oh my goodness, Kamochi. Yes, it looks like Querdas is still banking on the singular player to actually turn turn the rounds no para mapapabor sa kanila, pero
Yes.
hindi yun gagana ng ganun-ganun lang up against FERVID na talaga namang ready for action. And looking at it, the 18 kills, 13 headshots, hindi na to nakakagulat, pero still amazing for him. And you might be saying, wait lang, Lance, dito ang ganda ng performance nito ng STS kahit natalo sila. Bakit 5-8-1 lang yan? I would like to give you a little bit of thought. Again, when we were interviewing Lance pagdating sa group stage, sinabi niya napadali yung buhay niya kasi nga hindi niya na kailangan mag-over-aggress. He
Yes.
only needs to play these angles. So, I feel like even though Lance just got 5 and 8 that's here on his KDA, it wasn't really, alam mo yun, nakakakaba for Lance kasi he was really just holding angles dito, especially on the GR side. Pero syempre ngayon, it's the MVP pagdating sa Summit.
Sino naman kaya? It is gonna be the... Ewan ko lang talaga, no? Sobrang obvious naman, and I think this is by far the highest KD na meron tayo dito sa ating playoffs with 4.50. And, dude, this is insane. 72% headshot per kill. Para sa lahat ng almost 20 kills na yun dito sa mapa ng subbase. And also, very generous ang paggamit din niya ng mga utilities dito, no, para sa kanyang team. And I love sa kung ano na nakikita natin dito right now. Shoutout din kay Boss J. Kim, no? Kasi biro mo talagang nag-init din siya
Totoo.
sa mapa ng subbase. I believe siya yung sumunod KD in terms of KD. And it seems like this is already where the chapter of subbase ends. I wonder ano naman kayang mangyayari for our next one. Abay, pinili pa man din ito ng FERVID. Tayo'y dadayo sa mapa ng Ankara maya-maya. Kaya for now, we'll be hitting it off for a really quick short break. And after that, pakalaga na tayo ulit. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
O, diba? Sobrang saglit lang. At nandito na ulit tayo sa ating sira ng FERVID versus Querdas. At kung kanina at ngayon ka lang napadalaw sa ating live stream, bakit ngayon ka lang? Pero at the same time, ang nangging resulta doon is si FERVID ang nanalo sa map-pick pa nga ng Querdas, which is sub-base, no? And this time, ang tanong, makakancel out kaya ito ng Querdas? Lalong-lalo na din ang Kara is a pick by FERVID.
Ayun na nga, no, Mochi, a fire starter has begun for FERVID. And what a way to do it sa mismong map pick, first map pick ng Querdas, ang hometown pa nga nila, kind of hometown, which is sub-base. We're going to Ankara, and every time that we go Ankara, we also have that same kind of mindset pagdating sa Black Widow. Everybody knows this map, everybody makes those days, everybody makes mistakes, pero parang ibang kanta pala ata yun ni Miley Cyrus. Pero, it's gonna be the same kind of thing, 50-50 chance, and I feel like IGLs now will play a crucial part pagdating dito sa Ankara because we know na itong FERVID and Querdas, they like to prioritize mid, they like to prioritize EA and even TB, but how crafty are they, especially na yung depensa ng QD is also somewhat good, even for FERVID kapag nasa GR side sila, so they have to go for these set plays kung saan mano ba, isa-isa lang dito, go for widespread plays or go for attacking plays because coming in from experience dito sa dalawang teams, unpredictability will surely happen pagdating ng Ankara. And let's see kung ano nga bang mangyayari.
Yup, indeed. Kaya naman tignan na rin natin ang maigi, no, kung ano nga bang meron in terms of percentages. Ito ang ating dalawang team natin kasi tignan mo naman yung kay FERVID and how different this is. 71%. Oh my, this is gonna be quite heavy for Querdas. Also heavier for Yotib Bipolar.
Yeah, this is why I'm also curious na parang inopen talaga, ay hindi talaga nilabanan yung Ankara. And I do want to correct myself, no. There are some moments na malakas dito ang GR side ng Querdas. But looking at the statistics itself, no, I guess it really does that line na parang yes, it has its moments, pero mostly mas malakas doon yung low light. So, Querdas, they have a really, really low win probability here. But, just like what happened in FERVID, Mochi, no, nung sabi, sila yung mas mababa doon kanina. Querdas actually had the betterment of those like win percentages. So, anything can still happen. And again, kahit na ganito pa rin naman na ating yung win rates pagdating nung group stage. Mostly, well, pagdating dito sa ating battle for third, we will see something of a different type. Lalo na, alam mo yun, masakit yun for Querdas na natalo sila sa mismong first map. But yeah, FERVID, pretty. FERVID will possibly break a fire even more dito sa map.
Yep, and I really do hope na magkaroon ng counter dito ang Querdas at masala nila kahit papano itong ating mapa in Ankara, no? Kaya naman I feel like it is about time for us to hand it over sa ating mga casters. This is gonna be Dadum and Ramon pa din dito sa ating desk. And let's see who will be hitting it like a wrecking ball.
Exactly, Mochi. Who's gonna hit it like a wrecking ball? Will it be FERVID right now? They get their map pick and parang feeling ko, no, from the form they've seen yesterday, I think the macro in play just touches on yung nagiging point ni Bipolar, no? The IGL conversation will make a lot of difference dito. So I believe this is also becoming another conversation for Vincent. He needs to step up para lang ma-counter yung kahit ano ibabato sa kanya ng FERVID, pre.
Exactly. Especially dito sa Ankara, no, na I think the only thing that Querdas have got going for themselves is their mid-rounding, is the shot calling of Vincent dito. No? Actually, Ramon, no, I want to take this moment to kind of put a spotlight as to how different this match is or this game is compared to sub-base dahil nasa Ankara tayo. I'm gonna disagree dun sa points na binring up ni Polar kanina. No? I think FERVID's Ankara is leagues beyond or leagues ahead of Querdas. No? And the only reason Querdas beat FERVID in their first outing dito sa Ankara, no, is number Number one, mental. Kasi yung game before that, durog na durog ang FERVID. So, kinailangan ng FERVID na makapag-recover ng konti. And number two, because of the sheer mid-rounding unpredictability ni Vincent. Pero kasi nakita na ng FERVID kung paano maglaro ang Querdas first hand. At remember, Ramon, muntik pa nga makomeback ng FERVID yung angkara na yon if it weren't for the firepower of Querdas, no? Parang at the later stage of the game nung nagtapat sila sa group stage, may chance pang manalo ang FERVID, no? Parang naka-recover na sila from their loss in sub-base. So I think ngayon, lalo na dahil panalo yung FERVID sa game 1 nila, nag-init na yung mga players nila. And I think this is where they really get to showcase how they can read Querdas. Kasi alam na nila kung paano maglaro itong team na to dito.
Yun nga eh. And going back to that, that first group stage game in the Sankara match, it was Youtube who activated in the very late stage of the game. So it kind of goes to the point that I want to highlight right now. The snipers now have to take the stage. We've seen Lance perform on a top level laban kay KLP kahapon, and I believe he will be instrumental lalo na sa pagsimula nila on that GR side. He needs to step up para lang hindi makakuha ng LA control yung mga players natin ng Querdas, not let Vincent get any forward space sa pagdating natin dito on their BL side. It's gonna be crucial para makakuha din ng mga early picks tong si Yotib, considering the peak that we've seen him over at the group stage. He has to find that element. He has to find that clutch factor. And so far, nakakita tayo ng glimpses over from sub-base, but it's gonna be a tough challenge now against a FERVID na parang reborn kumbaga yung nakikita natin before our very eyes. Especially up against that Stallions game, they were just hungry para lang makakuha sila ng mas mataas na placement. But I guess in this battle for third, it's still a very, very tall task for Querdas right now if they can keep up against a FERVID that really are hungry right now, Mr. Dado.
Yeah, I mean, mentality is one thing and the map is another. Pakinggan muna natin yung communication dito ng parehong teams.
㍍Third. ㍍Third ba? Plus ito bang ano so?
Flash ko. Ano muna tayo? Uncle. Yes.
Hindi baka matag Jukay.
Alright, second set awaits for us dito sa Ankara. And ladies and gentlemen, battle for third pa rin to. So their stakes are still high. It's Querdas down 0-1. And FERVID gonna start on GR. And they're gonna have an active push dun pa lamang sa may mid.
Interesting choice for Querdas, no? Na pinili nila yung BL side. If they started on GR, they could have utilized that firepower earlier on. Speaking of firepower, sa A7J ang tatama kay Yob sa Miniter. And Querdas, going back to my point, no, kung nag-GR side sana kasi sila muna, pwede nilang imimic yung ibang mga plays ng FERVID doon sa BL. Innovators itong FERVID, and D is innovating with the shots. That's a headshot onto Yetja. And Querdas, dalawa na ang nalaglag.
I love how they maintain control dun sa LA just because of the early push that has been set up para sa QD, and the amount of people that they invested dun sa mid side is also an early clearance or an early sort of rotation timing para sa FERVID. Maintaining control of CA and not even letting Yetcha get any more space. Ngayon, Querdas, and rely on that insurance, pero Lan's gonna decimate Vincent where he stands. An early shot from downtown, and in just 1 minute, kailangan makapasok ang QD kasi iniikutan na sila ng kahit sino membro dito. D's gonna spot that Yotib and take him down.
Yeah, Justin is just gonna play for scraps at this point. Yung mga tira-tira, yun na lang yung kukunin niya dito. But at the same time, everyone's gunning for him. Naka-USP pa si J. Kim. Ang bilis naman ng pagbaril mo doon, boss J. Kim. And FERVID will just take round number 1 by firepower. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Querdas, pwede sanang sila yung nagsimula ng ganito. Just take the early peaks, find the man advantage, and then gayahin yung mga execute ng FERVID. Pero sa BL talaga sila nagsimula eh. So Querdas, let's see what you got.
Maybe something cooked up for Master Chef Vincent himself, but from how the start is, it's not gonna work out in the end. Yotib cancelled out for the second round in a row. Si A7J ang premier sniper right now. And QD are down 1-0.
Yep. 2 sniper setup at papasok na ng CA dito ang FERVID. 3-man push. Vincent not expecting. And he will take one before going down. Si Yobs nakaisa din. So saktong-sakto Querdas able to recover because of Yetja. That's 1 and that's 2. Querdas recovering from that early push. He's gonna put them fourth. 2v1.
Going a little bit too far. It would have been satisfied na makuha nila yung dalawang players doon pa lamang sa may LA, but decided to go for more. And ambition goes But too far para dito sa FERVID as it's not down to just Lance pero nakita na tayo ng star power from this guy alone. Improvement from how he's been all throughout the years in FERVID. Now has to pay off but bigyan na agad ng early entry kasi hindi na nakatingin si Lance dun sa LA. Now giving an opportunity para sa Querdas na makapasok sa A. 1 minute and he has no idea about this.
Yep, Lance will be coming in from CA. Nakasniper pa rin siya dito. Querdas have the opportunity to plant. And they have to play together dito. Justin and Yetja take up a crossfire. As Lance spots out na clear yung kabilang dako. So pupunta siya sa exit na nakasmoke na. This should be the giveaway. Na kailangan niya mag-retake on a 2 versus 1. Pero ang hirap nito, Ramon eh. Nakasniper pa siya. Tapos wala na siyang HE.
Hindi na sila hiwalay pa. So talagang madali lang to para kay Justin. So scans Lance the other side of the smoke as well. So it will be Querdas getting a 1-to-1 and I like the adjustment pa rin naman para sa kanila. They keep that one player nakahawak lamang dun sa may Militaire and Yetja just really saved the round para sa kanila.
Exactly. The double kill for Yetja is really the saving grace para dito sa Querdas. No, for Vid, I feel like nag-push sila masyado doon. Should have been happy with a couple of kills but they got too deep. Going as far as yellow. So ngayon, they should mitigate that. Justin, easy shot for Lance. At yun na nga, may konti pang palabis na bala doon si A7J. Just to be sure, Vincent nakapuslit. How has this happened? And B-side secured for Querdas.
Well, W key para dito sa Querdas. Catching ㍍Third off guard at yung hotel mawawala na ng visa para sa kanila. So Querdas, all eyes on RS. Looking at the flank and looking at that hotel. So an entry point for FERVID. Definitely required para sa kanila. A good smoke pero J-Kim, alam natin yung tendencies niya pe. Hindi titigil ng isang smoke yung pag-push niya. He gets one pero they get the answer back. QD lumalaban pero nawawala na sila. Lance na 1v2. Up against ㍍Third and Yobs. In 10 seconds, he has to defuse. He has to get the shot. He does kay Yobs. And now 1v1 up against the sniper and ㍍Third just comes out swinging with the kill. Querdas Esports bumawi with a 2-1.
And Vincent smiling. Alam niya kasing maganda yung ginawa niya doon. No? Nag-lurk siya papunta sa hotel, finding a kill. And that's what gave them the advantage that they need. Querdas stepping things up. And again, it's not shot calling from Vincent that is making things happen. Yung mid-round na yun, salvaged by Vincent's heroics. 2-1. Querdas, the first time leading dito sa ating matchup. At mukhang susubukan ng FERVID na i-control yung mid, putting 3 players and TB.
It's not every day where you see a leader be the one to say, okay, kung magpupush tayo ng B, bakit walang taong nakapush doon lamang sa may hotel natin? Sige, ako na lang. At kinuha niya yung mantle na yun, diba? Dismantling one half of the B setup na meron dito for FERVID, which did get them nakuha na yung 2 rounds ito, no? And FERVID have to realize na may mga holes pa rin on their defense. And maybe a little bit too much on their push. They're gonna have 2 players stacked up dun sa A site. And will this be enough? Kasi nandito na yung Querdas.
That's a good question. Will this be enough? Querdas, kukumit ba sila sa A? Ang sagot, hindi. They're putting mid. FERVID also pushing. Kita yung barrel mo dyan! Kim and Justin easily dismisses of Dre and Kim. Naku po yung mga lurk ng FERVID. Hindi na gumagana. And Lance keeping control of HM has to hit the shot. Dalawang nakita niya! What a flick! And Lance, that's how the sniping is done.
That's a beautiful shot para kay Lance. We told everybody from FERVID that they need to find a bounce back. And he does so with a clean shot doon pa lamang from high mid. Slowing things down para sa Querdas. Only investing 50 seconds now para makapush on towards the B site. At walang kahit sinong tao doon pa lamang sa may FERVID. The closest man here is Lance. But he is all the way towards the other side of the world. But does get a clean shot kay Vincent.
Wow,
Opens up that conversation. He even drops the C4. Where is Querdas? How are they gonna bounce back through this? They kill off the sniper. And now they have a 3 versus 2.
3 versus 2. FERVID trying to go for the retake. Kahit hindi pa rin tatanim yung bomba sa A7J. Nasa smoke. Justin nakita siya. And that should end the round. ㍍Third naka-double kill pa nga. Querdas. They finally deal with Lance. Yung problema nila that round was Lance now picking up a couple of kills, giving the 3v3 over to FERVID. Pero buti na lang, decisive yung Querdas dito, just push towards that B site. Okay, medyo nahihirapan yung GR side dito ng FERVID, ha? And I feel like it's because they're trying to push this.
Yes.
I think FERVID need to calm down a bit.
Just underestimating yung patience ng Querdas. It's good that Justin was able to hold them down nung pagpasok din sa may second mid. And it's easier for them para makuha yung B site. Good call para kay Vincent, no? Kung saan nila nakuha yung 2 kills na yun, dun din papasok ang Querdas. So, good adjustment para sa kanila. 3-1 tayo ngayon. They're gonna go back to a default. They're holding down the extremities again.
Yes. Querdas taking a much slower default this time. At yun na nga hinihintay ko, no? FERVID not pushing. That's exactly what they do. Kailangan makakuha muna sila ng info bago nila isend si ㍍Third forward. So J. Kim yung naghahanap tong info na yun. He knows that hotel is clear. Doesn't know that second mid is also clear. Kasi yung mga Querdas, lahat papunta ng LA, Ramon.
Aggressive possession might be the call para sa kanila. But they still have a lot of time to consider, no? Yung CA kukunin. And the B site, while it is stacked up by the FERVID players, they don't need to overthink about this since nakaset up na yung mga util nila. Kailangan nila i-clear dito si D. Good nades, good damage! And it was a Cetra moment all the way towards A7J. QD with the util and now forced their way to the A site.
Yeah, Querdas, I think underrated yung mga lineup nila dito, no? Pero may isa pang nasa kaliwa, kailangan nila yan. ㍍Third is up top, will be dealt with. At meron pang nakatago, yun, nakita na ni Yetcha. G is down, Lance from exit, at masyadong maraming kalaban. Lance picks up one, ducks and tails, and will be taken down by Yetcha. And it's J. Kim naman gagaling sa LA. And it should be a done deal for Querdas. A nice little execute on that A site. And they're out to prove a point, Ramon, na yung BL side nila katakot-takot din. There you go. 3-round lead, Querdas. We got a game in our hands.
Definitely, pre. The only times that we've seen FERVID now not controlling yung CA early, not pushing towards that second mid. They turtle up and they're putting QD in a position para labanan or gamitin yung util nila before the execute happens for their team. So they're taking their time. And I like this sort of adjustment. It's a far cry from the identity na alam nating aggressive sila. But now they're aggressive with a little bit of layers, Didum. That's exactly what I kind of wanted for QD. Kasi yun din yung nakita natin nung kalaban nila yung execration.
Timeout for FERVID. They're seeing the issues dito, Ramon, no? Kasi I think it's kind of apparent also na yung structure na typically meron sa Ankara dito ang FERVID is kind of gone. The mid-round is in shambles. And this is different from what we saw them in yesterday, no? Kalaban sa STS. They kind of look better up against STS, which is weird to say. Guys, this is Querdas you're facing, not STS anymore. So, what happened, FERVID? Nasa na yung tatlong IGL natin dito? They need to kind of wake up. Buti na lang, meron tayong Coach Aris to kind of shake his players awake. Probably medyo galit na ngayon si Coach at this point. I'm not gonna lie.
Kung iisipin mo din, pre, para lang akong, if I'm putting myself in the shoes of FERVID ngayon, it's like I lost another consecutive rank match. Tapos lalaban ako sa Smurf ko, kalaban ko yung Querdas. Ito yung nangyayari ngayon, pre. Nilalabas ko yung galit ko nung nilalaro ko yung main account ko kanina. And Querdas is unfortunately on the receiving end of that. Although, albeit, maganda yung nakikita natin from their first half so far. And feeling ko it's gonna continue to take shape pa. Kasi from what we're seeing, they're thriving off of the pushes on towards that A site, which is the only first time na nakita natin yung Querdas na gumawa nun. If they keep up yung nagiging decisive sila or nag-hold lamang sila sa mga pushes ng FERVID, then they're setting themselves up for a successful first half. But from what I'm seeing, feeling ko after this timeout, mag-iiba na yung magiging anyo ng FERVID.
Yes. Especially in that post-plant, no? Wala pa tayong nakikitang maayos na approach from FERVID in that post-plant retake. Granted, they have shown that they can post-plant, but it kind of feels like it has heavy reliance on the individual prowess dito. So let's see what the adjustment is. Let's go back into the game. FERVID, after early success, nawalan na ng lamang. Actually, 3 na yung lamang ng Querdas dito. So they're gonna try something drastic. A 3-man reproach dito sa hotel.
Not something that advisable kasi papalambot niya ibang mga setup all across the map, but instead, 4-5 push on towards that hotel position as you mentioned. So also take a look at that replay. Talagang gusto nilalabanan yung isa just like that, no? But UD again, going back to the passive approach dito.
Should. FERVID, sila yung nag-timeout, no? So you would kind of expect them to try something cheesy. Querdas on that same page. So, tama lang yung ganito nila, Ramon, no? Waiting for FERVID to kind of make a mistake as they do rely on their snipers. So baka may mag-peek sa mid dito. Wala eh. Walang tao kahit sa TV, oh. It's just Luns holding with a steep angle, waiting for anyone to bite the bait dito sa HM. At mukhang tatlo yung lalapit sa kanya.
O pwedeng hindi din, no? Kung sa TV sila manggagaling.
Mhm.
On the way there is gonna be A7J. He's not holding the sniper, granted, no? Ayun yung ginagamit niya from the previous rounds. But instead, he's gonna be very aggressive with that rifle that he has in his hand, nade out. So it's giving an idea that QD might actually have somebody on that high angle. 1 minute for that execute. At baka nga mag-take shape yung sinasabi mo, Dado. Baka papunta sila, papunta dito kay Lance.
A7J knows this. Kaya pinadala niya na si ㍍Third. Ayun lang, Dre. Nakita niya na si Justin eh. Ay, that lurk was everything para sa FERVID dito, kaya kailangan na pumalag ni A7J at mahuhuli lang siya ng Querdas. FERVID, it's falling apart, Ramon. It's all up to Luns now, at kahit si Luns hindi ito matama. What is happening? It's all turning away para sa FERVID. Kahit sino hindi tumama. That's Luns just on the pistol to try and recover this round. But everyone else is falling like flies. 1v4 for the sniper of FERVID. And kahit yung flash hindi gagana para sa kanya, Luns is just dead. What did I just watch, Ramon? My eyes hurt.
Bro, yung akala nating execute na punta dun sa B, na bait and switch lang tayo, pre. It was a bait all along, set up para kay Etja. While everybody else is partying dun sa B, nag-rotate na agad yung BL side nila papunta sa A side na libreng-libre lang. Set up thanks to the quick awareness for QD, knowing na magpupush pa rin ng FERVID. It's exactly the weakness that we talked about before, pre. If they keep doing this, it's always gonna be a free side para sa there's nothing on FERVID. And that's exactly what QD wants at the end of the day. 5-1 na tayo. Back to a patient game para sa QD.
And again, FERVID, I'm lost, Ramon. Hindi naman ganito yung itsura nila kahapon. What happened?
Yeah.
What is different between fighting Querdas and fighting STS? Luns is that one consistent factor dito ng FERVID. But apart from that, what else?
Pretty the one that's standing tall ngayon, but dapat hindi lang kasi launch show to. But everybody else is doing something else. They still maintain that control over Hotel para sa FERVID. QD playing this very, very slowly. Si Yote ba yung may first contact? Or hayaan ba niya pumasok tong si Lance? A good shot from him.
God.
That's 2 kills for nothing. FERVID back to Turtle.
Okay. Binigay na ni Lance yung round na to. FERVID, huwag nyo nang papakawalan. It's a freebie from your sniper. ㍍Third just has to wait. That's the head glitch. Working perfect. ㍍Third looking for more. Si Etchan dyan na rin sa ilalim niya. Flash is out. Naku po, hindi nakatingin si Dre. Napuslitan ka na. And look at Etcha. The trigger discipline finally catches ㍍Third. Pero si Vincent, ganun din yung gagawin. What has happened again? Paano naging 2v2, Ramon? Di ko alam. Pero yung bomba na itanim na.
Nangyari? Lima kanina yung FERVID na. Why are they pushing? Why are they getting dismantled by QD? 2v2, Yetja, good spray transfer! Inuubos ang FERVID slowly in towards a 6-1.
This is hard to watch, Ramon. I'm not gonna lie. FERVID handed on a silver platter, double kill for Lance, and they still lose the lead. Oh my!
Hindi nila yung pinaghirapan, pre.
I'm about to crash out.
Honestly, I don't want to say it like that, pero literally, FERVID are pushing out of the sights. Sa mismo nag-iintay na Vincent, sa mismo nag-iintay na Yetja. A 2v5 converted because of mistakes by FERVID, pre.
Pwede bang mag-timeout ulit, FERVID? I don't know what's happening, man.
I need a timeout, bro.
Same, parang ganun na nga eh. It's kind of hard to witness how big of a difference it is, this map. Ang ganda pa naman ng mga sinabi ko para sa angkaran ng FERVID. So I don't know where this form is coming from. I know this team is better than this. Okay, Vents play for D and J Kim. Let's see some magic happen from the riflers, from the attackers.
Dapat lang. Expect a lot out of them. And D, out of guard, but D is stalwart.
There you go.
Syempre, walang takot si D. They needed a shining star, and just like a star, he exploded before our very eyes. Good popcorn galing kay Vincent. Into a 4 versus 3.
Okay, ito na naman lamang na ulit ang FERVID. Only losing D in that process, so hold pa rin ni J Kim dito yung A site. Surely, Querdas cannot recover from this. Surely not. FERVID, good position sa HM pero hindi makapag-decide sila saan siya titingin, Ramon.
Hesitancy, no?
Ayun na nga
And let me remind you, 2 versus 5 kanina yung naging clutch ng Querdas. And now it's an arguably easier position, no? 3 versus 4. Smoke placed down dun din sa may RS. So, parang bait lang yan to keep both Lance as well as ㍍Third dun sa B. But J Kim and A7J have kept themselves dito sa A site. It's a crossfire setup. And with 15 seconds, they have to push Vincent. I think first contact, napatay pa nga si J Kim. Sinagasaan siya, A7J recovers. And also has to go back towards exit, pero Yotib gonna deny that. At wala nang retake para kay A7J. Vincent and Yotib, the last 2 players for Querdas.
It's happening again. Nagbato ng granada dito kay Vincent. Hindi siya tinamaan. Lance coming from exit. ㍍Third from entrance. And Lance with a nice shot. At salamat, Lance. Buhay ka pa.
Nice.
That shot the round para sa FERVID dito. Almost won by Querdas. But again, it's Lance. The saving grace of FERVID. Minsan, napapaisip ako kung si Lance ba talaga yung rookie dito sa roster na to. But there you go. He will bail out FERVID. 4 rounds behind, pero at least naka-score na ang FERVID.
Let's steer the conversation papunta dito sa Querdas. They actually had a good call na, sige, huwag tayo magpaingay, tapos force ourselves papunta dun sa LA. Nagpakita na naman tayo papunta dito sa Vents anyway. And they took the site with an open J Kim sa kabila lamang ng top 8 position na yan. It's a good call and a good timing para sa QD at the end of the day. While we see mistakes for FERVID, I kind of want to commend QD for their setups. Their executes are coming at this without that much challenge, pre.
Exactly. And Vincent also with a nice entry dun sa EA, no? Nakita niya yung mga angulo ng mga kalaban niya despite not using any utility. So Querdas maximizing their manpower. This time they maximize the mid control. Wala kasing smoke na binabato ang FERVID kaya papasok ang Querdas sa TB. Or are they going to HM? Parang nagde-decide pa ang Querdas.
I mean, may option din sila na iiwan lang ang kahit isang player dito. Mas nag-iingay na nga sila all the way towards that B side as well. Lance does not hit the shot. He doesn't usually do that. Maybe a re-peek, maybe a USP. Good flash coming through para sa FERVID. Lance has a bit of time para mag-escape. But now, Querdas deciding na baka hindi natin kailangan kunin yung HM na to, pre. We're taking a little bit too much time.
Tignan mo yung Lance effect, Ramon. They spot out Lance. Nakita nila yung name tag. Everyone running away from mid. ㍍Third na yung makakita sa kanila. And that's 4 players spotted by Dre. Pulls out the USP. Wala na siyang HE. Kailangan niya labanan to. And Vincent just puts out the lights of ㍍Third. 40 seconds. Papasok na ng B ang Querdas.
Solo mission for ㍍Third not working out. That's becoming an hotel. Cleared up para sa QD. Mid-side also taken since nandito din si Yetja. So it falls on the shoulders of the 3 players of FERVID. Lance will he hit the shot. He does. Vincent patay. Entry not gonna work out. A7J pumasok with that sniper. FERVID finally answering with a GR side. Defending yung entry and QD can't go in. D laying the final shot kay Yobs. And FERVID, they finally get that last laugh. 3-6 sa first half natin.
And again, the man to thank para sa FERVID dito is Lance.
Lance.
Triple kill with 1 HP. Thank the lucky stars, FERVID, dahil meron kayong Lance sa roster nyo. Making this a doable half para sa FERVID. Lamang ng 3 ang kalaban nila dito. But now, FERVID, pwede na lang ipakita yung hinanda nila dito sa playoffs. The blacklist side on Ankara, I would say, is world class for FERVID. So let's see the same form that we saw yesterday from STS. Let's see the perfection for FERVID dito, no? Buti na lang meron din tayong konting respite dito sa mid-round or sa halftime. Pwedeng mag-usap ng konti dito ang FERVID. Mitigate some of the mistakes. And cook up a plan for the second half, Ramon.
For sure. All eyes on Angelito, A7J himself, to try to cook up a strat na pwede magulantang ang Querdas ngayon. We've seen him be a prime factor nung nakalaban nila ang STS kahapon. They need to pull out another game where he has to make the difference. Lalo na't dehado sila ngayon, 3-6 sa scoreline natin. And I kind of feel like madali lang yung pwedeng i-fix dito sa FERVID Nung nasa GR side sila, masyado atang naparami yung mga rounds na binibigyan nila yung space sa Querdas, allowing them to get these aggressive executes. Pero ngayon na nasa BL sila, they can just try to mitigate that, be the ones to dictate the pace and the tempo of this game right now.
More importantly, punish the mistakes of Querdas. Querdas kasi hindi sila pinakamalinis maglaro in the league. They win games by being unpredictable, but sometimes unpredictability has its downsides. FERVID, now is the time to come back and strike back against Querdas. Well, Querdas are not gonna let them sa ngayon. Kahit yung hotel, hindi papasukin ni Justin sa ngayon, Ramon. No? So, it's the waiting game for FERVID. Up until the minute mark. We got 1 minute and 51 on the clock. At uti-uti nang gumagawa ng presensya si D dito sa LA.
Grabe yung gamble nila dito, no? 3 players dito sa may A side para sa FERVID. If these nades are gonna come down para sa FERVID right now, they could kind of get the pick, but instead, just letting them know na wala na kaming nades, pre. All the way towards that B site, mukhang nakikita natin that A7J is trying to get a little bit of a lay of the land. But there's not gonna be that entry. 1 minute and 20 seconds. FERVID, wala pa ring desisyon.
They have controlled the hotel though. So may konting espasyo na ang FERVID. Pwedeng mag-push yung ibang players papuntang mid into TB and go for the B split. Smoke setup mula kay Dre, inihahanda na. At yung C4 position is in big door. I think just a bit of space dito sa mid and they can go for that B execute, which looks like the plan para sa FERVID dito. 3 player. Yung nasa hotel, mag-BBR din si A7J.
They put the fake nade as well. Punta dun sa A-side. So talagang convinced na si Yetja. But now he knows it's just a lurk. Patay si ㍍Third. Now triggers the entry para sa D. Good shot! Good double! D! Isa kang... Grabe ka! Isa kang Diyos! Sa loob lamang ng Ankara to get 3 kills in time. But QD still answer back with a 1v1. Yetja all alone. It's up against A7J. The big brother coming down to town. Finally, what's that smoke down? So saan magre-reposition si Yetja? He can't push that smoke, Daydom.
Si Yetja lilipas sa kabila. Pasok sa hotel from BR into hotel exit. At si A7J, akala niya nandun pa rin. Manggagaling sa mid. Naku po, A7J, tumalikod ka. Tumalikod ka! Hindi mo alam nandiyan na sa likod mo. Pero hindi niya nahuli, A7J! Coming back with a vengeance! 10 seconds. And A7J is just buying time! Naku po, Yetja, stick mo na! And A7J plays around the wall, stays alive, keeps FERVID the round 4-6.
Easy kill na nga, naging bato pa para kay Yetja. All the pressure in this battle for third felt up by the young gun, who already would have had a headshot dito kay A7J. But he gives him a lot of time to repo dun sa RS. Getting that 1 versus 1. Lance with an early shot kay ㍍Third as well. ㍍Third, what is happening? Naka-counter sa early picks. A7J already on that B site. And now, Querdas forced on that retake. Si Justin lang yun nandito.
Nawala si ㍍Third. No? At nakapasok na ng B si A7J. Justin, yun na nga eh. Siya na yung mag-isa, and when he is down, B site is open for business. FERVID about to converge sa B site, pero kailangan nila maging careful. Nasa TB si Vincent, yung IGL. Hindi alam ni JKM, and JKM will fall down. Hawak-hawak niya yung bomba. Yobs makes noise and D is down. And Yobs finds the double. Suddenly, Querdas are back in this game.
Doable na. Especially after the mid-lurk for Yobs. FERVID, they've picked up yung C4 and they have no idea kung saan ang manggagaling to si Vincent. They have to hunt him down. So okay lang siya, Lance. He hungry to take Vincent and he does go down. Si Yobs na lang. And now an unknown entity. They spotted him kanina dun sa mid, pero he's wrapped around all the way from RS papunta sa batteries. How will FERVID work out the 1 minute? Kasi may space na dun sa may A site.
Not sure kung narinig si Yobs na tumatakbo papuntang RS, no? Kasi yung player dito ng FERVID na nandito sa TB, that's Lunch. Another player, A7J, will be coming in from BR. And with 48 seconds, marami pa silang oras makapagtanim dito, Ramon. A7J clearing every possible corner. At si Yobs manggagaling sa RS. Magkakakitaan na sila dito sa B. And A7J is 1 HP. Taken down by Yobs quite easily. Si Lons naka-sniper. Dalapit. Hindi nakita ni Yobs. The USP is more than enough. Another round saved by Lons.
Lance, you're doing it again, my friend. Saving FERVID from certain deaths around na to. Being that 1v1 makes all the difference with the USP out. Kahit naka-rifle si Edja, hindi niya ma-confirm yung spray. That's the second time in a row kung saan he was in the advantageous position. Choked out by the situation. Pasok agad dun sa high mid. And Vincent, he has to go hunting, has to go back. Kasi ang daming mga players ng FERVID na umahabol lang kay Vincent. The party is over because FERVID are inside of the site. Patay ang dalawa. Nasa loob ng RSCD. He gets 3 kills para sa FERVID. They're dying left and right. Pero Justin nakaharap ng isa. D down. Pero Tracifer, take that trade. Si Etza na lang. 1v4. Patay si J-Kim. But they're just hunting them down sa mismong bahay ng Querdas. He has to just run away. He has to hunt them down with a 1v1. But honestly, how is Yetja winning these fights?
They want to get the kill. And they are handing it to Yetja. Yan, nagtanim na si A7J. This should be the discipline play from FERVID. Tracifer nakatabay sa Ares. Naku po, nakita si A7J! At may chance sa patuloy manalo si Yetja dito, Ramon. It is falling apart for Vid. You have to keep it together. Nagbato ng HE. Pero buti na lang nasa RS si Dre. FERVID pinaglaruan ng Querdas. We're back to a tied game.
And it's not because of Lance saving the day anymore. It is FERVID back in the system. From 3-6, naging 6-6. Tablado na tayo sa battle for third pre. And an Ankara map that is very clutch dapat para sa FERVID. This is one of their best maps. But they're getting handled all the way from first half. They needed this resurgence. At buti na lang from the push coming into RS. Nakahanap ng energy yung FERVID players natin on the BL. This is well needed para sa kanilang atake.
And there you go, the final shot to get the round para sa FERVID dito. Getting a little bit aggressive. Look at LA, Ramon, ha? Andito na si Yobs para sa Querdas. And that's a lot of info gathered mula kay Yobs. No, alam nila na walang tao dito sa dilaw, sa yellow. So, it's forcing a bit of movement mula sa Querdas. I like this defense, ha? Good adjustment. And that's giving a lot of info para sa Querdas.
Especially with the position from Yobs as well. He could just... Pwede siya maglaro na parang daga, pre. Just let them run the map all the way towards LA. Pero ang daming players ng FERVID na papasok lamang dun sa may second mid. Bukas yung hotel. Makukuha nila yung akyatan. So this all will follow on how the high mid player, Vincent, magpipeak ba siya dun sa BR? Hahayaan ba niya kunin yung space?
Parang hindi, Ramon. Hindi siya magpipeak. She's holding HM. Kasi confident naman siya dito sa player na to, si Yotib, na nakaantabay sa hotel exit. And it's a perfect position on the sniper as well. Tracifer about to face the wrath of the Querdas sniper. At yun na nga nangyari, pero si J-Kim sasagot ng isa. That's a nice little entry from FERVID as J-Kim opens up the B site. Pero si Justin nandito pa rin sa loob. FERVID, kailangan yung hulihin si Justin dito, pero siya ang nanghuli kay D. A7J avenging his brother. Justin inside the smoke, inside TB. 1 versus 2. At si Ramon, wala na siyang masasabi kasi si Lance na ang tatapos sa round na yon. FERVID are ahead 7-6.
It was a good play for FERVID all along. Despite Querdas having a decent start dito on their defense, the way that they're able to push with a split, inuna nila yung hotel, tapos saka pa nila hinabol yung nasa BR because of the first contact that they got from that hotel position, pare. It was a good timing at the end of the day for the execution for FERVID. That nets them the lead this time around despite Justin's heroics, despite the rat position na naset up niya para sa sarili niya. It's not gonna work out. Na-save ng FERVID yung round na yun despite them being down on numbers.
Exactly. And I can't help but feel like Querdas are starting to lose confidence. If that, no? If starting nga ba yung tamang word. Kasi parang kanina pa sila natatakot pumalag sa FERVID dito. That was a couple of nice angles from Querdas that they could have maximalized earlier. Maximalized? Pero mukhang hindi nila na-maximize eh.
Yo.
Ayun, yun hanap yung term. They had a couple of players inside of the smoke. Pwede sana nilang i-overwhelm yung Querdas na pinipilit makapasok ng site. Awkward eh. Yung mga posisyon ng Querdas sana. Kaso sila pa yung nakapag-push laban sa Querdas dito, which should not have been the case. Parang nakita yon ni coach dito sa Querdas, kaya nag-timeout na. Vincent doing the exact same thing. Instilling a bit of confidence back into their players. Naku po, nasa-stress na si Yotib. You don't want to see this.
Exactly. May dalawang choices lang naman yung Querdas para dito, no? You let them get the space, tapos magre-retake tayo, or you just fight for the site. Ang nakita natin sa Querdas, totropahin. Joke lang. Siyempre, ang nakita natin, they were still fighting for it.
Grabe.
But it was through the smokes as well. So, medyo difficult din na makuha nila yung trades agad-agad, di ba? And I kinda want to give props to Justin kasi despite them having a dismantled defense dun pa lamang sa may B side, he held his guard at maganda din yung position niya. Hindi sila makapasok na mabilis. But it wasn't really needed kasi kahit si Justin lang yung frontline dun, what if tatlong players na nag-triple peak sa Querdas na willing to take the fight? They put themselves all in a 50-50, which is not what you want to do when you know that FERVID are down in numbers, pre.
But at the same time, that's kind of the Querdas play style, right? The 50-50, the lurk na walang info dito ni Vincent. Oddly enough, hindi natin nakikita masyado dito sa GR side nila, no? So, Querdas, I'm missing that Querdas personality. Maybe yun yung kailangan ibalik dito ng Querdas, no? The risk-taking team, heavily relying on their lurk and on their firepower. Maybe put them back on the map dito sa Ankara na nawala na ang lamang nila. Ramon, ano nga pa yung score nila kanina? Ang laki ng lamang dito ng Querdas. It doesn't matter because it's gone. It's 7-6 now. Yes. And FERVID again looking to push on all parts of the map. Ganda na ng simula sana dito ni Yotis. Justin. Yes, he got a kill. But I dare say pwede pa siyang makakuha ng mas marami.
Yeah. Exactly. Get himself in the top position too. Now 7-6 tayo ngayon. It's a patient play para dito sa FERVID. I like the push coming out for D doon sa may mid side though. Expecting na baka mag-peak doon sa may mid side, but overall, QD, baka nag-gear up sila para sa isang aggressive push dito sa may second mid. Flash coming in. Crossfire established. A7J, kailangan kalapin, pero A7J finds the shot. Good push coming in from bypass as ㍍Third will get the second kill. Querdas, yung setup na ginawa nila, nawala na sa isang iglap. FERVID just answering with patience and into a 2v5 na ubos ang Querdas.
Grabe yun. Si D with a shot. And si ㍍Third left all alone. Yung big door hold ni A7J, nag-ala Michael Jackson siya doon sa kakagalaw niya para bang sumisigaw siya ng hihi. And ㍍Third, mag-isa na lang. Nasa likod niya na si J-Kim, hinahabol na ng FERVID. Ang Querdas. Ay, J-Kim, wag! Wag! Please! Nakita si J-Kim, okay, may binabalak na masama. Na para bang naging tondo ang Cebu. Tumakbo ka na, ㍍Third. Time is ticking at hindi na ito para sa bomba. Paubos na ang oras ni ㍍Third dito na muntik ng magripuhan at tatapusin na ni Lance ang kwento ng round number 14. Si FERVID ang aangat 8-6-2 rounds away from taking Ankara.
At natikman pa nga ng Querdas yung mismong sakit na binigay sa kanila ng FERVID. They now were playing off of a patience play doon pa lamang sa may second mid. Expecting that push. They're just capitalizing on the aggression. Early pick papunta dito kay Lanzo. A big pick nonetheless papunta dun sa FERVID. Nahanap na nila yung sniper. But QD have only gotten step 1.
Yun na nga. Okay, you take out one player but what now? Paano ba tatapusin yung mid-round adjustment dito ng FERVID? Going to TB, all 4 players. Naku po Ramon, pwede pa nilang mapagana to. FERVID are pushing B site with all their strength.
A lot of it will have to come from that first contact. Justin, na-realize lang nasan siya. They have to push in. This is the best time for FERVID to get the entry on point. Justin gets one, and Yotib sprays them down with the USP. FERVID, they had the window to push it to the side, but J-Kim might have actually reopened that conversation. 3 versus 2. A7J, good shot kay ㍍Third, pero Yobs with the refrag. It's all down to J-Kim. Does not get the flick. Si Yotib ang sasagot sa FERVID na pumapasok sa site. Querdas Esports bounce back 7-8.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Justin becoming reactive and then proactive at the same time. Na-hold na tuloy yung B-site ng mag-isa lang siya, no? And Querdas making it impossible for FERVID to make that 4-man push happen dito sa TB. Okay, it's an individual strength round para sa Querdas dito. But the question is repeatability. You can't ask Justin to do the same thing. So kailangan may gawin ditong kakaiba ang Querdas para lang makuha yung 8-8 scoreline. Tahimik ang mapa, FERVID. Alam nila na problema pa rin talaga dito si ㍍Third eh. So ang gagawin nila, they're going to send one player doon sa HM. Lance. Challenge ㍍Third.
Challenge at YouTube's not even gonna meet right now kasi mas problema na yung TV. Now that puts Lance in a bit of a spotlight. Kung magpupush nga ba siya, that's gonna be good counter para sa kanya as FERVID. They have control over Hotel. They're now finding themselves over towards that mid side. ㍍Third versus Lance. Or will this be D's conversation? ㍍Third has to back off. Kailangan niyang umalis kasi nakita na siya ng FERVID. Justin committing to the fight. And commit is not what you wanna do, my friend. FERVID, ang dami nila sa TV. Babalik sila papunta dun sa LA at mag-execute sila on the other side of the map.
There we go. That's the structure for FERVID. That's what I'm looking for. Get a kill. Ikot buong team dito sa LA kung saan naririnig na ni Yobs yung footsteps pero walang pake ang FERVID. They're gonna execute A-site with all their might. At si A7J ang unang malalaglag. Nice hold from Vincent. Pero it's an even nicer couple of kills for DN Lance. 2 versus 2! And he shuts down the lurk from the IGL of Vincent. At naka-triple kill pa nga si D dito. FERVID, set point.
Gusto niya maging match MVP, pre. You can see it in his eyes. The fire for D is reactivated. Sa pag-entry nila on the way towards A, wala silang pakialam na nabigay numbers in the early. If they're gonna be able to have a good execute, a good push on towards exit, QD have nothing to say. Fight in the last possible round para sa kanila. 9-7. Set point na naman para sa FERVID. Familiar territory to push in towards set number 3.
It's about to happen. FERVID are gearing up for A-site. Yan na, magla-line up na dito. Si A7J at si Dre mag-i-entry with the USP. Flash coming in. At papasok na dito mula sa fence ang tatlong miyembro ng FERVID. Si Yobs walang naibat-bat. Pero si Vincent hanap ng isa. A7J and JKM, the attackers are on the board. And FERVID are in A-site.
At alam mo, pag sila naman yung nagpa-party-party, FERVID know that they're gonna be in the winning conversation. Ito na yung objective. Na-confirm na yung flank. Pero alam ng QD, wala na masasagot on the re-clear unless ㍍Third can do something about it. Patay si J-Kim. D now re-enters onto the fight. 27 seconds. D has the push and the push is coming into ㍍Third. Patay na yung sniper. Si Justin lang titira and Lance, the savior, the grace of FERVID is unquestionable. 2-0 ang kara para sa FERVID.
And this conversation is drastically different from the group stage performance. FERVID, that's an interesting game. Ramon, that's what I'm gonna say dito. Ano? Yes, it was a phenomenal showing dito sa last 3 rounds natin. Pero bakit kailangan tumagal ng 14 rounds para makaabot tayo sa ganong pormahan ng FERVID? Kumbaga, feeling ko yung FERVID para silang diesel dito. Kailangan nilang magpainit muna ng ilang minuto bago tayo umabot dun sa punto na full force na sila. But when they're at that point, mahirap silang pigilan dito. And it's exactly the case sa paborito nilang mapa na Ankara. 2-0, sabi mo nga Ramon, they will deny the overtime.
Yep, definitely, pre. And I can't help but feel that it took a bit of time para makapasok din yung FERVID dito sa system na to, no? You can't deny that they struggled, lalo na nung nasa GR side nila where QD were kind of playing that patience game na hindi ako sanay na makita para sa kanila, eh, no? They were expecting those pushes on second mid, napapatay nila sa early peaks yung mga players natin on FERVID. Pero once they transitioned to a BL side, it was an almost flawless across the board para sa kanila, pre. And that's a scary FERVID to say the least, eh, no? Kapag activated na si Lance, kapag maganda yung decision making ni A7J, kapag yung execute, eh, minsan lang pumapalya. It's a formula for success for FERVID, kaya na-net nila yung Ankara map na ito, eh, no? Now, that begs the question, is the FERVID roster at their peak ngayon in the battle for third? Kasi syempre meron pa rin tayong third set. At sa third set na yan, it's an unknown quantity against the conversation up against a QD, no? Specifically sa matchup niya at against FERVID. Kasi 2 maps pa lang naman yung nakalaban nila ang FERVID sa group stage pa lang. At dito sa third set, it's a big question mark at to say the least, pre.
I have a very definitive answer sa tanong mo kung peak ba to ng FERVID. No, it's not. It's a very messy first half. It's a very messy first half of the second half. And I think it's a very definitive no dito. Ankara should be cleaner from them. This is a team that I expect highs from. Kasi nakita na natin to. Kahapon nakita na natin to. Why can't it be as clean today?
Exactly, no? At least now they're gonna be settling over towards that battle for third at this point, showing the highest of highs para sa FERVID, and QD struggling down at 0-2. We're gonna be throwing it over to our panel. Mochi and Bipolar, ready na ba kayo dyan?
Ready talaga, no? Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters kasi biro mo naman, Bipolar. We started off so strong here for Querdas, no? Proving, actually, on the way para ma-prove na yung stats natin kanina in terms of the win rate in the map of Ankara is not entirely true, but unfortunately, kinlakbakan lang ng malala ng FERVID.
Yun na nga, I mean, there was like 7 things, no? Shout out kay Ma'am Le. 7 things towards what has happened dun sa ating first half, kung saan parang nakalamang dito ng todong-todo ang ating players mula sa QD. Yes, they were playing very much greater, pero why was the activation for FERVID later in that map? That was basically a very, very parang inconsistent play mula sa kanila. What happened? Like, what? They got out from a win out of subbies kung saan parang they were really, really strong, but they weren't as strong pagdating dito sa first half natin sa Ankara. So a lot of things to basically eat up, no? Even for us viewers and as well as dito sa ating mga talent pool na parang, wait, they won still, 2-0, good job, but that wasn't the cleanest Ankara coming in for FERVID, not even the slightest. But Querdas, may palaga, yun yung may kita natin ngayon, and that is what I want to highlight here na despite them losing the very first map, mapick pa nila in Ankara again, it's still in play. The 50-50 chance is still there in the first half, in the first few runs, even in the second. QD actually firing pretty well. Look at Yotib getting these quite good angles, at ito yung aasahan mo sa kanya again. Kapag open ang mapa, kapag mahaba ang linya, mahaba din ang pasensya ni Yotib para makakuha ng kills, and that is where he really shines. But you still have fraggers, you still have attackers, you still have backup players mula dito sa side ng FERVID na talaga namang nagwe-wait lang talaga ng signal na go, oras na, at buti na lang lumabas yun para sa kanila. Because if not, well, it's a different setting point. Baka maging 1-1 yun. But nonetheless, ito na nga po ang ating stat line pagdating dito sa ating dalawang teams. 10-7, Mochi, closer than expected. But QD, look at that, double digits for everyone. Not a lot of headshots though, especially for Yobs and Yetja. But ㍍Third actually taking a little bit of a break here, and now Lance, this is Prime Lance.
Actually, yun nga din eh. Doon agad nagpan yung mga mata ko, no? Yung stats ni Lance na naman dito na 23 kills. Lance, akala ko ba hold lang ng angle? Parang hindi naman ata yun lang yung ginawa mo dito sa ating laruan ngayon. And I actually admire all of the things na ginawa din dito ng FERVID, no? Despite quite of a really tough start wherein they're a bit too far apart spread dito sa ating mapa, is nabawi naman nila yun nung tayo ay nakarating sa ating second half. Idagdag na rin natin dito kung gano'n rin katindi yung headshot din dito ni D, no? Which is crazy how both of these very much rising stars are just accumulating the majority of the numbers dito, no, from FERVID. And here for Querdas, like what you have mentioned, nice try, pero iba lang din talaga ang talima dito ni Lance and as well as ni D, because when it comes down into the map of Ankara, they are bound to perform, and to perform, they did. And unfortunately, no, in their map pick, talaga nga pinakita nila na regardless of all of the strengths na meron sila dito, no, kayang-kaya talaga nila itong tapatan, at yon ang nangyari ngayon. Reason as to why we're already sitting into the 2-0 right now. Plus, iba rin talaga yung mga calls din dito ni A7J na, you know what, alam mo, bago pa natin sila makita na makagkaroon ng execute, what if ubusin na lang natin agad para wala nang mid-round calling, wala nang further reactions na magaganap on their end. Pero let's see kung magkakaroon ng pagkakaiba to as we head to a really quick short break para sa ating ikatlong mapa maya-maya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble for naman sa receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. And pinakabantay, he's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
And guess what? We're back again. Dito naman sa ating ikatlong mapa, no? Magkakaroon na kaya ng tantos diyan sa side ng Querdas o tatapusin na to ng lubos ng FERVID maya-maya as we head to our fourth map.
Kung maraming ganun, Mochi, hindi pa naman ubos ang players natin dito mula sa Querdas.
Yes.
Yobs has yet to activate. Utib is still playing his game, but we need a little bit more levels. No? And with these 2 rounds, I'm pretty sure their levels are not that low anymore. Vincent as well, no? Onting prowess na rin, especially dun nga sa Ankara natin. Not gonna be closing it out. Nakita naman natin 2-0 na agad dito sa bottom left natin ang score for FERVID. But this is another time for Querdas to possibly claim something. Kasi di na natin makita yung kulit, Mochi. Somehow, Querdas actually silent now for their 3rd match. And this means a lot for both teams. I am telling you that they're giving their all, but it seems that they're very much sloppy. We'll be going into that more later on pag natapos ng matchup. But yeah, FERVID, great comeback. But we want more stability, especially sa kanila sa early game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that one, no? Lalong-lalo na when it comes to the map of Port as well, we can see some glimpses of life dito from Querdas, no? Na talagang pinapahirapan nila yung mga nagiging katapat nila dito. But right now, with the current status that they're playing against FERVID, it seems like na uudlot palagi yung mga executes na ginagawa. Dala ng binabato nila dito ng FERVID na auto-kill kaagad, no? Nang maaga pa lang nag-i-start ang ating mga rounds. And we really do hope that we will see a bit of an solution, no? After having that sort of problem here against FERVID, which so far hindi pa nila nabibigyan ng pansin.
Yun na nga eh. I mean, there's a lot of things to adjust. Yes, there's a lot of things to consider. Mid-roundings have been, 100 to 0 every time. But, Mochi, let's see if FERVID actually has a set plan here. Kasi pagdating sa mapang to, you cannot go willy-nilly. Port is a map of map dominance. Kumbaga, yun yung kailangan nila. And it also applies to yung ating pinag-uusapan, especially when Sneaky Frog was on the caster desk na he immediately told us na whatever you go here, this support, you need to have that CA control kasi you have the lineups on A. You can go for those set plays na parang kailangan mo ipakagat yung mga players na mag-rotate dito, catch them off guard pag nag-rotate dito sa my mid. If you're on the BL side, but it also applies on the GR. If you control CA, you control already around like 60% of the map. So, a lot of things will happen dito sa mid. And since there has been a lot of adjustments for these players, not just for STS and VP, na parang we prioritize the players now here on mid. Not always on top A. Sometimes it still happens. Pero snipers will be having fun here. Lance, 23 kills kanino or more than 20 kills will be possibly garnering more. A possibility of MVP wouldn't be that far away. Yotib as well, no, may kita natin dito. But I'm also very curious if QD will just go for that willy-nilly B push every time. We've seen this multiple times mula sa kanila, na 4-man push dito sa my mid. Meanwhile, meron ditong mid na insurance na very laid back yung push on the BL side pa. And if FERVID is ready for that, and I feel like they are because A7J knows what's up, they have to mix things up. There's also some problems din naman sa FERVID eh. You have these like inconsistencies nga naman na parang, hey, wake up. It's the final day of SEA Masters for spring. So, let's see kung ano nga ba. Ikaw ba, Mocho? What do you think?
I would like to support you with on that one because there are some moments na iniisip ko nasaan na yung Vincent na malala mag-pop off sa ganito mga tipo ng mga mapa nung second week. No, I feel like that is also something that we hope that we can see from Querdas. No, sometimes having the set plays, overthinking those types of things shouldn't matter anymore because unpredictability wins games, which is, I assume, hindi ito ma-solution kaagad or will be taking some time to address for FERVID, if ever na yun yung kanilang gagawin dito, no? Just by basing din dito sa ating map data, when it comes to the percentage of wins, talagang mas may kalamangan dito ang Querdas, as we have mentioned from earlier on, and we will see if FERVID would be able to cancel it out, especially na I believe magsisimula ata on the side of what do you call this? Magsisimula ata on the side of GR itong ating
Querdas.
Querdas dito ngayon, no? So, they can have a lot of time in order to think this through para mapakiramdaman din natin kung paano kumikilos ang FERVID, do? Would it be a bit more straightforward? Would it be a bit more calculated? They can react based on that one.
Yeah, you know what, looking at it, there's sides na talagang hinahanap dito ng ating teams, and they won't be starting there sa very first half. So momentum will be very much fair since 40 or less than 50% yung mangyayari dito, pero it's gonna be a very map wherein ito ang kailangan bawi ng Querdas, kasi if they not, well, 3-0 is inbound for FERVID.
Would this still continue or will FERVID end it? Malalaman natin yan, kaya ilagay na natin ito sa ating mga casters. Daydom and Ramon, take it away.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar. This is a setup that we're looking for para sa port map nila. Querdas down 0-2 up against FERVID, who really are at the highest point of momentum ngayon, Daydom. I feel like it's gonna be a toss-up, Kasi we expect FERVID to play yung clean defaults na nakikita natin sa kanila. But it's the exact opposite from Querdas. They do like to play that aggressively, pre.
Exactly, and I think the map data really reveals how aggressive Querdas likes to play this map. 70% win rate on the BL side, and the first time na nakita natin dito na maganda yung performance ng Querdas on that port map is against one of the biggest teams in the league, Virtus.pro. Natalo lang naman ng Querdas ang Virtus.pro sa mapang ito, And I think that speaks volumes as to the impact of this team on port. Querdas, pwede na lang ma-utilize or ma-capitalize yung lack of stability dito ng FERVID. So now more than ever, FERVID needs that stability. Kailangan natin yung last 3 rounds na meron dito sila sa Ankara, gawin nila sa lahat ng rounds ng port, kasi ito yung tsansa, ito yung kaisa-isang tsansa ng Querdas. I cannot emphasize how important this match is for Querdas, kasi ito lang yung tanging pagkakataon nila na makuha yung 3rd place finish dito sa Masters. You have to remember, Ramon, it's do or die for Querdas.
Definitely is, no? We can't help but feel that this is the highest peak that we've seen for Querdas nga naman, From impact all the way towards where we are right now, even getting really good upset wins up against Execration, and also getting a set, as you mentioned dito, Sky VP. It's no easy feat talaga, but they pulled it off, pare. The fact that they're here is a very, very big achievement for the organization as a whole, and I wanna see them keep developing. Pero at the current state talaga, it's very much a struggle, no? Lalo na sa isang FERVID na hindi naman malinis yung naging Ankara match nila, but eventually they got their groove going into an almost flawless push papunta doon sa kanilang second half. So, will they be able to retain that heat papunta dito sa port map? That's a debate, at sila na mismo ang dapat magsagot niyan. QD versus FERVID, and port map awaits.
Lang smoke sa Midlands. Ay, sige, dyan kami.
Smoke lang, smoke.
Ubab lang.
Alright. Querdas looking like they're taking this one seriously, and that's a good sign para dito sa squad nila. Early CA control para kay ㍍Third. We've seen this quite a bit from FERVID. Has found a lot of success with that setup. Tingnan mo naman si Lance. Starting good. Yet Ja is down. Vincent expecting ㍍Third 1-for-1 exchange, Ramon.
And the insurance that they always fall back on, nakuha yung patay dun sa B. May push na coming in from mid, pero A7J already getting that 1-for-1 exchange. A7J continuing. At si A7J pumapaldo. That's 2 kills para sa kanya, and they maintain control dito sa store B.
So punishment mula sa FERVID, at mukhang hindi pa tapos ang punishment ni Angelito. Justin is out. ㍍Third again with a very tall order. At si A7J, iisa pa nga. Ay naku po, A7J, may binalak pa siya doon. Ramon, nakita ko yung mga gear sa utak ni A7J. Sabi niya, parang gusto kong, taga lang, titingnan ako. Marino lang natin.
Muntik na nga Nakita ko yung daliri niya pupunta na sa 3 pre, pero I guess the better judgment para sa kanya. 1-0 now. And it started off with a very good punishment papunta dito sa side ng QD. Who held on the way towards Store B, pero Yotib, good shot papunta kay ㍍Third. Yan yung CA control na kanina pang tinatrabaho ng QD. You saw the push kanina from Vincent. Si Yotib na nagsagot.
Yeah, good read. Mula kay Yotib dito, no? The main niya to eh. Itong CA, ulit-ulit niya tong kinakuha doon. In that VP match that we saw, Yotib consistently getting that angle. Kaya kinuha niya na ulit sa ngayon. Of course, the advantage of the GR side, mas madaling makakyat dun sa CA compared sa BL. So ㍍Third, naunahan siya ni Yotib doon. Mid angle from A7J again. He's looking for something, for someone. Pero wala na si Vincent dito Ramon eh.
Exactly. Nasa curve na lang kung saan nag-expect siya ng fast push for FERVID. I have 1 minute and 30 to kind of make that decision. Narinig ba dali pag-drop ng C4 doon? Dito naman si Yetch at si Yotch.
Right. 4 versus 5. And FERVID are making a bit of noise dito sa house. A7J nagbato na ng granada at papasok na dito. Querdas, we've seen this angle before from Yetcha. And it should be expected from FERVID, but dealing with it, ibang matter yun. Okay, papasok na si Angelito and A7J. Nice little bait out. Kailangan na mag-reload dito ni Yetcha. Naubusan na ng bala. Pero okay lang. He still takes down A7J. Yos! Flick by J-Kim! Nasumabog sa B-side. Triple kill for J-Kim. Okay lang kahit na popcorn siya. Nabuksan na ng FERVID ang B-side. Justin coming in from under. Naku po, kinalaban niya yung smoke and lunch will be going down. D, all alone. Has to save the round. Gets the headshot, but not the second kill. Querdas, beautiful on the defense.
Beautifully done, as you mentioned. Yung pag-hold niya all the way from the box as well as the flank timing was perfect para sa Querdas. That bit of hesitancy after yung presence ni Yetcha just caught the players on FERVID off guard. They could not get any space. At hindi na nakuha yung B-site na hinahanap-hanap nila. Good punishment for QD by that given time. Pre, yung pag-crunch nila for FERVID. Really set the tone para hindi sila makapasok sa site.
Alright. Exactly. Reinforced depensa dito ng Querdas. Again, CA control successfully gained by Yotib. At yung FERVID, sinusubukan nilang i-control yung Z dito. Uy, iniwan nila yung isang player doon ha. Si A7J dito sa house B. While the rest of the team explores LB. Smoke, nakaamoy na dito. Ang Querdas, papasok na ata ang FERVID, Ramon.
Alam na nila. Takantabay lang ang QD. They have Jet and Yobs here. Now A7J has to fight. Good flash and Yobs is completely dismantling A7J on the entry. ㍍Third nangungulit pa rin. At ang FERVID walang pasok sa site. Yetcha just shutting down the entry and Yobs good punishment. Both Yobs and Yetcha are enough. FERVID di sila makapasok sa site.
And it's Lance left alone yet again. Ganda ng depensa dito ng Querdas no? And when you look at this team as a whole, guess mas mataas yung win rate nila sa BL, but their GR side is no joke either. Especially when they're reading FERVID. Nabasa nila yung FERVID no? All it took was 1 HE na puwersa tuloy mag-push yung FERVID na medyo awkward yung timing. So napilitan sila and Querdas just mowed them down. Okay, lamang na ngayon ng Querdas. Have to keep this lead on the GR side. But you have to remember as well, Ramon, Port is GR-sided. Kailangan lang mag-ipon ng rounds dito ng Querdas.
Exactly. It's almost like the expected outcome when QD got the GR side nga naman. So, FERVID, they're gonna have to play that long game. Pero hindi sila manggagaling. Sa CA na lang ulit para kay ㍍Third. We've seen this angle come through para kay Yotib ulit. Pero instead of just one player, that's 4 players na papasok ang FERVID. J-Kim, good entry. At patay pa nga yung CA player na yan. Alam na ng QD na nandun sila lahat. So paano sila magre-react dito, pre?
You're gonna run away. Potentially, bumalik sila ng LA dito. Kasi maybe iniintay lang nilang mawala yung death cam dito ni Yotib. But, it's kind of a classic strategy naman ng FERVID dito. Huddle up in one part of the map, get a kill, tapos rotate. Ayun, hindi pa nila alam kung saan sila magro-rotate. But first part of that strat is done. They take out Yotib, wala ng sniper. At ang lalim na ni ㍍Third. Nakabalik na siya ng CA dito. Pwede siyang mag-ninja papuntang BR.
Hindi catch Vincent off guard, no? Or maybe the rotate coming through for Yetcha as well. Pero FERVID needs some movement. Kasi LA could be the call para sa kanila. Justin taking a bit of space. Wala lang sa ilalim ng top A na yan. ㍍Third nangungulit. Mukhang may idea siya na gustong gawin. Drop into CA, maybe kill off Justin. But Justin's in the position to stop this LA push single-handedly. Justin, he's gonna peek. He does so with one, gets the second. This is more than enough para kay Justin. They can't get into the site. Vincent picks it up. Yun nga lang, Lance is still here. And he gets the shot in, but at M14, A7J split around that BR. Patay si Etja, all down to Yobs. And he's the B anchor, remember. He has to do this alone. Gets the shot kay A7J, pero Lance re-clears and readjusts. FERVID find a BL win.
Yep. Method to this madness for Vid. Able to take the first kill, tapos nag-rotate pabalik doon sa A site. Just dismantle the defense dito si Vincent. Medyo sumabit yung t-shirt na dun sa ladder. Hindi siya nakaakyat. Nahuli siya, no? But end of the day, FERVID ang kumuha ng round na yun, no? Look at Justin, though. Nasa ilalim na siya. Nasa CA na. And ㍍Third just kills him off. Nako po, ㍍Third. Binahayan niya na tong CA, pre.
That quick adjustment from FERVID din. Fully knowing the priority na meron ng QD sa CA is just something to appreciate, no? Now invest Vincent to push in. But that's two players, pre. Kailangan mong umalis. Good P position for Vincent. Alam niyang dalawa yung nakantabay dun pa lamang sa may SD. They turtle up 4 versus 5.
Alright. ㍍Third pushing mid. You know, nabinigyan na sa BR. Yes, not expecting. And ㍍Third finds the one. Andito naman si Vincent to try to recover. Double kill for Vincent. Pero kulang pa rin. Kasi andito na si A7J. Umaakyat, umaamba, at kumukuha ng kill. ㍍Third 1v3.
Shining star for QD. They can't do it all alone. Transforms back into the M14. Good spray kay Jacob, but it's so much to be done as A7J will pick up a multi-frag for FERVID. They get a 3-2 sa BL side ng port map.
Exactly. And I hate to say it, Ramon, no, but I'm seeing some signs of exhaustion mula sa Querdas dito. Nang raratol na yung mga players na in chances where they could have taken a drastically different approach. Pwedeng tahimik yung approach nila, no? Pero ginagamit nila yung maximum fire rate dito ng EBR, which is not a good sign. Jakin, nakakyat sa BR. Justin, tama yung position niya. At siya, Ramon, okay lang. Justin, quick flick. But that's a trade from ㍍Third. At babalik sa CA si Dre. Balik bahay muna.
Yeah, at the exact timing where Vincent should have actually gotten the trade, pero instead, ㍍Third still alive and he's gonna be a pivotal point para sa magiging split push nila on LA. So it's a 4v4 maintained by both of these players. ㍍Third still on top A pa rin. So the priority has to be patayin yung sniper dyan sa side na yan. A good flash. ㍍Third has to peek. Di mamamatay. ㍍Third maayos yung entrada. And even gets that 2K. 3 versus 4. FERVID have a lockdown dun pa lamang sa may A-Yobs with a good shot all the way from exit. He kills it onto ㍍Third. Vincent nag-drop na din si Lance. What is happening to the FERVID post plant? A7J, good timing. Napatayin na si Yobs on the retake. 2 versus 2. And with the IGL down, it's all up to A7J. He doesn't want to be top 4 anymore. He wants to be on the top of his level. Siyat na lang. Full HP advantage and A7J cleans up house. FERVID get the 4th round win.
Absolutely impressive from the IGL. A7J. Tinurehan niya dito yung top A, no? Dealing with every single player from Querdas at yung FERVID nagmamadali papunta ng house B. That's a lot of noise being made. Yobs handang tumanggap. And Yobs will have to try and get a kill here before going down, but he gets the double. At andito rin si Justin at si Yedja para mapigilan ng FERVID. A7J, kailangan mo ulit lumaki ang round na to para sa'yo. Pero mag-isa lang talaga dito si A7J. Wala nang matakbuhan kahit yung bomba, hindi niya malapitan. That should be Querdas with an easy sweep up unless A7J can find the miracle. Pero mukhang malabo na yun.
Yeah, the way that they position themselves from platform and dun pa lamang sa may back, a very well-structured defense na kahit mismong sa ㍍Third hindi makapasok sa site as ㍍Third get the kill dito lamang kay A7J, who I have to say, has been popping off so far, but it's not enough. One man cannot do everything alone para sa FERVID. Querdas with a structured B-site defense has denied another entry for FERVID. At wala sila makuha kahit anong C4 plant doon, pre.
Yeah, Querdas needs some respite. And this is the first time that I've seen ㍍Third shaken. And the reason why nakapagtanim ang FERVID doon sa top A in the round before this is because ㍍Third didn't hit his shots. Kapag ganito ang pormahan ng Querdas, what do you do? ㍍Third is the one consistent performer for their team. This is one of the few times na hindi siya nagpe-perform. So how do you address that, Querdas? It's all up to the IGL. It's all up to the coach. Coach Mensky, it's time to step up. Ikaw ang rason para makabalik dito ang Querdas. Remember, the stakes here, Ramon. Battle for third. And Querdas fighting for just their tournament life. Nakadalawang panalo na ang FERVID dito sa SWAT set natin. At ngayon tablado ang port. Kaya kailangan makabawi ng Querdas dito. Timeout. Vincent trying to recover the pieces.
They have to at this point. Despite them getting the round, no? Querdas want to reset the mental still. Hindi stable yung nagiging depensa kasi laging required yung mga trades para sa kanila. Instead of having a stable first blood from ㍍Third, as you mentioned, nagsastruggle siya dun sa pagkuha niya ng shot on LA, and if it's consistently happening para sa kanya, then Querdas expects or now realize that they have a problem in the system right now. So, respeto ko yung timeout despite them getting that win. And I hope that there's gonna be that resurgence para kay ㍍Third. It's been a different Querdas so far. Na nagre-rely na lang dito set up on that GR. FERVID still having that 4-3. The lead is still there. But both teams would pivot off of the position they are at this point.
I like the timeout from Querdas, no? Because it means that they're not giving up. If you remember their fight against Virtus.pro in that Ankara, they were getting destroyed. And they didn't even pull a timeout. I think yung timeout na to symbolizes that they're still actively pursuing the win against FERVID. And that is what Lance is setting out to do. Uy, nakaupo, nakatakbo si Lance. Nakita niya na may dalawa dito sa C. Nice HE as well mula sa Querdas. Fighting back, I like this.
Expect the smoke, but they're still gonna peek into it. Si D, walang takot. At syempre, ba't ka matatakot, D? You've been developing in the player that you are. And you have expected the IGL, so he could clear. And Vincent goes down. D reaching the peak of his career right now. And into a 3v5. FERVID have control over the B site, yet Ja relied on the flank. And he gets the kill kay J-Kim.
A7J, 1 HP dito. Actually, lahat ng players ng FERVID, isang bala na lang. Pero sa A7J, naka-double kill pa nga. And yet, Ja, one tap by D. Vincent, you didn't need to push that. Desperation for the IGL of Querdas. At this point, Ramon, it's looking dire. At yung FERVID, kahit bawasan silang lahat ton, walang nalaglag. Parang dire-diretso na dito ang FERVID na para bang nawalan ng preno. Pero okay lang. Sila ang nagmamando dito sa Querdas. Dalawa ang lamang ang FERVID looking to close off this match.
On the BL side of all things too, it's upsetting the odds against the Querdas that on paper seems a little bit more comparable dito sa GR side, pero ㍍Third let's put the comfort back to the flash bin. Nakita niya nasa top A, alam niya nasa BR din, so all the attention on ㍍Third as he backups for now para sa FERVID. Yet Ja pushing, Z controlled by him, A7J free real estate. At para kay Just J-Kim, mapapatay lang din si Yetja. 4 versus 5, FERVID, baka B-side na para sa kanila dito.
Baka nga, ano. May control din sila ng Z dito at marami nang binabato si D. Mukhang papapat niya rin yung sarili niya dito, pero nice flash from Querdas will keep Yobs at the advantage. 1 kill for Yobs. Bababa ng under. Si Lance hindi makapasok at yung FERVID nandito na sa likod! Del Yobs! Paano mo natamaan si J-Kim doon? Full control for Yobs! At yung FERVID kinailangan tumakbo, Ramon.
And the only reason kung bakit gusto nila pasukin yung B was the flank from J-Kim. Pero what if Yobs decides to 180 like a Beyblade to kill off the only man that they had on the backlines? Querdas, on reaction, fully stopped the FERVID in their tracks. It's a 3 versus 4 now. And what is the option for FERVID? Hindi na gumana yung B-side push nila.
To be fair, they have plenty of options dito, Ramon. Try and contest curve. Kung saan nandun si Justin na mag-isa. Or they could pivot towards Lance.
30 seconds on the execute and the decision has to be made. Be clear back onto B or labanan na lang yung curve. Justin, you pushed a little bit too far. And that gives curve away over to A7J. Maybe cut off the rotation. ㍍Third gets the spot. Patay si A7J. 2 versus 1 and it's all up to ㍍Ferv. But Vincent, a god on that B site. A 4-5 para sa Querdas. They cut it close. But FERVID will have an easier time sa GR side nila. Grabe yun. And honestly speaking, pare, both teams showing some signs of being unstable sa nagiging setup natin for both sides, no? ㍍Third being on top A, not hitting the shot on that sniper. So many times na nagpupush pa rin yung Querdas in a lot of rounds. FERVID being patient, pero sa mga executes nila, they're getting stopped by the early pushes. As well as the defense that is well-structured pa rin para sa Querdas at the end of the day. Pero if they swap sides, we might see a different story dito.
I wouldn't necessarily call it well-structured. It's mostly Yobs dito sa GR side ng Querdas, no? That has been giving this team a lifeline. You can see on the camera as well, si Yedja medyo nasa stress na, no? And Yobs, hang on. Your team needs you now more than ever. ㍍Third needs you. Buhay pa naman ng Querdas dito. Isang round lang ang lugi nila. And you have to remember as well, when it comes to port, no? Querdas thrive more on the BL side, which is a feat that is very unique to them. Okay, back to the ball game dito, Ramon. Lamang ng isang FERVID sila naman on the defense.
This defense will definitely set this. Para sa defense ng FERVID, it's a mid-clear para dito kay Jakim. It's very aggressive for him. And very different from what we kind of see back in his Sunday Shoes days. Pero for Querdas, it's a different ball game now. Hindi dapat magiging aggressive at this point kasi alam nila FERVID are gonna expect this.
Wow, Querdas. Very conservative sa
Diba?
first BL outing nila dito. Expecting Jakim to show up out of the smoke. Medyo risky mga position dito ng FERVID kapag nawala yung smoke. Kaya i-reinvest nila yung mga smoke nila doon sa mid. Try and find a better angle. ㍍Third at the very corner of the map. At this point, Querdas are expecting a play from FERVID and it's right. Lance is the first to go down. Wala na yung sniper dito ng FERVID.
Sure, Lance down means that that's one half of the double sniper na meron sila dito. Hey, 7J still alive pa rin naman, pero they kind of noted that double A setup, so gonna try to clear towards that mid side. It's ㍍Zipher now on the spotlight. Magpupush ang Querdas on that split. CA ㍍Zipher will have a contention, will get the kill kay Yobs. Lots of damage papunta sa Querdas. They have to clear ㍍Zipher. But a lot of time, a lot of utils invested just onto him. Jakim, now the second layer. Patay si Vincent. Wala silang makakalabas. ㍍Zipher pa. Lalabas with the USP. Gets the kill din kay Justin. FERVID are dominating them sa pag-push nila sa lahat ng sides. It's all down to just ㍍Third.
Yeah, FERVID taking the fight to Querdas and ㍍Third. Tasked again para mag-clutch dito. A7J, makikita niya na. ㍍Third with a 6th sense. Pero kulang yun in the 1 versus 2. Kahit gaanong katagal pa, Ramon, yung pinag-intay dito ng Querdas bago mag-push. Inubos lang sila ng FERVID.
Yeah. And it's not because they were rushing into the B side. Anyways, they had a decent setup para ma-expect yung pag-push nila from mid or as well as dito pa lamang sa may LB. Pero hindi din ginawa yun ng FERVID. Now sila naman ang aggressive. ㍍Zipher from CA just catches Justin off guard. That is nothing that he can do there.
Exactly. Kahit GR side, no? CA pa rin yung puntera dito ni ㍍Zipher and even finds an angle onto Justin. Pahirap ang trabaho dito ng Querdas. Asan na yung 70% win rate na BL side? Pakita nyo na. Si A7J naka-sniper na rin. He's feeling confident. Taking a very risky angle dito sa CA. Tight corner. At babatuhin siya ng granada. Pero hindi gagalaw. Jakim nakaantabay sa RS. Perfect hold. Mag-CZ ang Querdas.
Ganda lang. Awareness si Jacob, alam na mag-clear pa rin na mid-side. Yet down, Yobs finally gets that trade in time. ㍍Third expecting the peak sa CA and he does so. On to A7J, Lance finds the timing and D finally with the flank of a lifetime. ㍍Third napatay pa. Si Yobs, isusunod pa. FERVID putting Querdas on a chokehold.
And Querdas, the most powerful thing about their composition dito sa BL is that execute. And FERVID are making damn sure na hindi makakapag-execute ang Querdas no matter what happens. Lance on the push, D on the lurk. FERVID are throwing everything at Querdas at si ㍍Third. Muntik ng malaglag. Ayun na nga, Lance is taking him down and D to try and get the triple kill. Nakadalwa na siya dito. Si ㍍Third papatahimikin si D, pero nauubos na mga kasapi ni ㍍Third to the point na uubusin na nga ni ㍍Third. 8 rounds for FERVID.
Querdas definitely feeling the weight of being in this battle per third. FERVID feeling no pressure at all, pushing both LA and LB all at the same time. Wala din silang takot, pre. Tinan mo si Jacob, nagdinja na papunta dun sa BR but spotted by Vincent. Quick punishment para dito sa FERVID. So 4v5. They have a double sniper setup so they need to play passive now.
That they do. Oh, D spotted by ㍍Third. Nice couple of kills pa rin sa Querdas. ㍍Third taking the spotlight yet again at si Yobs andito na. Alright, Querdas, I see the signs. And Lance will not connect. Justin will though. At si Lance nalaglag na nga 1v5 for ㍍Third. At well, there's no way around it. Querdas should have this in the bag. 35 seconds is too little time para kay ㍍Third kaya tatakbo na lang siya, Ramon.
And lumayo pa nga. I think it's just gonna be additional 30 seconds na lang para pag-usapan kung yung gagawin into the next coming round. Querdas being push onto that B site really has staved sort of momentum para sa FERVID. Kailangan sila humble kasi pre, masyadong aggressive sa GR side nila. Kaya they need to slow things down. And Querdas really forced that out.
Yeah, pero yung nakita ba yung mukha ng Querdas after that round win, it does not look like a team nakakapanalo lang ng round, no? Not a single ounce of celebration. Yun ba yung kilala nating Querdas? Hindi. Vincent nalaglag. Hindi niya napansin, hindi niya nakuha yung memo na kay ㍍Third na itong CA.
How many times have you seen confident ㍍Third is so far sa mid push na yan? Pretty much aware that Querdas need this key part of the map para makuha yung split push nila. Instead, Querdas nauubos sila ng isa-isa. Down towards a 4v5 as ㍍Third maintains control doon pa lamang sa may CA. Querdas are, I don't wanna say it sana, but they're very scared of the potential defense dito sa FERVID.
Hindi na eh. Querdas, mag-rush lang kayo ng B, hindi madidepensa ng FERVID eh. Where is the confidence from Querdas? I don't know. Kung nararush nila yung Virtus.pro, bakit hindi nila marush dito ang FERVID? They're setting up a split, which is again, not a rush, pero mukhang mahuhuli nila si Dre sa mid ah.
Nga eh. Is Dre gonna go down? Or will this be a time for Lance to step up? He's been consistent all throughout and he needs to maintain his control. 1 minute to execute para sa QD and I don't think that they're even gonna consider the util. They're just gonna go in! Justin! Sinagasaan si Lance! D with the answer! Patay si Yobs! May clear pa dun sa curve! Has A7J will now regain a bit more of that control. 2 versus 3. QD have planted the C4. But look at ㍍Third! The flank is real! Patay si ㍍Third! Si Justin naman! But Justin, he could be enough, but it's never enough up against Mr. Top 4. He wants to go above and beyond. And he gets series point!
FERVID with 1 round away to take the podium finish. This is a Masters C. And Querdas not expecting the rotation from ㍍Third. Ang tagal nilang nag-push sa B-side eh, Ramon. Naikutan tuloy sila ng mga membro ng FERVID at ngayon sila na ang pinapaikot-ikot ng FERVID. About to make a statement dito sa CFS Masters Southeast Asia. Last year finishing in Masters or in Impact as the winner. This year about to make the podium in Masters. At simula pa lang ng taon ng FERVID, makes you wonder saan sila tatapos dito sa ating 2026 season. Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban ng Querdas. May ibubuga pa ba ang Querdas?
Exactly. Mahal ang gas pero may gasolina pa ba para sa Querdas ngayon? Everything that they tried so far hasn't worked out under BL. The push on to LB, lagi may tao dun sa Z. Yung push doon sa CA, nandun lagi si ㍍Third. So may adaptation pa ba na ibubuga dito si QD? Oo, nakuha nila yung store. Pero yung execute mukhang 50-50, nandun na nga yung sniper, nandun pa yung nasa loob lamang ng site.
Si D. Si D pa, out of all people. Ay, Querdas, you don't know what you're getting yourselves into. This could be a tragedy para sa Querdas. It doesn't end like this, Ramon, right? Right?
Probably not, Yobs. Mukhang mabubuksan na yung site. Yobs already on the back of site, pero
Oy!
di ba ata alam? Nandito si Jacob, the king of port is here! But Vincent has sat him down. That's a 2K para sa kanya. ㍍Third, the flank of the century. Knocked out si Otib. A left hook para kay Yobs. It's now down to A7J. The man of the hour, the leader, now stepping down. It's Vincent. Extending the fourth game. Querdas Esports continuing to fight.
Hingang malalim, Querdas, hindi pa tapos ang laban nyo. Ganun lang. Pasok sa site. Overwhelm the players. At wala nang may sasagot ang FERVID dyan, Querdas. 3 round lang ang kailangan nyo para makapag-OT, para manatiling buhay sa Masters. At tuloy-tuloy lang ang kwento ng Querdas. Hindi pa tapos. Buhay pa si Cinderella, Ramon. Pero kaya pa bang tumagal?
Kaya pa ba? The endurance slowly whittling out and the confidence rising para sa mga players on FERVID. QD, they felt this up against VP. Their hope slowly whittling away after good rounds from the opposition. Even in the patience play that they've made, wala sila nakakuha kahit anong opening. FERVID just gonna keep turtled up. Tatum, this might be the dying stages para sa QD.
CA ulit para kay ㍍Third dito, ha. Querdas don't seem to have any plans of contesting. Kahit granada, wala silang binabato kay ㍍Third. Natakit na nga si Yadja dito. Immediately dismissed by ㍍Third. At yung Querdas, lugi na naman, Ramon.
Luging-luget, wala na ata. With Yetcha down, it's a pivotal member that they've had in their arsenal. With 50 seconds, a desperate attempt para sa QD. Their long haul papunta doon sa may B-side. Z still controlled by Vincent. ㍍Third, good punishment, good discipline. Hindi niya i-re-clear yung Z, pero si Vincent may punish kay J-Kim. Just give it another shot as well. D has to step up, but Yotip tells him to sit down. And another out for Vincent. This spells disaster para dito sa FERVID GR. It's up to Lance. But Lance can't do this alone.
No, he cannot. But he has to. Oh, nice flick onto Vincent to start things off on the 1 versus 3. Paubos na ang oras niya dito, Ramon. 24 seconds, pero may utility pa siya. Job spotted. Shot from Lance, hindi tatama. At magagaling siya dito sa under at siya na ang ipuput down under ni Yobs. Okay, Querdas, palapit na ng palapit ang overtime. Konti na lang. And FERVID, nakapag-timeout na ba sila dito, Ramon? I would argue it's time for a timeout kasi ilang rounds na yun ay panalo ng Querdas dito.
They did. Pero nung first half pa yun, pre. It was the time when they won dun sa B-site. But they still wanted the reset. I respect that. Dapat nga mag-timeout ngayon kasi tensing environment. Munti ka na. Kukuha ng FERVID to. At mukhang kukunin na ata nila. Patay si Yobs. And D will get that 2K! D! The development on what could be CROSSFIRE PH next big thing has now shaped up with 8 kills sa GR side nila. Push coming in for Vincent. The IGL finds A7J. 4 versus 3. Vincent trying to take names, trying to take space. Pero FERVID are playing so disciplined.
Exactly. Kasi hindi nila kailangan lumaban, no? Nilaban na ni D para sa kanila yung round na to. Vincent trying to be proactive, manggagaling sa Z. But Ramon, he can't see anything. He can't see anyone. All he sees is red. Na para bang patapos na ang kwento nila. I can feel the pressure mounting on the players of Querdas and the two rookies alongside the veterancy of Vincent. Can't feel nothing but nerves. Kaya ba nilang lagpasan ang kaba?
That is the question nga para kay Vincent. Who feels that he has to be the one para makapag-step up, pero he pushes to curve and Jacob into his loving arms. Now the push comes into be ㍍Third and Lance will end the dreams of top 3 para sa QD. Almost is never enough para sa Querdas, as now top 3 is for FERVID.
There's the bronze medal na hinahangad ng FERVID dito. Falling short from the top 2 pero okay lang. This is a feat in and of itself. Impact winners from last season. Masters top 3 sa ngayon. And FERVID with a phenomenal improvement over the course of the few months na hindi natin sila nakita. Over the course of the group stage ng Masters, they went from being defeated 0-2 by Querdas. At ngayon binaliktad nila ang kwento 3-0, an astounding recovery. At kung gano'n ang improvement na napakita nila, Ramon, over the span of just a few weeks, imagine over the course of the few months. Imagine over the course of the entire year of CrossFIRE. At ngayon, Ramon, at tandaan mo, ito yung pinaka-pack na schedule ever ng CrossFIRE Stars. Pwedeng maghasa dito ang FERVID. You can only imagine kung saan sila makakarating by the end of the year.
Exactly. May benchmark na nga sila ngayon and they have a good base to work with now. Alam nila na solidong-solido yung sniping pa rin ni Lance. They could work around yung kung paano nila i-work yung tatlong riflers nila at this point kasi while D is a developing prospect, he has reached a new highlight pagdating dito sa naging consistency niya. No? So, two players that really can be built around the system so far for FERVID will now make a new future para sa kanila, diba? Nakaka-excite nga naman Daydum kasi simula pa lang ng taon at marami pa tayong pwedeng makita from a lot of our CrossFIRE teams dito sa SEA. Kahit yung hindi lang sa FERVID, no, yung development ng mga teams natin below the top 6, they still have a lot of time to bounce back. So FERVID being that spokesperson just gives me a lot of optimism. Mukhang the future is bright para sa CrossFIRE SEA, pare.
Talaga. And FERVID in particular, no, I feel like they are on a warpath to try and chip away at that advantage na meron itong top 2 natin. No? They attempted many times going as far as taking maps away from these top 2 contenders. No? Pero ultimately, kita naman natin na may lapses pa rin. No? Even though they already take down majority of the rest of Southeast Asia. Kaya excited akong makinig. Anong pwedeng sabihin dito ni Mochi at saka ni Bipolar. But I am very excited for the upcoming year for FERVID.
Me too. And that concludes the battle for third dito for QD and FERVID, with FERVID standing tall. And I think there's a lot to talk about that. No? So we're going to be throwing it over to Mochi and Bipolar to wrap up the battle for third and to finally commence STS versus VP.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters and my Bipolar. Parang hindi natin nakita yung Querdas na napapawaw tayo. No?
Yes.
For now, it's a bit more timid. It seems like they're at certain occasions, they are quite overthinking some things na minsan hindi naman kailangan i-overthink. Or meron ding mga moments na kung saan parang sila ay nasi-sweep away ng mga antics nitong FERVID, which resulted to the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, and dito yung Querdas Mochi na nakita natin ng quarterfinals. So, it's a very, very different taste na parang, uy, wait lang, pakibalik nga dun sa chef. Parang may kulang dito or parang hindi ito yung in-order ko. Dito yung inasahan natin for Querdas. Pero they did try their best. There were some close shots, there were some clutches. Pero it was basically, in the words of Sticky Frog, chicken breast. Bland, but nothing to take away. And nonetheless, FERVID, naku po, no? Ito na nga yung sinasabi natin na parang in a battle for third, all you need is 3 wins or 3 wins. At yun talaga yung binigay sa atin dito for FERVID without even letting them play. Without even letting them taste a glimmer of that tasteness papunta dito sa Battle of the Third. And guess what, Mochi? Mas lamang pa din ang FERVID up against Querdas mula Impact hanggang dito sa Masters.
Yup, and it does seem like when it comes to yung pagiging unanimous in terms of having these polls being executed, talagang on point din yung ginagawa dito ni FERVID. And they are the ones definitely dictating everything here. The pace, the control all throughout the spaces in terms of their positionings as well. Kanila ito. And regardless of the fact that there are some moments na ikaw na rin nagsabi, some additional lifelines na inilalapag dito.
Yeah, there
Querdas,
was.
unfortunately, hindi talaga ito sumasapat because mabilis itong na ka-counter ng FERVID. And this time though, we can definitely see from our set summary who's been able to take the charge, no? Syempre, kung kanina it is a couple of our young guns, si A7J at si ㍍Third naman yung nagpatamasa dito sa ating mapa ng port. For Querdas though, nice try talagang biro mo, lahat naman sa kanila, almost positive lahat ang ating KD, super
Yeah.
close, but unfortunately, yun nga lang nga, when it came down to our mid-rounds, dun talaga nagkakatalo.
Yeah, hindi talaga kinaya Mochi. I mean, there was some, may palag pagdating dito sa first half, pero look at that second half, Mochi. FERVID was taking over nung nasa GR side sila. And if you look back sa ating stat line, no, and correct me if I'm wrong, FERVID, they are comfortable sa GR side. Querdas is comfortable on the BL side pagdating dito sa mapa ng port. Pero mukhang komportable talaga dito ang FERVID to a point na si D, di niya na kailangan hawakan dito yung mouse pati keyboard niya, even si Lance, no? Kasi all they needed to do was bounce back dito kay A7J and ㍍Thir's aggressiveness and just sheer aim and sheer power pagdating dito sa ating laban. Pero mukhang makikita nga natin dito ang ating mga players na parang I mean, may palag naman talaga Justin and Yobs and Vincent, formidable effort, but hindi na tayo mabot ng new compound and Black Widow.
Yup, which is quite unfortunate though. Pero tingnan na nga rin natin na ang fortunate dito, no, sa ating set MVP. It is gonna be A7J Kimsek. Grabe ka namang ang herleto, no? 1.70 KD. Almost like yung burnout dito, no? May polar and minsan, no, may mga times na narinig din natin kanina sa kanilang comms, kanina, no, na pagka sila hindi nakakabato ng ating mga e-comms dito by si A7J, si Kuya na ang bahala doon. And it's very nice na talagang other than being the captain, siya din talaga yung primary na taga-suporta din dito ng other mga members natin dito for FERVID. Tamang-tamang saluhan lamang. At ikaw, kung kakarating mo lang dito sa ating broadcast, well, that's unfortunate that you're late. Pero ito nga ang ating overview sa kung ano ang pinagdaanan ng ating dalawang team so far for our battle for third. 10-4, 10-7, 10-7 in the maps of Subbase, Ankara, and Port. And as much as we've already been able to actually call out that FERVID is definitely destined for more, pinatunayan nila yon into taking this third place dito sa ating Masters Play. Kaya tingnan na natin sino nga ba ang ating match MVP. Nako po, CD. Sana ready na rin CD sa mga katanungan natin kasi naghanda tayo doon, Bipolar.
I mean, looking at it, kung nakita mo yung kakukuya kanina, makikita mo din naman yung batang kapatid dito ni A7J, no? A powerhouse nonetheless coming for FERVID. Hindi ko na-expect yun. Yung KD niya dito, Mochi, na 1.48, na kill per round, almost 1. But what's impressive is for D to actually give up a performance na parang hindi mo siya aasahan na magmimintis. Not on the kills, but on the headshot as well. And looking at it from sub-base on the way to Ankara and up until port, he was the important factor kung saan hindi masolusyonan ng QD. Kung masolusyonan man, may nakuha na agad siya and you love to see it. Again, one of the most, or if not the most, improved player mula sa past Masters natin last season. And now, look at this kid. Nakahawak na sa kamay kasi siya na lang ata ang pwedeng pumigil sa sarili niya.
Ganun pala yun. Yun pala yung reasoning behind nun, Bipolar, no?
Galing na. Nakausap ko yun eh.
Oh, ano sabi?
Sabi niya, wait lang. Thanos, I am him.
Wow!
Grabe.
Yes, yung pala, no? Grabe yun. Sinabi mo talaga yun, Bipolar. Dali talaga. Pero ito ito nga yung mga highlights na pinagdaanan dito at pinagagawa ni Dino kung paano siya nagwala sa ating mapa ng Sub-Base, Ankara, and here in Porta at kung paano naman niya minama, no? Ironically, may siya itong ating mga miyembro from Querdas. And I can't wait, no? Ano kaya yung mga
I can't.
sasabihin ni Di dito, no? Hopefully na hindi tayo matipid. Pero wait lang, uy, parang iba ata ang ating i-interviewin natin.
Sa wakas!
Wow! Finally, we get the chance na ma-interview ang kanilang coach. Kaya naman, welcome na natin dito si Boss Nice Katol or / Coach Aris.
Wow! Pogi naman! Aba! Nagbabalik si Aris Mochi.
Ayan, Coach Aris, no, welcome. Parang ngayon ka lang namin naka-interview ulit. And ang pangunahing tanong ko sa inyo, nahirapan ba kayo katapat ang Querdas? Kasi biro mo, 3-0 ang ating serye ngayon.
Nahirapan? Siguro sila yung nahirapan kasi kami hindi kami mahirapan sa kanila. Nakita mo ba yung ginawa ni Di pagtapos ng laro tumayo agad kasi tinatamad na daw siya.
Ay! Yun pala yun! Kaya pala siya tumayo. Gusto ko yung si Coach Aris.
Kaya biglang tumayo kasi tinatamad na.
Ayan, parang doon pa lang sold na ako sa sagot ni Coach Aris. Ikaw, Bipolar, baka may tanong ka?
Eto, Coach Aris, first and foremost, congratulations na kahit na hindi tayo umabot ng finals, still a podium finish, no? And sinasabi mo naman last time ng Impact, tropeo, or at least somewhat of glory, yung ginugusto mo para sa mga batang to. Kasi most of these kids in your roster, or especially di pati si Lance, no? Craving na for improvement. At napapakita naman nila. And my question is, kasing tamis ba ng Impact champion ang 3rd place dito sa Masters?
Hindi, kasi gusto talaga namin yung yung mag-champion kaso wala Medyo inalat tayo kahapon sa STS So hindi ka na kasi tamis.
Grabe
Pero may
though.
palag, Coach.
Nakachamba lang siguro. Malalakas yung STS
Nakachamba daw yung STS. Ay, iba. Okay. Coach Aris, question ko na lang siguro, no, doon sa mapa ng Ankara natin, parang medyo napahaba ang ating laban, no, especially nung ating first half. Ano po kaya ang nangyari doon?
Wala. Talagang pinapastore lang namin sila kasi gusto nga namin mapil na kunwari, malakas sila. Pero yun nga.
Parang may
lang, gusto lang
storyline,
namin
no?
mapil nila na, uy, lamang tayo. Ayun lang, ganun lang. Sabi kasi ni Lito, palamangin daw para kasi kawawa naman pagka tinambakan tapos 2-0 agad.
Okay.
Sinabi ni Lito yun.
Parang totoo nga ata yun, no? Parang yun nga yung pinarating niya, Bipolar.
I have one more question, no, para sa'yo, Aris. Yes, hindi natin nakuha yung pinaka-target natin na championship mula dito sa Masters, especially for A7J, for D, for Lance, and the rest of FERVID. Pero I want to ask you this, as the coach, as the past player mula sa Impact na nagbigay ng championship dito sa buong FERVID, how proud of you of these kids? Kasi ang layo ng tinahak ng mga players na to. Na natalo sila ng QD, pero ngayon 3-0, Aris, that's still a storyline na kayo lang nakakagawa.
Actually, yun nga pala yung group stage na talo kami ng QD kasi pinaga namin yung Pasko so nagbigay kami ng regalo sa kanila. Tapos
How proud of you ba, Aris? How proud of you of these kids?
Proud ako sa mga bata kasi syempre kitang-kita ko yung hard work na itong mga to, especially si 7J talagang
Walang buwan,
parang hindi na nga natutulog para lang at least bigay kami ng magandang laban sa mga kalaban namin. Well, hindi lang sa A7J, halos lahat sila talagang halos umaga na nga natutulog morning person na di more tuwing umaga na sila natutulog talaga.
Call center.
Pang US time na pala ang kanilang body
US time
clock.
na sila.
Eto, siguro Coach Aris, isa pang tanong, sorry na, no? Tapos after nito pa shoutout na, ano ba ang papel ng isang Coach Aris dito sa naging journey ng team natin for FERVID so far?
Actually, Ayun lang, tamang ano lang, tagasita lang ng mga maling ginagawa nila. Kasi nga sabi ko nga, mas pinadali kasi ni Lito yung trabaho ko sa coach kasi nga kilala niyo naman si Lito, isa sa mga matalinong IGL.
Totoo.
So yun, yun lang. Tagasita ng mali. Taga taga-sermon kapag may ginagawa silang hindi maganda.
Yeah, okay. Pero completely valid din naman minsan a simple nudge is all it takes, 'di ba? Para maayos
Yes.
lahat. Pero ayun na nga no, maraming salamat Coach Aris. Finally, nagkaroon tayo ng chance na ma-interview ka dito, no? Pwede mo nang i-shoutout anong gusto mong i-shoutout. The floor is yours.
Ayun, shoutout sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa FERVID. Especially kay Boss Allen Waps. Syempre, shoutout din kay Haj, kay Jamir, kay Skies, and syempre sa mga girlfriend nung players. Syempre sa sa asawa ko, Happy Mother's Day. And dun sa mga mothers niyo, Happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
And shoutout sa anak ko kay Ben nanonood. Hello.
Yun.
Yun lang.
Maraming
Thank you
salamat.
sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Coach Aris, and
you, Coach.
congratulations for taking that
Congratulations.
third place dito, no, sa ating Masters Spring.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congrats, Aris. Mhm.
Solid, bipolar, no? At
Yeah.
nagkaroon tayo ng insider at kaunting budbud na rin ng spice doon sa mga
Yeah.
sagot ni Coach Aris. Minsan, napapaisip ako, si Coach Aris ba itong kausap natin o si Nice Katol? Kasi parang si Nice Katol, no?
Ayun nga eh. Yung parang yung script dito ni Aris pang VP eh. Ganun yung hindi ko in-expect yun. Parang nagpapatikim na agad siya sa susunod na delubyo pagdating dito sa ating final day. Pero Mochi, no, again, it's not their goal na umabot lang ng third placer match. Pero we're so proud of these players, man. Mula dito sa Impact, 8 buwan tulad ng sinasabi dito nila Salvi Patril at Sneaky Frank, ang ginugol ng ating mga teams para lang makuha itong podium finish na to. So, nonetheless, Lance is still unsilenced pagdating dito sa laban. And FERVID will definitely keep on coming back pagdating dito sa next couple of stages natin.
I like that partner, ha? Very witty. Pero meron daw tayo i-feature dito na comment. At yung mukha niya. Ano, check na natin kanina nang galing tong comment na to, no? Kay Deep Dodi 8322.
Dip Dri!
Ayun, ito yung strategy na pinapoint out ng Vietnamese. Dikit-dikit daw maglaro ang PH Crossplay. Pero, minsan lang naman ginagawa yan. Actually, yeah. Parang, I feel like it's about time na we finally acknowledge and put down a microscope sa kung ano yung mga pinagagagawa ng ating mga PH team so far. I believe yun yung pinaparating niya dito, no? Kasi pagdating sa ibang bansa, perspective nila, mabibilis lang tayo lumaro. Pero in fact, mas meron pang further detail when we check our individual strategies.
Yun nga eh, Mochi, I feel like ito yung strategy na pinpoint out ng Vietnamese, dikit-dikit daw maglaro PH Rush Play. Pero, ayun na nga, Mochi, kailangan ko i-read back yun kasi kailangan ko ng konting clarification sa isip ko eh. I feel like, the more, the analysis of this talent pool can easily agree with me, no? Na parang, no, that's not how Filipinos play. I feel like that's more on the EU side na nakikita natin coming in nung nakita natin Crossfire Stars mismo, no, na doon talaga talamak yung ganung mga plays for the EU kind of teams. But yeah, I mean, masyado namang malaki dito ang playbook, kaya nga one of the best regions to actually play for Crossfire is here sa mga service na.
Yeah, there's always a lot more, no? Sometimes you have to just dive right in and take it piece by piece. Pero I do think na meron pa tayong isa pang comment na galing naman kay LJ Ronsales. Mas maganda talaga ang experience ng STS kaysa sa VP. May bitaw naman yung VP, pero ang yayabang lang kasi nila. Ikaw, ano bang perspective mo dito? Kasi
Kaya. Ito Mochi, yes, I do agree with you a little bit here, LJ Ronsales. No? Mas mga talaga experience. Yes and no. Pero no kasi, yung yabang na yan, it has
supplemented.
Supplemented ng kung ano yung achievement, kung ano yung lakas, kung bakit ba sila ganun. Parang they have a leeway to be very much boastful kasi may pinatunayan na tong team na to. Matagal na nagsasama. At least, you have 0-2 in the backlines na talaga namang he knows where he's at, he knows where to boast, and na spread through lang. Plus, hindi naman totally mayabang yung VP. Nandiyan si Cetra. Yes, come on. Nandiyan si Cetra. Mabait yan, di ba? So,
Sorry.
I feel like parang, yeah, granted, and for sure, na may yabang din naman dito yung STS. Medyo disiplinado lang sila kasi nandun si Coach Tax.
Actually, ako naman sabi ko doon is sometimes yung yabang does not equate to, I mean, yung pagmamalaki for the team doesn't mean na yabang siya. Most likely and a lot of occasions it is more on confidence. So I feel like it's also nice to frame it that way, no? Pero gets namin, but at the same time, not quite, no? The point dito, no? Pero maraming salamat, LJ Ronsales, at titingnan nga din yan natin kung yan nga ba ang mangyayari maya-maya sa ating laban ng STS and VP. Ito naman ang galing kay Scooty21. Iba rin kasi laruan ng VP. Discipline team din kasi unlike sa EXE na madalas mag-choke. Ano ang thoughts natin dyan, bipolar? Na parang diniretso ka ata dito ni Scooty21.
Grabe, Scooty. Yung pana umabot sa puso ko dun, boss. Boss. Aray mo. I mean, yeah. That's what you expect, guys. I called them from the very get-go. Simula pa lang na nakas kong execration and it was against VP, no? Yung pinakauna kong cast. If you guys remember, tama? Or if it was STS, I believe. Basta one of those two. Na misfits ang may kita mo dito. Yes, natanggal ni yung dalawa or they were replaced by MVA and Justin. Pero instill pa din yung ganun. And I feel like ganun kasi execution eh. It's not really a choke. It's just how they play. But yeah, I do get where you're at. Nung quarters, maraming sablay. That's how I would say it. Pero yeah, not totally. Siguro 50-50. Yun yung ibibigay ko.
O ito, 50-50
I got you.
indeed, no?
I got you, si YK.
Parang mahirapan na mag-explain itong si Bipolar. Pero at the same time, I hope that we can see more of execution maya-maya and in a bit, no? Parang nandito na naman tayo. The Clash of the Gods will be happening again. Kung kayo ay nabitin doon sa nangyari sa ating group stage, abay, huwag kayo mag-alala kasi meron tayo maya-maya. Magtatapat na naman muli ang Team Stallions and as well as itong sa Virtus.pro. Ano ang inyong mga predictions, mga scoreline? Comment down below at good luck sa mga pera nyo. Alam nyo na yun.
Oh my goodness, Mochi. I feel like it's also hearts, emotions ang basically nakaput in the table, no, para sa mga supporters natin dito, because you are now almost gonna be witnessing another play in the books. One for the history books, kumbaga. Now, past din Tigers to, pero in a new form, up against Stallions, Mochi. One of the most prominent, one of the most dominating teams for the entirety of CROSSFIRE Philippines. And I just can't wait, no, kung ano nga ba ang kakalabasan ng laban na ito.
Yes, and I'm really excited as well. Kaya naman, I feel like it's just right for us na magpakalma muna kasi mamaya, nako po, kaguluhan na naman ang magaganap. And kaya ngayon stay put muna kayo dyan and we'll be back after a quick short break. Bye-bye! nakita with the flick of the wrist, nakupuntukan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. And pinakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Tonight, we witness the battle of the gods once again. One is lethal calculation and one is the epitome of raw power. Now, ironically sharing the color of the fiery golden sun. At titignan natin ngayon who will burn bright or who will become ashes. Kami pa rin yung kasama dito sa ating panel, Mochi and Bipolar nga pala. Bipolar, grabe naman ang ating finals match ngayon.
Oh, you're absolutely right, no, Mochi. I feel like we have to describe this matchup with 3 words. It's a brutality in a way that there will be fatality. In a way, there is also a calamity inbound for both of these teams. Malala ang labanan natin dito. Stallions and VP both trying to prove something. Their adjustments coming in from the off-season and the group stage. One team wanting to try for the disciplined route now, wherein VP experimented their way towards the last spot dito sa ating finals. It's Horses versus the Bears. And whoever wins this is the king of the jungle.
Yes, exactly. And I am really excited kung ano kaya ma-offer dito ng ating mga teams ngayon kasi lagi na lang talaga na sila ang pinagtatapat at pinagtatapat, no? But I do think na meron tayong ipapakita tayo dito so far for STS.
Ayun
Tignan
na.
mo naman kasi. Parang, wait lang, are these like, that's back in my day moment. Kailan
Yes.
to? Anong taon to?
Hindi pa ako buhay niyan, Moch. Oh my God, Kano.
No way!
Ito parang kilala ko to naka-orange. No? He looks so familiar, man. Pero JJ, yun na, si Yaba yan, no? Pero
Yaba ba?
JJ, oh.
Ala!
Kita mo yung
They're
death
so
in the
young.
eyes already at that age. Yan, si Yaba yan, si Yaba yan.
Yaba, okay. Na-confirm na natin, no? Sabi sila, JJ, sila Kanu dito. Literal na ano pa, no? Literal na, yung mga tipong nakikita mong naghahabulan, no? Sa labas.
Ano yan? Nagtatype yan, Mochi Hesoyam. Yun yung ginagawa ng mga yan dyan. Medyo kakaiba yung mga ginagawa ng mga players natin dyan, no? But, what a way to
Grabe.
start off this matchup, no? It's a throwback kung saan that's where it all started.
Parang yun dun na kuha din yung parang ender natin last year, no, na regionals finals or rather grand finals pala yun,
Yep.
no, na they started in the roots of Piso Nets and then look at where they are now, no, already making waves internationally. And it's nice now we get reminded kung saan nga ba talaga nanggaling itong mga batang to. literal because right now, dude, grazing the stages of their presence already. And yun yung nakakatawa dito, no? And through those small steps, doon nagsisimula ang mga pangarap.
Yeah, tsaka we can garner what the capacity or at least the value of what they're playing for, no? These have been started mula noon na parang these are the dreams of these players and guess what? Ginagawa nila yun. And they're achieving it one step at a time. Hindi lang naman for
Yes.
Stallions, but also for Virtus.pro. Kasi kung isipin mo naman, may dalawang players dyan na mabata-bata pa. You have Yob. You have also
Yes.
Cetra that are still somewhat starting pero with their power kasi from the recent leagues or tournaments natin for CROSSFIRE,
Yung?
nakikita mo naman na parang they're also here to fight. But eto rin naman, kung may STS, meron tayong mula dito kay ㍍Third.
Yep, and I do think that parang madalas-dalas sila dito sa Uncle Mo's, no? Parang ito yung favorite spot nila whenever na natapos yung mga series natin dito. Not sponsored, by the way, share ko lang.
Not
Napapansin ko lang sa
sponsored.
mga posts. Pero ayun nga, no? And it's nice that they definitely acknowledge and respected itong si Querdas right from the get-go. Kahit nung simula, group stage pa lang until now, no? And of course, ito na naman tayo. We are bringing in a war na naman muli dito for our best of 5.
I mean, this is what 02 and the rest of Virtus Pro always bring: war and you know what, a frenzy, kumbaga, no? Kasi tulad nung nakausap natin dito si Coach Tangs, pati si Coach 02, every match counts, and that is what you
Yes.
expect from them, not just for the other teams, but ultimately for them, no? Kasi they want to give you performance and they want to instill na sila ang pinakamagaling.
Yup, indeed. Kaya naman umpisahan na natin pakilala, no? O bay, kung di mo papakilala, bay, parang malaking problema ata yan. Pero eto nga, no, for Team Stallions, dude, time and time again, no, parang kung kailan sobrang nandun na tayo sa kasukdulan ng ating mga liga, nakikita natin na doon umiinit lalo itong kanilang captain na si KLB alongside with the rest of the squad na always naman natin hina-highlight, no, Kano being the primary MVP boy, itong si Loy na sobrang tindi, umasinta, supportive, and even the attack, lahat na, no, even si KLP, no, I feel like it's so hard to summarize everything kasi Team Stallions to.
Yeah, Team Stallions, you know what? A big shout out to Boss Khaled as well. I mean,
Oh,
these are your boys that have been fighting. These are your boys that, you know, have been catered towards a championship, and right now they are one step away. Virtus Pro is in the front and they are ready to go and run their way towards the trophy. But eto na nga, no, we have to address the fact na kahapon Team Stallions wasn't the best. Team Stallions was very much vulnerable, pero KLB parang malagengis kan na galawan na, oy, andito ako ang gagalaw ng mundo at ako ang warlord. Kung merong war na binibigay ang players natin for Virtus Pro, guess what? Multiple wars have been won by Team Stallions mula day 1 pa lang in the match 3 of the entirety of Masters, no? 2-0 and up until these last 2 matches prior itong VP, saka lang sila nakuhaan ng mapa, Mochi.
This is quite of a very scary record, no? Like, the whole duration of Masters, ang naipamigay nilang mapa lang so far, 2. At sila lang ang nakagawa nun, no? Which is pretty crazy. Literal na absolute domination nga, ika nga dito ni Coach Tanks, no? From last year until now, they're trying to carry that further into the year as well. And kitang-kita naman nga ang ating estado dito, wala silang naipamigay ni series ni isa. Pero ito, ang sinabi ni Coach Tanks, anong reason para hindi maniwala sa boys? I have all the resibo para maniwala na it's not over until it's over. We have the tools.
Yeah, I mean, Tanks is completely speaking facts eh. Kahit actually hindi na ipakita dito ni Tanks yung resibo eh. Ipakita mo lang yung mukha ng 6 or yung 5 players mainly dito for Stallions. You can already see that they are here to actually win every time. These are the tools that Tanks is talking about. Not just the guns, not just the meta being a favorite towards them. Kasi non-factor yon, Mochi. Stallions is Stallions, and Stallions has a crown basically above their heads. And as well, no, just to point out, hindi ba kayo aware na pinag-usapan namin to last time kasama si Tanks, no, off stream,
Yes.
actually, together with Salvi and as well as Sneaky Frog and yung Mochi na rin, no, na parang this is the golden road. This is a golden
Yes.
run possibly for Stallions. If they win here, they have put their names in books, they have put their names in the entirety of the history of CROSSFIRE, in one of the teams na kayang mag-sweep up mula group stage hanggang Masters, hanggang finals ng Masters.
Definitely. Pero, syempre, we cannot leave out itong kanilang katapat na team. Also, quite of a very crazy matchup as per usual. Virtus Pro, dude, usapang history. Parang dati si Tino nandito. Pero ngayon, look at what we have right now. Definitely quite of a hurdle na talagang kahit anong gawin mo at certain occasions, kahit na makakuha ka ng mapa, parang siguradong-sigurado na sila ang makakakuha nito. And nabanggit na rin natin kanina in terms of being a kryptonite, parang silang kryptonite ng lahat ng ating teams, at ang kanilang kryptonite dito for Virtus Pro has been Team Stallions so far, and I feel like they will keep on proving na hindi yon ang ating case.
Of course, Mochi. Alam mo, ito pa, Virtus.pro, we cannot talk about Virtus.pro without talking about the fangs mula sa EVOS arc. Kasi dun mismo, nagbunga ang lakas ng Virtus.pro. You have the same roster with the same kind of firepower but elevated in a sense na parang sila ang pwedeng maging final boss pagdating dito sa buong Masters. So, sa buong Filipino crossfire. We have Elvin that has been very much noted as the cockroach. Kel are an inevitable pagdating sa ating IGL role. KSE Fragger nonetheless. Cetra being one of the pinnacle snipers. Yobib is a attacker that is so consistent. Sometimes inconsistent but mostly consistent. Pero Mochi, etong Virtus.pro, again, going back to the posting, they are here for war and they are very much equipped with all of that combined. Yes, they did lose up against Stallions in a 2-1 fashion, pero yung 2-1 fashion na yun, Mochi, hindi madali yun para sa Stallions.
Yup, exactly. And idagdag na rin natin, no, that we are already walking on the road wherein hindi lang si Cetra at si Yobib yung mapopoint out natin dito kay Virtus.pro. Because right now, napakalaking sakit ng ulo talaga ni Elvin sa lahat ng mga teams na meron tayo dito so far. Time and time again, especially during our 3rd and 4th week na sila ang kasama natin, sila lagi ang pinopoint out, si Elvin lagi ang kumukuha ng ating mga match MVP alongside dito kay KSA. And of course, whenever that there are some doubts na medyo napagbibigyan nila ang kanilang mga katapat, KLR is always there alongside with their coach na makapag-stand up at makapag-push forward upang mabawi ito lahat sa kanila. Virtus.pro, definitely a force to be reckoned with at talagang makikita din natin dito ang sinabi ni Elvin na kita-kits, dudurugin namin sila. At ang nakakatawa dito, no, Bipolar, last time na na-interview natin itong si Elvin, sobrang chill at sobrang bait niya. Pero parang ngayon, iba na ata ang ihip ng hangin.
Ayun na, nakalagay na mismo yung helmet, Mochi, may shield na full plate of golden armor combined with the alloys na ito ang gamit ni Elvin papunta sa gera. And just to point something out para din sa Virtus.pro, Mochi, there was a point in time na ang players na to mas malakas pa sa players na nasa Stallions ngayon. So hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na Virtus.pro lang yan, na 0-2 KSA, everyone combined lang yan, kasi sila mismo dati ang benchmark pa nga, or at least the players that you should look out for.
Kaya naman, pag-usapan na rin natin ang ating head-to-head. Tamang-tama na binring up mo yan dahil makikita natin kung sino nga ba ang nagmamataas dito sa dalawang kampo natin. It is no other than Kano and as well as KSA. Kasi dude, ewan ko lang tignan mo yung headshot per kill natin for the whole duration ng ating group stage simula doon hanggang ngayon. 0.56 lang naman dito for Kano. And here for KSA, abay, nakikipagsabayan din naman.
Ito na nga, no, KSA and Kano, a different world, kumbaga. No? Kano, you have a prodigy in terms of being the wonder kid. KSA being the one to be fearless, kumbaga, pagdating sa laban. Pero if you look at it in a way, both has firepower, Mochi. Yes, mas malaki ang headshot percentage dito ni Kano, but KSA always finds those double kills, triple kills, kumbaga. Kaya nga 0.8 dito yung kill per round na. Pero we cannot only look at KSA being the somewhat mas mababa dito kay Kano. Kano is still a kid wherein he has not reached his peak. So simula pa lang to kay Kano at dito niya mismo bibigyan ng unang pahina sa lakas ni Kano mismo sa Master Spring.
At wag nating kakalimutan, no, na ang original na team na nagpatumba dito sa Pacific Macta ay ang Virtus.pro nung nakaraan.
Yes.
And that is gonna be quite of a mindset na kailangan dito, lalong pag-igtingan ng Team Stallions na wala silang sinasanto at nire-respeto nila ang lahat, because here for our members here ng Virtus.pro, they might be the one to do just that for them, for the dynasty that they have been able to just establish last year up to now, no? But let us see na nga din dito, no, kung anong meron sa ating map dito, as we might witness kung ano nga ba ang mga mapang maaaring pagkalamangan ng bawat isa. Magsisimula tayo dito sa mapa ng Ankara, followed by Eagle Eye, New Compound, Port, and New Mexico as our decider kung tayo ay aabot doon. And what I love here, Bipolar, is that they're choosing each other's best picks.
Yeah, yun na nga. I mean, hindi na tayo surprised dito sa bans. Mochi Subbase has been banned out by Virtus.pro. Black Widow banned out mula dito sa Stallions. At nakikita naman natin, Subbase has been the powerhouse. And you can definitely say naman na 100% lahat ng win rate dito easily for Stallions. Lahat ng mapa natin. Pero may butas pa din somewhat. And that is new compound pa din naman. That's why Virtus.pro actually still picked that up a little bit. Pero Porta, pinili to mismo ng Stallions. And they've been creating what seems to be a plan na parang simula pa lang ng group stage, they've been using Port as a pocket pick. Eagle Eye, alam na natin yan. You will definitely see KLB rushing all throughout, using the TRG, using that as well together with KLP para mas malakas yung firepower. But in Ankara, you can also see that with Yobib and Cetra. Pwede rin mangyari yun. And also, in New Mexico, this is gonna be interesting kasi feeling ko dito mismo magsha-shine. If aabot man tayo doon, ang Loy versus Elvin matchup natin. Kasi yun, ang dami mong pwedeng pag-ikutan doon, Mochi.
Yeah, that is wonderful. And the key takeaway that I can get galing dito sa ating map, Vito Bipolar, they are ready for each other. They are ready for each other. Na talagang pinino-pino na lang ang pag-aralan ang bawat isa. Hence why they've been able to choose each other's best maps. Kaya tignan rin natin ang ating map data dito sa mapa ng Ankara, the first that we're gonna play on, wherein malapit-lapit lang din naman ang ating map win percentage. Pero pagdating sa ating sides, dyan na nagkakatalo.
Ito na nga, magsistart sa BL side ang players natin for Ankara. So, Virtus.pro, may kita natin dito, CA control, mid control immediately. Ang gusto nilang kunin, tapos split towards TB, go for EA kapag nakakuha ng easy pickoffs or pag napatay nila si Loy specifically or even Kano dito sa may high mid. But Team Stallions, yes, medyo mas mababa dito yung kanilang side wins. But that's because natalo sila dito, I believe, from FERVID, if my memory is correct. So parang na-dwindle down lalo dito yung side win, yung win percentage nila. Pero map wins, Mochi, pantay na pantay yan. And for Stallions, what we see is stability, and what we want to see is those executions sa BL side.
And hence, ipakita na rin natin ang ating mga predictions dito, Bipolar, because it seems like everyone's already ready. Oh, we are gonna be seeing a 3-1 for me. Magkakaiba tayong lahat. This is insane. 2-3 for you in favor for Virtus.pro. 3-2 for Sneaky Frog in favor for Team Stallions. And for Salvatore, it's gonna be a straight sweep of 3-0.
It's the same thing, right?
And this is, for me, I cannot fathom this kasi dito na napapakita kung paano natin na-interpret at nare-realize o itiyan sa utak natin ano nga ba yung kakayahan nitong mga teams na ito, and as well as our expectations from them. And I am excited for our teams to prove us all wrong. And I feel like it's about time para ilapag na natin to sa ating mga pioneers dito sa CS scene. Let us call on kay Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore. Rakrakan na!
Handa na ang mga general, ang mga kawalay pasugod na, ang lalawigan na kanilang pinoprotektahan ay nasa kanilang palad. At isa lang ang ating maalala, Sneaky. Kung sino man ang kampiyon sa araw na to, ang magpapatunay na sila ang nag-iisa na nakakataas sa lahat. Isang kulay, isang ginto, isang panalo. Welcome to the golden age of CROSSFIRE. At nandito nga ngayon, pinapanood to sa buhay na kulay. Salvatore nga pala, kasama nga pala si Sneaky Frog para sa ating Grand Finals na wala nang nagulat na itong teams talaga ang maglalaban. Malaki ang agwat na pinapakita ng Team Stallions at ng Virtus.pro. Tamang-tama lang naman na sila ang bigyan natin ng pwesto dito sa Grand Finals, no, Sneaky?
Oo, malaking oportunidad din to para sa Team Stallions or dito sa Virtus.pro para maisulat sa kasaysayan nga dito ng CROSSFIRE na pwede mong sabihin ako ang naging unang CFS SEA Masters champion. Kasi may nakailang iteration na tayo. We went from CFEL into CFS PH Masters and that is all in the past. Obviously, we've had the Pacific era and everything pare. Pero ngayon, it's a chance para sa mga bagong teams natin, especially these two, to write their own history dito sa ating region, pare. And the fact na these two are also competitive globally, pare, I would guarantee there are very much many eyes dito sa series natin ngayon.
Definitely pre, no? Baka nga sumabog talaga itong streaming platforms natin na umabot na point na 5 digits na yung mga nanonood dito lang nga lang sa laban nga na to. At kung di ka pa nakatutok, magtawag ka na ng kaibigan pre, kasi isang beses mo lang mapapanood to at hindi ganun kasolido kung papanoorin mo yung replay. Kailangan talaga 1-to-1 yung pinapakita na mga action dito ng Virtus Pro at ng Team Stallions. Let's talk about Ankara, no? Sneaks, kasi ito yung mga mapa talaga na masasabi mong, uy, ito yung pinapanimulan ng mga teams pag gusto nga nilang gumaling sa Crossfire, kasi Ankara is like the baseline. Kung kaya mo nga to, ibig sabihin kaya mong pumalag sa mga international teams. Pero bago nating laliman yung Ankara nga dito, El Clasico. Linggo no? So tama lang talaga na El Clasico nga to. History repeats itself. STS versus Virtus Pro na ulit. Kailan ba huling nagtambal itong dalawang teams nga na to in a best of 5 fashion? 2025 of October pa pre. That is that's almost how many months pa. At ngayon may bago na silang forma, may bago na silang pinagmamalaki. Tigit sa lahat pre, talagang yung level nila ngayon mas nakakahigit na kaysa sa mga teams dyan, no Sneak?
Sobrang iba na yung kalidad dito ng ng Virtus Pro at ng Stallions pare kumpara sa nakita natin ng 2025, which I was actually very surprised about, no, kasi pakiramdam ko okay, ito na yung peak ng dalawang teams na to pare. This is what I should expect going into yung taon natin ng 2026, but it seems like they for some reason found a way to get better, no, dito sa laruan natin, and obviously with two teams with different goals dito sa group stage natin. Salvatore, obviously, Stallions looking for domination. Virtus Pro looking for experimentation. So, ayun nga, no, it's two very different approaches, but I do see yung mga opinions natin flying for good reason. Parang I heard this one opinion, no, Salvatore, which was very interesting para sa akin, na mas mahirap talunin itong Virtus Pro if you are outside sa usapan ng Stallions. So mas mahirap talunin yung Virtus Pro kumpara nga dito sa STS if you are the third seed pababa, because the amount of technical things na ginagawa nga dito ng Virtus Pro is very very confusing pare. Kaya I don't really blame that some of our analysts are also siding dito sa VP, kasi nakita naman natin kung gaano kalupit ang kanilang macro, and it really just tilted you off of the face of the earth pare. Pero yun yung different dito sa sa Stallions pare, the grit. They don't really get tilted, they just get angrier and angrier dito sa laruan natin pare.
Passing.
At ito na nga, pakinggan na nga natin paano nga ba ang sistema
Meron pa yan, dalawang
Virtus
EMP,
Pro
dalawang
at
isang
Stallions.
hotel yan din.
Patay niyo, hotel.
Gilang.
Klaro yun. No.
Siki, dalawang magkabilang sistema na grabe ang pinagkaiba nga naman talaga. Napakaaga, Team Stallions may puwersa kaagad dito sa lang sa may HM. Elvin nakalampas. Where is the mid-control? Stallions dalawang tumumba.
Grabe, kakaiba talaga yung pagsimula dito ng labanan natin pare. Straight up HM push galing dito kay Elvin. Pero si Loy spotted na agad dito sa loob ng side. And hindi niya mako-confirm dito si KSA, and it is a full-on control. Wala man lang nalapag na C4 itong VP, and the entire STS defense falls sa first round.
Grabe, nakapaglagay kaagad ng bandera dito ng Virtus Pro doon lang sa base ng Stallions nang ganun kadali lang, nang wala man lang proteksyon at wala man lang kumakana na itong HM nga na to. Everyone wanted to stack itong second mid nga natin kasi nga maraming maingay dun At parang na-overread ata yun ng Team Stallions. Masyado nga nilang in-underestimate na mabilis nga lang sila makakapag-rotate. Pero it was just too late, pre. Team Stallions overwhelmed with just one player na palagi na lang natin hina-highlight, that being Elvin.
Yun nga. And this is kind of the new thing, no, dito kay Elvin pare. He's been a 50-50 pagdating sa entering and pagdating dito sa kanyang lurking. So you never really know kung ano yung role ni Elvin for that round is. And I feel like that's a very big upgrade para sa VP, kasi I feel like last year they kind of had the thing na pag nakita mo na si KSA, this is where the push is. Pag nakita mo si Elvin, that's where the flank is. But it's so different this time. KSA, napapalurk na rin from time to time pa.
Makahanap ng space, kailangan to ng Virtus Pro. Every off angle is worth it, pero magandang bawi para nga dito kay Loy. As he gets the frag down, dalawang duguan here for Virtus Pro. Baka pwedeng ikahina ng entry nga nila, but still, Elvin with the Arctic, posibleng makapilas.
Pero nahawak pa dito ni Yobib yung CA, so there is a bit more control than meets the eye para dito sa Virtus Pro. Problema nga lang talaga yung time of reaction if ever may magpipik nga sa isang side. Napakagaya nga ni Kellar dito. Kellar spotting Loy. Kano. Makuha na yung trade. So that's map control back in the side dito ng Stallions. And JJ forced to react na mapapatingin siya dito sa HM. Medyo wary siya dito sa exit lang, pare.
Sa hard read para nga sa Stallions, the unpredictability is still proving to be a good one para nga sa Virtus.pro. Tinan mo pre, yung angulo nga nila, hindi naman to pang entry nga eh. So literally for a pick. Kahit nga 30 segundos na nga lang nga natitira, sneaky, Virtus.pro still trying to gallop itong CA nga natin. Pero JJ, makakasalubong nga na enkwentro dito lang sa may CA as Yobib is now down. A 3v5 quickly turned into a 3v2 in favor of Stallions.
Yun nga, napaka-importanting find pa yun, Salvatore. That means Virtus.pro, if you do find one player, that is where the other player most likely is. And si Zetra, binatukan na nga dito ni Kano. Elvin might be right up next pero wala ng oras para maibaba ang C4. So minamadali na nga ang site pero nandito na si Kano as soon as he heard the C4 being picked up. It is gonna be going to them. So 1-1 pare, tamang exchange pero in two different ways pare. VP, sinalo nila yung first round pero pagdating dito sa Stallions on the second, they actually out mid-round itong VP pare.
Welcome to the Stallions mid-round at kasama dito ang Virtus.pro sa mga mahabang listahan sa mga naging biktima nga nito kung paano binabagalan ni Kano at JJ yung pacing nga nila in order to take those angles. TB, Hotel, pati yung CA. Yun yung mga minamarkahan ng STS eh. Just for the sake of retake, rotation, at higit sa lahat no, kasi Virtus.pro gustong-gusto nga nilang kunin yon. So one of the prime spots na pwedeng kunin ng blacklist at palagi nga nilang ginagawa yan para din makapag-cut ng rotation. So ngayon Virtus.pro, now on their second page of the VP playbook, aatakihin nila itong A-site.
Go-back lang yata sila dito, Salvatore. Tamang paramdam and aalis lang agad dito ang Virtus.pro. Pero judging dito sa minimap natin, Salvatore, not any rotations pulled no para dito sa STS. So hindi sila masyado naloko sa pinanggagawa dito ng VP ng pagtapo ng granada dito sa A-site natin. And this could net them a kill. Ang ganda ng angle dito ni Loy.
First one to go for the entry. Hindi nila alam na may nasa BR na nga at kailangan na kang hanapin to ng Virtus.pro to take the space. Pero umaatras dito ang Stallions. Look at the discipline, sneaky, not opting to fight. Gusto nila ng maraming numero. Pag nakapasok na nga dito ang Virtus.pro, Loy with a huge amount of space para makapag-rotate ng TB. At posible nga itong ma-anticipate ni Loy. Total, pamid naman itong tatlong parating ng Virtus.pro. Eyeing for the TV. And here comes Loy, not hitting everything. Napakalawak ng bala. Ni isa wala man lang tumama. Virtus.pro gets the pick. 30-second execute incoming. Possibly B-side.
Yeah, with the amount of false information sa mapa natin, I think yun yung gusto mangyari dito na Virtus.pro. One of the Stallions players trying to go for a very aggressive check. Pero aggressive na nga ang usapan ng pag-push dito ng Virtus.pro. Papunta na B-side, KLB. Or KLB actually spotted sa loob ng baterya. Si JJ gustong tumulong pero yun nga sa paunang mamamatay niya sa kanyang sniper. Kano gusto mag-flank, makakakuha ng tatlo! Yobib, KSA, Elvin down! Dahil sa amboy na nag-flank, KLB getting Zetra, sniper gun, problem. Getting more manageable para dito sa Stallions pero lumalaki ang problema na si Kela. 25 seconds, KLB, captain on captain violence dito sa B-side. Pero Kelar gusto bumukas, gusto bumarel at gusto mag-clutch. Virtus.pro saved by their captain.
Pinig mo ang hiyaw ngayon ng Virtus.pro kasi alam mo talaga pre, dugot pawis yung kinuha nilang entry doon. Tapos for the sake na masiraan ng timing si KLB. Nakuha niya nga yung lurk. Pero yung bawi naman ni Kano para ma-hold na yung pwesto niya bago makarating yung kapitan niya was not enough. At yun ang hinahanap dito ng Stallions. Yung sapat na kalakasan na kaya nga nilang tumagal just for the sake of the counter rotation. Virtus.pro capitalizing on the punishment at yun yung gusto mong makita nga sa VP. Despite it being a very slow start para sa kanila, look at the return of investment naman for Virtus.pro. The round and the dominance na kaya nga nilang labanan harap-harapan ng Stallions kahit nga hindi sila nakakalakap ng picks mula kay Yobib at Cetra.
Din nga, and that's the problem no pag nabigyan mo talaga ng kahit onting advantage itong Virtus.pro, even if it is a 4 versus 5 pare. You know, they already have a game plan in mind by that time. They know what to do, they know what the contingency plan is. So Virtus.pro, obviously a very hard team to predict and Loy was forced to check for info dito sa TB which fell into right into their hands pare. Pero I think Stallions were hoping na sobrang ganda ng depensa dito sa B-site dahil nandun na rin si Kano. With Kano being the rotational player similar sa nakita natin sa Eagle Eye, you know, I feel like Stallions were hoping that the firepower would save it pare.
Naman talaga ang branding dito ng Team Stallions, firepower pag kinakailangan nga talaga. May dalang resibo dyan si Coach Tanks. Kaso tatanggapin ba yan ng Virtus.pro? 55 seconds, yet another slow pace na tanging Virtus.pro lang ang nagdidictate ka neto. Loy nakakaramdam na may mga lumilipad na bala and opts for the retreat. Pero hanggang ngayon, Sneaks, hindi mo pa rin ma-pinpoint sa minimap kung aatake na ba ang Virtus.pro o pwesto lang to para makapilas nga sila. This is the 50-50 balance game here for Virtus.pro at tayo naguguluhan.
Yun nga, is it a pick or is it an execute? That is a question na kailangan mong sagutin every single time na makakalaban mo talaga itong VP offense natin. Virtus.pro, naghahanap na nga ng setup dito sa A-side. JJ spotted na sa top A. So meron dito onting clue na paparating na nga ang VP dito sa A-side natin. Pero si Lloyd, drive by lang dito si Elvin. Wala ng flank ang VP. Keller, pinasok na nga ang top A. Pero makikita pa nila yung nakatago na nasa loob na si KLB. Headshot galing kay Zetra. Pero naandito na yung sagot na Stallions. Pero oras! Meron pa para dito sa Virtus.pro. Loy, magagaling sa likod pero wala na sa magagawa. Oh my goodness me, KLP. Low HP na agad. Wala man lang chance na makapasok ng site. Mapapaalis na lang siya dito.
Isang segundo na lang ang pumapagitan sa Virtus.pro at lahat ng pinag-ipunan nila mawawala na lang sa hangin. Pre, Virtus.pro with the map awareness para talaga unahin yung pag-clear. Bago pa nila tanimin, pre, ang dami nilang inubos na oras na pati tayo kinabahan. But at the end of the day, Virtus.pro had the better offense para sa mga pumapaligid na Team Stallions. EA and Exit, wala man lang nakapasok, di man lang nila nakita yung sarili nga nilang base, Nikki. Virtus.pro is standing on business and they force a timeout kagad sa Team Stallions. Clearly, lahat ng ginagawa sa mapa na to pumapabor sa loob nga ng VP.
Sim. And props to kay Tanks, no, recognizing na medyo maaga-aga pa lang dito sa laruan natin na may onting derailment na nangyayari dito. And obviously, that is the goal dito ng Virtus.pro, Salvatore. Make the other players of Stallions doubt the other players. Kasi once that mistrust is there, man, kahit onting hesitation lang galing dito kay Kano or kay KLB or kay KLP on their rotation, that is the timing window that Virtus.pro is looking for. And Virtus.pro, yun nga, no, may mga ibang rounds na nakikita natin, medyo nabibait na rin itong Stallions na pumasok sa kanila dito, all the utility being used. And ngayon, nire-remind na lang yata sila dito ni Tanks, hey, you know, obviously, they are using a lot of fakes dito sa mapa natin. We are gonna be baited forward from time to time. Pero parang kailangan natin i-change yung approach sa pagkuha ng aggressive map control. Pare, feeling ko yung TB doon ni Loy was fine. Pero nilagay niya yung sarili niya sa napaka-vulnerable na position kanina na wala na makaka-trade sa kanya doon. So I feel like Stallions need to play slightly tighter pero pwede pa naman sila mag-forward ng onte.
Six, gantong-ganto yun. Hindi mabasa ni KLB yung angkara ng FERVID kahapon. And we're seeing the same mistakes, same overestimation, at pare-parehong mga resulta mula sa mga players na ang tanging pakay lang naman na pag may nakatanim ng C4 is umikot at hanapin yung mga kalaban. They are being outmatched and outgunned by Virtus.pro na ang hinahawakan lang is top A. Hindi nga nila hinangad na kunin yung EA pati Vents, pre. That's how clinical they are. Ganyan sila kasimple kung kumuha ng site. Ni man lang si JJ at si Loy, hindi man lang nakita yung kabuuan ng A. And that is the result of just clearing every single angle bago nga nila gawin yung 30-second execute, pre. Ang laki na naging gantimpala na to for Virtus.pro. Nahanap nga nila, oy, KLB at KLP, malayo yung i-rotate nga nila. Buti nakapag-buy time dito si Elvin. Yes, namatay siya. But that is enough time para makabuelo sila kay Yesay at Yobib ng entry.
Virtus.pro is one of those teams na nakakapantay no, sa head-to-head fighting up against dito sa Stallions. They also know how to play the body system, you know, the core system, trio system. Parang ganun pa ang nakikita natin to try and prevent too much action para sa side ng Stallions na mapunta nga sa kanilang kamay yung advantage dito. Pero Virtus.pro na naman, identifying that Stallions have been a bit desperate dito sa mapa natin, and especially with that type of timeout, galing kay Tanks, you really can't be so sure what Stallions are trying to pull dito sa mapa natin. So VP, you know, patience is needed sa kanila dito.
LR on Victor Agel nga dito at hindi na lang sila naghahangad ng singular lurk mula dito kay Lloyd. Dangerous on its own. Kasi kulang nga sila ng puwersa pag nakapag-HM na naman ng Virtus.pro. But Team Stallions, what is a team na hindi nagsusugal pre? Clearly, it's a possible gamble na pwede nga may magandang turnout dito for Team Stallions. Pero sa mga rounds na nakita natin, no, parang di naman yun yung nakikita ng Team Stallions. Virtus.pro with an early position sa CA na hindi man lang nakita ni KLB from the smoke alone. Insane. Grabe nga naman, they're taking so much space nang hindi sila napapunish pre, at grabe, napaka-metikuloso ng Virtus.pro dito sa Ankara.
And ito yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore, hindi rin sila takot na gumalaw ng mapa natin as pairs dito. And with that play spotted galing dito kay Keller, canceling yung posible na mangyayari dito sa hotel. Obviously, onus dito kay Virtus.pro na gumalaw na dito sa mapa, identifying that A side is a bit weak, so CA is wide open for the taking. 5 seconds na lang natitira dito sa orasan natin. Keller, bawas na agad. And Kano, usually the rotational player, pero kailangan na mag-defend this time. Kano, spotting KSA back siya makakakyat. And that is a very deadly ladder climbing up to heaven. KLP getting Kyler in return. Elvin makakasagot ng isa dito kay Loy. 2 versus 3. 17 HP on Elvin, pero napakasakit ng kanyang EBR, pero napakasakit rin matalo. Nawala ng oras sa ating round. Elvin spotting Kano, pero mahanap na ba ang ibang dalawang player? JJ down, 5 seconds left. KLP spotting Elvin, double jump, a bit nervous, pero makakatakas. Walang oras.
Oh my God. Another round na segundo lang naman ang humihiwalay sa Stallions at ng Virtus.pro. KLP not using his ego, pero utak ang gumana sa mga oras na yon. Bababa ng TV kasi alam niya wala ka ng oras, kaibigan. Naubos na yung allowance ng Virtus.pro. At tila hindi lang Stallions dito yung naggagamble ng isang round na kailangan nga nilang mag-double lurk. Virtus.pro with the meticulous way of clearing every single angle sa Ankara is costing them a lot of seconds para makapag-execute ka kagad. Gone are the days, Nikki, na they're favoring the double sniper para yun maging basihan mismo ng kanilang clearing. Literal, na grabe nga naman yung footprint na itong Ankara nga na to. Sa lahat yan may bahid ng Virtus.pro. Possible entry here on Vince. Ito kasi yung angulo na hindi na paatras ang Virtus.pro. One of the quickest by far sa mga pinakita ng VP. JJ and KLB lang nakabantay nga dito at nakakapasok na nga bahagya ang Virtus.pro. Nababasa nga to ni JJ. KLB now denying the flash with the re-engage. Gonna get the kill. 2 kills, 3 kills. KLB and JJ standing on business. Dalawa lang nga sila pero ubos ang 4.
Grabe, that is the defense na hinahanap natin galing sa Stallions, consolidating their firepower into this one site. Zetra, 4 na nasa harap mo pa rin. Napakahirap kalabanin yan gamit ang TRG. And Team Stallions off of the timeout. You can feel the discipline kind of setting back into place at bumibilis na yung kanilang reactions and their rotations as well dito sa mapa nila.
What defense? Was it bad offense or was it good defense? Kung hindi mo maturo, Sneaky, ang hirap makita na ang ganda naman ng util na pinapato ng Virtus.pro. Pero hindi sila makapindot ng left click, pre. Parang tila sila pa yung nabulag sa sarili nga nilang flash. JJ and KLB had no business para mabuhay ng ganun katagal. And what? Late rotation para kay KLP. Ang nakita niya na lang, puro bangkay sa top A. Virtus.pro with less leniency sa mga entries nga nila. Pero sa kabilang dako naman ng mapa, gumana eh.
Alam nila yung pakiramdam dito ng FERVID nung Eagle Eye, pare. Kasi push lang ng push talaga yung FERVID. Tama yung execute. And then you get killed by 2 Stallions players, pare. Ano yung sagot to? So, it will be a smarter approach para dito sa Virtus.pro. Napapasok na ng A-side. KLB nakinaga dito sa EA. Spraying down JJ. Ayaw magpapatay dito sa top A. Keller finally taken down the killer from Stallions, pero naandito na yung backup ni Loy. Zetra na lang natitira, the sniper. Granted quick. Can it take down 3 Stallions players?
Malay mo naman. Kano, nakabantay lang CA. Could possibly be a good hit dito lang sa may CA, pre. Kanina ka pa naka-hardscope pero mauorasan ka dito ni Kano. 55 seconds. The margin of error, kailangan masaktuhan, and Kano, pinagkatiwalaan ng spray niya. He gets the kill and the lead for Team Stallions. What a sequence para sa STS. And that, my friends, is a timeout for VP. Ganyan ang palitan ng dalawang higante.
Maganda pare, medyo maaga-agang timeout galing sa dalawang coaches natin. Really refusing to let each team na makakuha talaga ng malalang momentum dito sa first half natin. Kasi honestly, as much as we would like to say Ankara maybe more skewed towards yung GR side natin pare, but I would say it's a 50-50 map. And compared to yung mga ibang mapa natin, I feel like this is where skill expression is definitely needed, no? Galing sa dalawang teams natin, and skill expression ang nakita natin dito sa Team Stallions, man. Look at the aim. 2 players lang pare, napigilan nila yung buong angkan ng Virtus.pro sa A side, and they need to solve that issue pare.
And one of those 2 players, Nikki, was JJ, who just refused to die. Ayaw magpakamatay, ayaw magpahuli. At anong nakuha niya? 3 bangkay ang sinaulo
Parang
dito ni JJ. Grabe nga naman, may dalang itak at may dalang hoodie na itim pre para kumuha ng mga kaluluwa, and he definitely stood on the bodies of Virtus.pro. At anong ginawa ng Virtus.pro pre? They wanted to bulldoze yung top A. Pero grabe naman yung space na kinuha nila pre. Ang laki ng agwat ni KSA at ni KLR. Ganun ba talaga ang layering ng entry? Virtus.pro committing yet another rookie mistake on a crucial sequence na kailangan nga nilang makuha. Nakanvas na nila, Sneaks, 2 beses na silang umentry ng A. Wala pa rin silang napala. And I feel like Virtus.pro needs to work on that timing.
Honestly, yung objective lang naman ng dalawang top A players, no, is not to really defend itong top A. They are delaying for Kano's rotation para makarating dito, man. And I feel
Hindi
like
siya nag-rotate eh.
as long as as long as he's there as the 3rd player, as the backup dito sa exit natin, I feel like the defense is gonna get stronger and stronger, which was really the point of this adjustment para kay Kano. No longer being the Vince into EA player natin, now playing itong RS, which is very nice to see. This adjustment really allows itong si Kano to have more of a wider map presence kumbaga dito pare.
Man. Team Stallions with a sequence na very rare during the group stage kasi mostly when you have the level of action na kailangan nga nilang matamo dito para ma-recover yung mga napagkulangan nga nilang mga rounds, especially from how they handled HM pati nga rin tong A side. Kalmado kolekto na nga ngayon ng ating dalawang teams. They're now trying to gallop yet another play sa kanilang libro. Kung pwede pa rin ba. Pero parang hindi ata nagpapalit ng pahay na tong Virtus.pro. Buwelo ulit sila sa A-side Sneaky.
Ang tanong, anong timer papasok itong Virtus.pro? Is it gonna be 1 minute and 30 or is it gonna be just 30 on the clock pare? Pero mukhang gusto nilang agahan ang kanilang post KSA. Finally, EA, KLB nakaupo lang dito. JJ fighting back. Pero yun lang, walang tao doon sa 2F. Pero paano pa? Nabubuhay dito si JJ. Hoy, buhay pa si JJ. They finally get the finish. It's a bit late. But still, that's hella information si Loy.
Kita si Loy!
Malapit
Kita si
na
Loy!
makapasok ng EA. Sayang yun kung nakapasok si Loy. That would have been 2 heads gone. Maybe a bit of help for the exit player. Pero Virtus.pro, feeling ko sa simula pa lang ng execute na yun pare, ayun yan, malabo na tignan na makaka-retake doon ni STS.
Laki ng pinagkaiba ng nakaraang rounds, Nikki. Ang tanging isang elemento lang is si Cetra. Naiwan lang talaga. At itong Team Stallions, hindi mo makita kung ano yung dahilan, bakit iba yung rotation natin, kung paano natin nakuha yung mga ibang rounds. Nagkulang ba ng patay? Nagkulang ba ng presensya si JJ? Hindi ba nakarotate ng mabilisan Team Stallions? Straying away from what used to be a very good formula. Elvin! Parang kahapon lang pre. Hirap na hirap si KLP kay Lance, pero si Elvin din, nadadalian sa laban ng pag-aartik. My God! Virtus.pro consistently dishing out damages dito sa ating early game.
Oo. Siguradong dikit na dikit siya dun sa monitor pare at nakatingin pataas for that very small gap on top of that smoke. Pero Kano, uy, malapit na papugutan dito sa hotel. Kano, wag mo na yan labanan. Never mind! Wag kang makinig sa akin, Kano. Wag kang makinig sa fellow white boy mo dito sa broadcast pare. Kasi mas malakas ka talaga. Oh my goodness me, what an opener. Galing kay Kano.
Ano lang tanging nagpapagana nga nun. Pero kailangan mong paganahin ulit yung utak mo pre. Pwede kang masandwich ng 4 na players na pwedeng magaling At ngayon, walang kamuang-muang si Elvin at patay na nga ang daga ng Virtus.pro. Here comes Kano with the rotation here on TB. KSA nakita na nga ang kalaban at wala na siyang nakikita ang dahilan para magpigil pa. Loy now the second layer of entry and here comes Loy with a swing. KSA napisuhan pa but he's gonna get the kill. Possible follow-up here for Virtus.pro kasi wala na ngang oras kundi rumekta na lang dito sa B-site at padepensa na ang Stallions. Yobib sees the rotation but KLB fires it down. Team Stallions takes the first half 5-4. Ganto ang dikit na laban. We're having a series right now.
Grabe, the one time na umalis si Kano dito sa spawn pare at nag-check dito sa hotel. I was thinking, okay, this is a bit dangerous considering na ina-expect yata ni Keller na may mangyayaring plane na naman dito sa second mid. But no, Kano doing, I wouldn't say the impossible, pero the improbable pare. Like usually 9 times out of 10 mamamatay yung average player dun din. Pero Kano is anything but average. So, yun nga, it seems like
The
yung
best.
1-2 punch dito ng Stallions online na pare, the Loy and Kano combo will be very dangerous especially pagdating ng second half natin, men.
My God, Virtus.pro. It was a kind of a round. It would have been winnable, no? Had Kano stayed in RS. Nakita mo naman, Sneaky, yung pinagkaiba ng output ng Virtus.pro sa entries nga nila pag nasa spawn lang dito si Kano at nakukuha nga nila yung HM at second mid. And this time, di isa, wala man lang nakalampas. Oo, nakaangat sila na slope pero they had to take down like what, 2-3 hits? Para nga sa Virtus.pro, it was that difficult here for Virtus.pro to be even getting a single inch ng B side. So, Team Stallions with huge recoveries and now they will be getting their prime site pero hindi din ibig sabihin na may hinaan din dito ang Virtus.pro. Their GR is one of, if not the best GRs ng Ankara just from Yobi Bencetra on their double sniper setup. Pero nakita naman natin ng mga nakaraang panahon ng Sneaks na kaya na nga to basahin ng Team Stallions. But then again, STS will now be tested once again sa kanilang flexibility. Kung doon pa rin sila sa kinagisnan nga nila, eto pa rin ba yung mid-executes natin? Babagalan ba natin ng sobra-sobra or just send it? Ang daming pwedeng pagpilian ng STS dito sa second half.
That's the thing, no pare, yung options dito ng Stallions, they can go as low as they can, 20 second execute pare, pwede yan. Pero pwede rin nilang gawin yung ginawa nila sa FERVID dun sa Eagle Eye pare, which is just straight up run to A site. Anong execute, anong lineups, we're gonna throw the smokes while we're running on the site and we'll figure it out from there. So let us see Stallions dito na nga sa ating BL side, VP on GR. Both teams known para sa sides nila on their respective maps. Problema ka lang, who can decide today ba?
Hindi naman natin makikita yan, Sneaky. Kasi na nga lang, marami tayong posibleng rounds na makita nga sa Ankara kasi kung ganito ang laruan, pre, iukit ba na dyan sa utak ko na aabot nga tayo ng gintong round. Virtus.pro on defense will now be pushing out the double sniper. Pre, when in doubt, double TRG, no? Dito ka lang makakita na Virtus.pro na dahil nga sa lakas ng STS, kailangan talaga natin pag-artikin si Yobib. Now, Team Stallions will now be facing the wrath of Yobib with this major adjustment. At una sa kontrata, si Kano.
That's the one player na lalong-lalo na si Kano, men. That's the one player you don't want out early. Zetra taking out Loy. So wala na agad yung 1-2 punch ng Stallions dito. And let's see if KLB, KLP at si JJ, they can reflect the same things from yesterday, no? They did pick up the slack from Loy and Kano after their, I wouldn't say, less than ideal performance dito sa mapa na to. And knowing Stallions kasi pare, yeah, you can kill the 1-2 punch but the mid-rounding is still just as dangerous pare. Looking like a hotel pick.
Most likely, no, KLP nagtawag na nga ng senyas dito para makapag-execute na nga. Keller still not being founded. Pero wow, KLP with a shot over to Yobib and a quick execute by Stallions. Overwhelmed dito ang Virtus.pro. Naging tabla na nga ang laban nga natin, Sneaks, pero syempre ang daga hindi naman nagpapahuli. Nasa kailaliman ng lupa si Elvin at hanggang ngayon Team Stallions ang taas ng kumpiyansa na bakanteng-bakante ang B-site.
Zetra naghahanap ng hitbox sa kamay ni KLP pero ayaw talaga magpakita. Tinapunan na lang ng grenade, forcing him to try and move pero hindi talaga gumagalaw dito si KLP. And then he steps forward into his death. KSA with the spray down. Pero lumalapit pa nga itong si KLB on the ramp side. 10 seconds para makuha ang defuse. KLB with the swing. KLB with the 3K! KLB starting the shenanigans early. At sinabi ko nga pare, hinahanap ko yung STS, yung KLB na nakita natin kahapon, mukhang in attendance din sa ngayon.
Hindi pa rin nangangalawang ang baril ni Kapitan pre. KLB with the most ridiculous way of getting that 1v3. Hindi siya nagmalalim papuntang hotel para maglaro ng oras. Tinayuan niya lang yung slide para sila mismo ang lumapit sa waiting arms ni KLB. Masyadong maikli yung mga braso ng VP para makipagsuntukan kay KLB at di nila naabot ang kapitan. Team Stallions with a heck of a recovery after the Yobib and Cetra pick. VP, how do you even counter that?
Pretty good M14 work for the best HK player in the world at one point pare. Very nice to see galing dito kay KLB that the captain is capable of fragging as well. But the captain will get tagged at the start of the round. So second hit ang kanilang pakay dito. Second hit will be good para kay Yobib. Pero KLB, where is the trade galing sa Stallions? Mukhang wala pa pare. Hindi na masyadong pwedeng madaliin to win kasi the snipers are looking deadly para sa VP.
I don't know if this is the time where Team Stallions will now be trying to get that engagement early, no? Parang in this round specifically, binabagalan nga talaga just in case na ma-throw off ang Virtus.pro. I believe that is the vision. Team Stallions utilizing the smoke dito lang sa second mid para maging space creation nga to para sa kanila. 50 seconds. Masyadong dominante ang ating kanang parte ng mapa, no sneaks. It has to be a B execute. Ang layo sabihin kung magiging A nga to at nakabuelo na nga sila sa hotel. Papapasukin nga ba sila si Yobib? Yobib, hindi siya papayagan. Now KLP takes down the guard. Loy now with the kill. KLP mag-i-swing nga rin dito. And he's gonna clear the player dito lang sa may TV. Loy nakaikot ng Aresa. Nang galing si Loy. Ganto ang pakiramdam na nilalason ang manlalason. Virtus.pro. Isa na lang ang natitira.
Still, quite the dangerous last player para dito sa Stallions. They still have to respect what KSA can offer in a 1 versus 2. Pero KLP, laking mintis para sa kanya. Loy, not a known entity just yet. Di pa siya nakita dito sa bato. KSA not deciding to go for the full crosses yet. Pero nakaplant na nasa likod ng baterya. Pero spotted na si Loy and that is an easy collection para kay KSA. Just holding the angle. And it's a defuse para sa Virtus.pro.
Palitan lang ng clutch, pre. At yun ang kailangang paabuting length ng Virtus.pro at ng STS. They need to force the 1v1s, the 1v2s. That is absolutely insane. Now, Loy pushing possible A position dito lang sa hotel na naman. And I don't see any reason whatsoever for Team Stallions to change their playbook just yet. Talaga sabihin na didikit nga ulit ang Virtus.pro sa puwersa. I do believe, no pre, pwede nga naman talaga just because of that forcing of 1v1. Pero in Stallions, kakanvasin naman nila kung itong A-site nga ba to, may mga lamok o kailangan natin mag-clearing. Now Team Stallions with the Congo line. It's a triple nade dito lang sa taas ng room A.
Wait. Everybody missed. Yun na nga. Actually, hindi nag-miss. Left side EA pala yun, pare. Buti na lang dito nakatayo si KSA. Buti na lang na andito siya sa vents, pare. There's a roof over his head. It saves you from raining grenades occasionally.
Parang recon na rin yun, pre. Wala silang nakuha ang pick eh. So alam nila na sa top A naglalaro itong mga Virtus.pro. At di pa rin sila natinag. Papasok na naman sila, Sneaky.
Uy. That's the clue that they need, Salvatore. KSA, nasa vents. Okay. Pwede tayo mag-step back.
Uy, nakatakas sila, pre.
Pero, baka i-recheck kasi ng Virtus.pro. Ano, Stallions?
No way, KLP.
No way. The re-re-hit. They don't expect the re-re-hit, pare.
Pero, pre, ganun din kadelikado. Itong B-site na to kasi nakalinya si Yobib. Di naman umasinta. And now with 36 seconds left on the clock, KLP with the possibility to counter the rotation. Masyado na atang napanatag si KLR at iiwan niya si KSA Kano. Now with the re-hit. No, dito sneaky as they now go inside of A site. KSA mag-isa lang. Iniwan siya ng kapitan niya. At KSA, tangi ikaw lang ang nakasalalay nga dito at wala ka ng mga kaibigan. Nag-COE na sila. At Virtus.pro paparating pa lang.
Grabe KSA, that was the quickest that anyone has seen the light dito sa mapa natin. Pero Stallions, 5 strong. Virtus.pro need to take CA. JJ na andito na sa loob ng vents at nagparamdam ng Keller. Nahulog na agad. Elvin looking for a foothold dito sa exit pero wala na masyadong mahanap itong Virtus.pro. Every single part is covered. Yo, Big D man lang nakakita ng tao dito sa EA. Elvin down. Zetra looking for some outliers pero si KLB na lang yata ang magpipick. Kano with the pre-fire round of goal. They get the round. Team Stallions, very solid ang kanilang retake defense.
Pero sa mantel na ata ng mundo nila nakuha yung mid-round na yun, Sneaky. Di ko alam na Stallions branded pala yun. 2 beses nilang paparamdamin na may ingay sa A. Babalik ng hotel. Nakita nga nila na nandun si Obi. Balik tayo ng A site. Grabe ang flowchart na utak dito ng Team Stallions and they're looking for more. KSA nakita yung braso at posibleng susugurin ka na naman ng Team Stallions. Zetra gusto lang naman makalakap na impormasyon. It's a very good angle na kunin nga yun because it's a possible position for trade. Pero then again, Virtus.pro, hindi pa mawar sa kanila ang binigay na barahan ng dealer dito and they got none from the position of Zetra.
Yep, you will start seeing this pattern, no? Especially pag down na itong Virtus.pro, si Zetra mismo naghahanap ng opening opportunities, especially when it comes to this PR side. That amount of green light, no? Pwede kang makanet ng at least 2 kills or maybe even 3 sa kamay nga dito ni Zetra, but the risk as well is there. You can get none, and Stallions, they can just wait out whatever information na meron dito ang Virtus.pro na meron sa kanila. And operable na yung mapa natin. Virtus.pro, no choice but to play the guessing game dito sa Ankara.
Bro, with a game of gaano nga ba kabilis kami mag-react pag may mga bala na sa mga pagmumukha namin. Ilang ang tema na itong Ankara nga na to. Despite the double sniper from Yobi Ben Zetra, they have managed to separate these two nang ganun lang kadali. I believe this is a HM mid-fake para nga kay Kano. Pero masyado pa rin obvious na pwede pa rin pumasok ang Stallions. Dito pa rin sa top A, Elvin nakabantay with a quick trade. KSA hindi pa rin napupuntirya and Loy, niratolan lang si KSA. 3v2, KLR fully aware na may mga dugo ang miyero ng Stallions at pupuntirhin niya dito si KLP na punong-puno pa nga ng buhay. Kano 1 HP, si Loy ang tanging hero sa round nga na to para pumuntirya ng gustong umopensa dito. Sa loob nga na A site, 25 seconds all the time para kay KLR na pumaslang. Para lusubin tong A side na to. And Loy with the most egoistic picks. Pero oras ang punan dito ni Kano. Pero wala na nga siyang buhay, Yobib. Now smells blood. Kano! Napilaya ng binti. Kano, maaalala mo yun bilang malaking pagkakamali. Virtus.pro gets the round over a mistake.
Parang huling-huli kung sino gumagamit ng VIP character na may reduce falling damage, pare. Etong si Kano, nasanay yata masyado sa Joy na pagbalik dito sa Omo, pare. Mukhang di na naalala, pare. Oh my goodness me.
Oh my God.
It happens. Accidents happen, pare. Pero that was especially funny.
Alam niya ata, pre, malambot yung lupa. Ang dami yung nahuling isda eh.
Akala niya ito jump pad, pare.
Nandun eh. Nakikita ko na lalaroin niya na yung cut A eh. Lalaroin niya na rin yung room eh. Pag nakaangat na si Obib, ikot-ikutan niya lang eh. Hanggat sa maubusan ng oras. Pero hindi mo na madadrawing yun, Kano, no? Okay, natutulan ka na ng paa. Now, Virtus.pro. Granted a round. Na pwede nga nilang maisip na may palagpa kami ha. Kahit anong mid-round pa ang gawin ng Stallions. Kaya cannot really be too sure right now, STS. Walang kasiguraduhan na lahat ng ginagawa nyo magiging epektibo. Mali mo nga naman gumawa sila ng panibagong sequence na may papanalo nga nila. But Virtus.pro is here to play. Here to play defense is KLR. Bantay lang.
Okay, papa-back off sila dito. 2 shots already being rung. Pero wala pang tumatama.
Wala pa nga.
So, re-hit na naman ba to? Para sa Stallions. Let's re-hit TB. And pray na walang lalabas dito sa HM bigla. Pero, Zeta na naman ang sasanang dito sa Obed instead of Yobib. Could make a difference. Well, they do get Kano, pero si KLB naka-trade naman agad dito sa hotel. So, ko-confirm nila na maaga na pwede nilang kunin yung parte na mapa na to. Pero si Loy, hinahanap niya ang gustong kumuha rin ng foothold para dito sa Virtus.pro. Most likely will come from Benz or EA. Kaya presence lang talaga para sa Stallions across the path. Pero KLR, makakita yata ng tatlo dito sa TB. Will only get damage, will have to run away. Drops a flash pero walang mabubula galing sa STS. They are not stopping anytime soon for this B-side hit. Yobib, una mahuhulog, nasa smoke. Itong si Loy, nakita na si KSA. Kellar, killing KLP. Loy from the behind, inside of spawn. What a tap on Elvin! It only takes one to take down two. Oh my goodness me, Loy. Starting to tap away at heads already dito sa series natin.
Loy, mawawalan na ako ng puso kakaisip na rinig ka na ng kalaban. Pero wala ka pa rin tigil kung kunin yung RS. Team Stallions with one heck of a gamble sa TB. Kasi punong-puno ng miyembro yun ng Virtus.pro at alam nila. They're fully aware na nakabuelo si KSA at si Kellar doon. Clearly, Stallions is fearless, pre. Virtus.pro, good reaction. Pero Team Stallions, mas nagulangan nga sila. The better playbook and the better execute will be the victor. Itong Virtus.pro, still not dishing out a good job sa pagbawi nga nitong second half. Lahat ng numero, lahat ng porsyento, pati puwersa at armas, umaangat dito sa STS. Virtus.pro needs to rely on Yobib and Cetra to get those major picks. Pero kahit nga ba makapilas ng isa sila Cetra, di pa rin natitinag ang Stallion sa pagkuha ng space.
Yep, swap position na naman para dito kay Zetra now on that TD position. No longer pushing forward, no siya na mismo naghahanap ng mid-pick. Since Stallions have been going for mid-control time and time again, Yobib malapit na buhay dito sa hotel, which would be a very nice trade para dito sa Stallions. That's one sniper down already, potentially para sa B-site. Pero nagigets na dito ng Virtus.pro that Stallions maybe have been getting mid a bit too free time and time again dito sa mapa natin. So STS would have to look otherwise for opportunities dito, pare.
Oh my God, Loy.
Pero yung double sniper sa sabi, ang sakit niyan eh.
Ang nakataon ng RS, blind spot para kay Yobib. I believe yung mga magkocross papuntang HM, posible nga niyang makita, pero depende kasi kung gaano kabilis pumitik dito si Yobib. Now Cetra with a security measure. Dito lang sa may hotel. Cetra with a full-on hard scope. This is risky para kay JJ at kay Loy, pero mali mo naman ma-overwhelm nga sila. Cetra missing a crucial shot at nakapasok nga sila ng RS. KLB di pa rin nagpaparamdam. Tinalunan yung bala ni Cetra and here comes the entry. A fiery red hot STS gustong kunin ng B-side. KLB magpapakawala and 2 down here for Virtus.pro. 3v3. Kano nakapasok ng hotel para sa cut rotation ng TB and now changes to the M14. Kano swinging, inaabangan si Yobib and Yobib is down. Piso na nga lang kaya napakadali dito kay Kano. Loy now with the kill. Elvin nakakita na nga ng kalaban pero siya na nga lang mag-isa at yun ang harang na hinahanap ng STS. KLB sounding the march. Sa kanila na daw ang Ankara 9-6.
Lumiliyab na yung apoy sa puso dito ni KLB, pare. Sumisigaw na siya dito sa facecam. And Stallions with the war cry could potentially look for a finish. What a nade galing kay Kano, no? That actually bothered yung aim dito ni Zetra on that battery's position, but he's not bothered with that smoke. Loy already out of the picture, but the utility work para dito sa Stallions really actually surprising itong Virtus.pro. They're getting hit in directions that they didn't know they could get hit.
Virtus.pro is not even that chronically aware nung mga nakaraang rounds. Ngayon pa lang nila may isip, pre, na STS is taking too much space just for the sake of util. At malaking epekto nga to para nga sa Virtus.pro. Isipin nila, pre, uy, smoke to, baka papunta dito STS. Pero parang pwedeng maging con artist tong si KLB at si Kano. Sa dami ng mga fakes na binabato nga nila. Now Team Stallions, wala atang magandang ani sa loob nga ng B-site. Parating pa nga lang ngayon ng Team Stallions sa gusto nga nilang kunin para sila'y makabiyahe na pauwi at rumekta na sa set number 2. Crucial kill incoming pero KSA hindi magpapatinag. Buhay pa rin siya. Now Stallions all the time in the world para pag-isipan. Pasok o labas?
Yeah, a bit too wide for my liking, no? Para dito sa Vens play natin. Pero Elvin decided to roll on forward. I think wala nang HE na paparating sa kanya dito unless Kano does send one in his direction. Pero Stallions kahanap na ng setup para sa kanilang A site. CA is clear.
Wala si Cetra.
Pero I think kailangan gawin dito ng Stallions. They have to take over dito sa loob ng exit para masandwich ang mga players ng VP na nasa A side. Pero aware na rin dito si Yobib na yun na magiging posibilidad para sa Stallions. Only one option. Hit or be hit dito sa high mid. Yobib getting JJ jumping across, preventing a death from his side. Zetra nakita na nga si KLB. KLB down as well. Kano nakita na si Elvin. Lumalaban pa si Kano. Teka lang. 2 seconds left though. Para kay Kano. Walang oras sa kanyang kasyo pare. 9-7. Virtus.pro looking to fight still dito sa Ankara. Parang gusto gawing 9-9 pare.
Pakagandang read nun, pre. Virtus.pro is on their way. Unti na lang talaga. Kailangan lang nilang tatagan yung isip, pre, na habang gumagana pa yung mga neurons dito ni KLR, lahat ng mid-round ng STS mababasa nga nila. Rotation na HM pero STS looking pretty desperate nga dito. Wala silang respeto kay Elvin. Kano with an egoistic swing na naman laban kay KSA. Loy with a pick over to Cetra. STS hindi pa dumadaan ng minuto, 3 ang napaslang nila.
Grabe, and the solution for Stallions for the Virtus.pro finally fighting back dito sa may mid-side natin is to just straight up go for a fight on mid as 5 players. And that is the Stallions approach that can finish games exactly like this. Kano, obviously a massive talent. Oh, but a quick scope misses para kay Yobib. Kellar na lang natitira. At hindi man lang siya makakarating dito sa B-site natin. Team Stallions statement start dito sa Ankara.
Hindi pa tayo dumadaan sa decider set. Kumukulo na yung dugo ni KLB. Pero hindi ibig sabihin galit yan, pre. Yan ang puso ng kampiyon. Yan ang sigaw ng isang gustong manalo at may gustong patunayan. KLB blowing out the war horns dito, pre. Hanggang ngayon pa lang mamarkahan na nila lahat ng mapa ng bandera ng STS. What an output. And what a turnaround dito for Team Stallions after a slow start sa kanilang GR, no? Para nagpakita lang sila ng onting asim sa opensa, pre. At tila naging alat naman to para sa Virtus.pro.
Yun nga, no? Yung kinaganda dito ng opensa ng Virtus.pro ay yun din yung kinaganda rin ng opensa dito ng Team Stallions. No? The mid rounding hugely improved compared to yesterday, pare. I can see the fakes finally coming in. I can see yung lurks finally coming in. But at the same time, they are still winning the Stallions way, pare. And I think it was very evident dun sa pinaka-last round natin where it was just a straight-up fist fight galing sa Stallions, just like what I said. Similar dun sa last 3 rounds ng ating Eagle Eye up against FERVID. And I feel like ayun nga, this is Stallions kind of flexing yung kanilang firepower, pare. This is what we are capable of. We can go toe-to-toe against you, pare, and we can even get the win from it. And it's just impressive to see galing dito sa Stallions, men, na nakikita natin to in the Grand Finals.
Sneaks, magkabilang planeta yung agwat dito ng Stallion sa Ankara laban sa FERVID at Stallion sa Ankara laban nga sa Virtus.pro. This is like the deepest of the playbooks na nakita nga natin. Wala nga sa kanila na tila ikinagulat ng Virtus.pro na hindi nga nila nakita to sa sarili nga nilang pagbubuka. Tayo'y tapos na dito sa ating Ankara. Ano nga ba ang pwede mangyari sa ating set number 2? Pero mamaya pa yan, ating alamin kung ano nga bang masasabi ng ating panel dyan na nakabantay para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon. Salvatore Sticky Frag nga pala para sa casters. Ibabata na namin kay Mochi at Bipolar.
Thank you so much sa ating mga casters at grabe naman talaga itong dalawang team natin. On brand sa pagiging Diyos. Ito meron na agad pinatikim. Kala mo yung STS merong relihiyon lang sa mapa ng Ankara. Ang VP bininyagan. Pero grabe naman talaga. No Bipolar. First map already being taken away dito ng STS.
Yun na nga, I mean, STS played impeccable Ankara dito, no? I mean, I have to get the words out of Salvatore's mouth, no, na parang naontian siya dito kasi parang there was a lot of lineups daw mula sa SES na hindi natin nakita prior. Ang dami, may nakita
Lots
tayong
of new things.
smoke mula kay papunta dito sa may high mid, some smokes and flashes na parang magugulat ka na lang. Pero if you look at it in a way, sobrang ganda ng depensa dito ng GR side mula sa STS kasi kahit na butt clenching yung mga rounds natin dito for Virtus.Pro kasi palaging last 15 seconds, last 30 seconds sila mag-execute, they're trying to get the information. Sa sobrang held back at sa sobrang passive ng players dito mula sa Stallions, they can easily see the flashbangs na papunta sa kanila, just dodge it and just get the kills after that. Lalo na't 5 or more than 3 yung pagpasok dito ng plays natin mula sa Virtus.Pro towards A side. So, kahit na masyadong onting oras na pwedeng magkagulo yung players for Stallions, sa sobrang passive nila, it just becomes easy na naging FFA na lang yun para sa side ng VP, para sa side ng STS na VP is just spawning in their faces. And what can you do? Yes, it's a big risk, it's a big reward if they do win it for Virtus.Pro. Nakita naman natin yon. Pero that's a gamble nonetheless, Mochi. And you don't win those 9 out of 10 times.
Yup, and definitely just shows that despite VP actually taking the earlier stages nitong ating mapa ng Angtara, well, Team Stallions been very quick to adapt, no? Lalong-lalo na nang sinabi mo na rin, ang daing pinabigay at pinakita dito ng mga bago. And my oh my, I can't wait. Ano pa ang kanilang dala dito pagdating sa mga susunod nating mga mapa. But the pace that they are working on, I actually thought that we will be heading on to overtime. Pero mukhang natapos na ito agad ng 10-7 at kitang-kita naman dito sa ating set summary kung sino ang nag-pop off ng maigi dito. Maliban kay Kano with a 21 kills and 13 headshots. I feel like it's also worth pointing out itong ating ibang mga members dito, specifically itong si JJ. Kasi iba talaga ang naging epekto the moment na mag-active itong si JJ and as well as itong si Loy because oftentimes it doesn't end pretty para sa team na katapat nila.
Yeah, you know what? The Wonder Kid is online, Mochi. Hindi ito yung nakita natin kahapon. And a singular day is what makes Stallions very much online. After that, what seemed to be a very faulty semifinals. Well, Kano, siya mismo ngayon ang ating maging MVP after a 20 bang up against Virtus.Pro. And KLB is online. Loy is online. Yes, KLP, medyo di pa nagpaparamdam dito. But 4 players na yun, Mochi. 4 Stallions ang gumalaw at hindi pa yun ulit ang 100%.
And I can even say that this is quite of a tempo being set din dito ng Team Stallions, no? Because for some reason, at certain occasions, it seems like they are made out of liquid because sa sobrang bilis nila mag-adapt, sa sobrang flexible nila sumagot, at in terms of their reactions, the reactions doesn't look like reactions at all because it's all very much calculated and it turns out super well for them so far. But let us see kung ano nga ang mangyayari sa ating susunod na mapa, and for now, we will be calling on a really quick short break at after nito, bakbakan na ulit. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And
Uy,
he's in trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Ito na ang ikalawang kabanata na ating inaabang-abangan. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang bakbakan ng Team Stallions and as well as Virtus.pro at tayo'y dadayo sa mapa ng Eagle Eye.
Yun na nga, tuloy-tuloy ang bakbakan at labasan na rin ng mga words of affirmation, Mochi.
Of
Grabe
course.
magmahal yung dalawang IGLs natin para sa Virtus.pro and as well as sa Stallions, no? First 4 rounds, nagsisigawan para marinig na, uy, ang galing mo daw, pre, sabi niya. Ganun, no, may kasamang turo yun eh. For both IGLs, so sobrang sarap.
Ganon.
Ang galing, the best ka! Grabe, ganun yung nakikita natin doon. And it's a mix of both worlds, no? Yes, coming into Eagle Eye 2.0, we definitely see that Stallions have a lot of firepower here, especially na ito nga yung kinup up nila from the season prior, plus dito ulit lalabas ang KLB-TRG, KLP-TRG as well. Pero one thing to point out is Kano on the mid side now, which means hindi na mapapaangas dito, and discipline is still the name of the game para sa Stallions para makuha nila ang swift matches up against Virtus.pro dito sa finals.
And speaking of Swift, no, tingnan natin ang kanilang win rate para meron tayong idea kung magiging Swift nga ba talaga ang ating mga laruan dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, kasi base sa ating survey, wow, may mga percentage natin dito for our maps totality of 100% for both sides. Ang pinagkaiba lamang ay 4 na itong beses pinaglaruan ng Team Stallions. And even our percentage for BL and GR, practically the same here by Polar.
But more impressive, no, for Team Stallions kasi na-maintain nila yung similar side win compared to VP na 2 mapa lang yun, Mochi, which just really gives you a story wherein Team Stallions knows this map to a point na kaya nilang i-maintain yung prowess nila kahit na they're offline, just like what happened in the semifinals. The win probability shows you that there is a lot for Team Stallions. Virtus.pro, kahit na similar lang din naman, is very, very low kasi they rely on these players like Elvin, like Yobib on Hotel, like KLR to possibly very much put dominance in play. Cetra and KLP ang gusto kong makita dito, Mochi, just because it's so open na kahit nagbibihis ka pa lang, nakikita ka na dito ng 2 players.
And I am actually wondering about the pressure points na maaaring maibilapag dito ng ating parehong teams, no? Would it be a bit more foot forward, or would it be a bit more of a passive approach, no, especially na pagdating sa ating kalagitnaang parte ng ating match, kasi doon na talaga malalaman if they are indeed getting a bit more confident in knowing the tendencies ng katapat natin dito, and also knowing that they play both well dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. At kaya naman nilatag na natin to sa ating mga caches. Tawagan na natin uli sila. Sige, Bragan, Salvatore, kayo na to.
Maraming salamat sa ating panel, no? Clearly, Sneaks, the numbers do not lie, pero parang wala naman atang talo dun sa mga numerong nakita natin. Both winning all of their Eagle Eye maps, both have high percentages, both on BL and GR. 2 higante nga talaga ang makikita natin sa loob ng Eagle Eye, and I can't wait.
I was thinking na medyo mababa nga yung probability dito ng Virtus.pro. I feel like their Eagle Eye is definitely stronger than what we saw dito sa group stage natin. I feel like mas magandang reference siguro yung nakita natin from 2025 CFS, no? Na ayun nga, they are taking international teams even with their slow pace to the brink pagdating nga sa mapa na to. So I feel like playoff Eagle Eye will be slightly different para dito sa Virtus.pro, pero nakita na natin yung mapa na to on Stallions up against FERVID, and you just saw the sheer firepower lang ang nagpapanalo sa kanila doon. But at the same time, there were some tricks being pulled galing dito sa Stallions, no, dito sa map number 1. So I'm not so sure kung yung approach dito ng Stallions will be similar to yesterday, considering FERVID is an entirely different team with an entirely different approach. So, feeling ko Stallions this time with their run dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 against VP, this will be a lot more careful para sa kanila dito. I feel like there will be a lot more 3-man groups scanning yung mapa natin para makakuha ng first frag. And we will probably see a more careful version dito ng Stallions, pare, considering na ayun nga, they will be playing on the GR side first actually. So never mind, erase everything that I said. They have all the green light to go aggressive kasi GR side nga sila dito, pare. And ayun nga, we are probably gonna see Loy send it dito sa hotel, and we're gonna see Kano maybe, just maybe, drop down dun sa bridge at tulungan ng kanyang teammate. Kasi ayun nga, just like what I said, man, Stallions when it comes to offense, they can be slow but they can be fast. Pero pagdating sa defense, man, it's like a boxer na hindi mo talaga alam kung saan galing yung suntok dito.
Right.
May katabi ako, may katabi ako.
Maririnig na nga natin ang comms ng dalawang teams na to.
Walang mid.
Mo ba?
Okay. Nang 140 dong. Okay, flash yan ako.
Pwede na tabang sa nilog na smoke, balik lang.
Ramdam mo talaga, no? Team Stallions very much not that active dito. Sa kanilang GR, no? Expected pasyado na yung hotel. Tinatauan kagad nila KLB sa dungaw pala ng bar. O kaya may nakadungaw lang din sa may baba ng BR pre. Pero kita mo talaga, no, Stallions just anticipating itong mga entrances ng hotel. LR now with a very hard entry at walang kamuwang-muwang dito ang Stallions na nilusob din sila ng Virtus.pro.
And interesting actually na hindi nilagay ng Stallions si Loy sa B-site natin. Instead, siya na lang mag-push dito sa LA para mahanap si Elvin Kano. Timing could be there pero nakatingin pa rin si Yobe VP in turtle mode. And the stop-and-go defense or the stop-and-go offense begins para dito sa Virtus.pro. We've seen this from yesterday's games na kukuha sila ng isang major na side ng mapa kagaya ng hotel, kagaya nga ng house A or mid, and they are just gonna stay there the entire time. And obviously yung logic nga dito ni Stallions, no, kailangan ko makakuha ng trade, kailangan ko makakuha ng kill para mabawian yung kakampi ko, and they are playing that desperation, pare.
Naman natin, no, Virtus.pro, the moment na lumabas ang 2.0 ng Eagle Eye, sila mismo ang unang humawak na neto at maraming napag-iwanan including Pacific Macta. At tama lang naman talaga na maglabas nga sila ng init nga ngayon na para ipakita kung sino ang mga OGs. Sila lang ang dapat nakatayo nga dito. Here comes the retake. Loy piso na nga lang. Keller shots him through the smoke. As Loy now with 1 HP. Si KLP mismo dito ang naging biktima na dapat si Loy nga ang mapapaslang. And now Loy now waving the white flag, signaling na suko na nga siya. Masyadong malakas ang pwersa ng Virtus.pro sa B-side.
Off the rip pa lang na pare, na pinakita na sa atin ng Virtus.pro kung anong klaseng opensa na i-expect natin dito sa EA side ng Eagle Eye 2.0. And finally, they do find the dito sa ating Stallion side. Pero Virtus.pro, I think tama yung kanilang punish, but they're actually aiming to kill Loy early dito sa hotel. Take over the hotel right after at magsistay na. They got more than they bargained for, pare, dito sa hotel natin. And it seems like they netted a whole lot more than 2 kills, pare.
Well, usually, no, Virtus.pro, kahit ganito nakalalim yung nakukuha nga nilang space, baka hanapin pa nila dito yung second mid. Or siguro meron pa silang dahilan para magpa-HM pa. But nope, they really stuck itong hotel nga to with the intention na linyahin yung sarili nga nila with a 4-man entry. Of course, STS, kailangan nga nila mag-react doon. Pero sino na lang ba yung nakatao, di ba? Si Loy na lang, nakaparating pa lang. JJ, anticipating the push, pero wala silang nagawa dito kay Kano at KLB. Yobib also clearing house sa may baba ng BR. Si KLB cuts the rotation doon sa split na ginawa ng Virtus.pro. Elvin hindi makalampas, pero tinanggal niya na yung opposition dito. And KLP finds the rotating Elvin. Now we head into the 3v1. Cetra, katabi niya lang yung C4 dito sa paghiga. At pagkagising niya, pre, wala na yung mga kakampi niya.
Yun nga, it is a bit of a failed execute na naman papunta nga dito sa hotel, no, for Virtus.pro. I think they were trying to run back the exact same thing na nakita natin sa round number 1, but Stallions being fully well aware of it, pare, naglagay pa sila ng additional player dito sa hotel in the name of Kano. And instead of Kano playing yung rotational role natin dito sa Eagle Eye, napapansin ko siya na yung sumasabay or nagpa-pack up if kailangan ng 3 players sa isang site. Itong Team Stallions natin and Kano keep collecting that final kill. And Loy is now playing the rotational player. I wonder what the adjustment is for. Baka sa nakita natin dun kahapon, Salvatore.
The missing element lang naman kahapon kung bakit nga nahihirapan ng Stallions was definitely Loy, no? The missing link, hindi natin nararamdaman si Loy sa mga ikot niya nga, no? And it was mostly done by a very negative performance by Kano. Na-impacto naman yung frags. And it was KLB. Pero mamaya na nga, direct na nga daw dito lang sa may B at Kano clearing hotel. Pero dalawa lang makukuha niya nga dito. Okay na daw yon. Cetra. In-overkill na nga si KLB. As now, Loy and KLP na lang ulit na nang manggagaling pa nga sa A site. KLP. Pwedeng madapa dito sa pagtawid pero tumingin na muna siya sa kaliwat kanan bago masagasaan ng mga kotse. Buti na nga lang siya ay nakatawid ng matiwasay. Elvin nalampasan pa RS na nga and Loy dapat handa ka. Parang Boy Scout lang.
Uy, timing!
Now Elvin nagkaikutan ng landas pero blind spot ang BR. Loy, boy pa rin.
See how good this flick could be para dito kay Loy. Could see him on the first swing right side. Pero mukhang dediretso na lang siya dito. Elvin letting him pass. Line up para kay Loy. Malalabas na yung nade. Pero mukhang mahuhuli pa nga dito si Elvin. Oh no, this could spell doom and gloom. Run and gun para kay Loy. And unfortunately, too much discipline can cause some losses dito, pare. Elvin looking for the bigger fish pero kinain na pala siya ng pating dito, pare.
Unwritten rule sa loob nga ng CROSSFIRE community, no? Wag masyado kang mabait. Mamalasing ka talaga. Kita mo nga naman talaga na kahit anong gawin ni Elvin na pagiging matiwasay, pagiging mabait at disiplinado, siya pa rin ang napakasya dito. KLB hindi na magiging pabaya sa pagbantay ng hotel. Look at the hold of Stallions as their GR is now fully decked out, improved mula kahapon. At wala man lang nakaranas ng maayos na tulog sa hotel. And now KLB once again pushing the troops na mas lalo nyo pang initan nang di na makapuwersa ang kalaban.
Grabe, parang feeling ko si JJ yung pinaka nag-e-enjoy dito sa pinanggagawa ng kanyang captain considering he is sitting right next to him and he is just taunting the camera and again. And KLB, ito yung rason kung bakit tinawag ka sa isa sa mga pinakabagaling na HT player sa ating mundo kasi kaya mong mag-produce ng ganyan na highlight. And it is just, once again, pure firepower para dito sa Team Stallions. Baril lang ang kailangan para umasenso dito, pare.
Ito malapit, no? Parang kanina lang, ibilang siya nakabantay. Nasa na si Kano. Malapit na siya mag-bypass. Pagka naman talaga may kamandag yung ugat nito eh. Tigit sa lahat, no? Virtus.pro is now hesitant na mag-B-side pre. They're now opting for a much more safer route dito lang sa may HF, possibly papuntang bunker. Dalawang mga kapitan, pareho naglalasunan. Sinong makakatanggap na mas masakit? Nakalalabasan, KLB now retreating, hindi na siya papalag. Discipline here for Stallions but Virtus.pro posible pa rin kumagat sa opensa ng B.
I think the expectations around na to, Salvatore, no, judging from their positions, was may fake na mangyayari sa A site that they will be trying to get the flanking player dito sa bypass, no? Pero Stallions fully disciplined inside of this map, not moving from their spots anytime soon, pero KLB could be meeting his maker very soon. Kung magpipick siya dito sa LB, KLB checking the upstairs but not the down. Cetra, nakita yung balik at KLB seeing him too. Kellar, gustong pugutan dito si KLB pero makakaalis pa naman siya just in time. 30 seconds left, wala masyadong oras sa Virtus.pro and not much opportunity.
And with that lost opportunity para makapasok ng B-side pre. Grabe na ang Milo Marathon ng Virtus.pro. Di na tayo sa unang letra ng alpabeto. Loy and KLP sa wakas may makikita na nga silang kalaban. Kakantay ng maraming rounds. At dito natin makikita ang asik ng lagim ng high-low ng Team Stallions. Sobrang deadly nga nito. Tutumba si KSA. Susunod si Yopip na makikita ang puting liwanag. Walang nakalampas. Team Stallions sinakalang VP.
Grabe, if we talked about firepower para dito sa Team Stallions, yung disiplina naman yung nagpapanalo sa kanila doon, just denying any map control na libre para dito sa Virtus.pro. And di binibitawan yung hotel ng basta-basta. KLB will die fighting for that position. And with only 30 seconds left, sakto yung kanilang pag-back off. Virtus.pro obviously playing in the dark dun sa round na yun. Naghuhula na lang sila kung saan sila pupunta. And it seems like A-site was the wrong choice, pare.
Pero pre, would it even be a better choice kung papasok sila ng B?
Nope.
Hindi natin ㍍Third tayo sa kakasiguro doon. KLB at JJ Kano establishing a 3-man crossfire. Kaya wala ka rin makikita magandang kakalabasan para nga sa Virtus.pro. The effort was there. I saw the potential na sisikuhan lang nila si Loy para makalusob. But really, Stallions now, the discipline is proving to be really good. Walang malalim na rotation. Not even tower, pre. Grabe nga naman ang paikot dito ng Stallions. Na para bang naka-x-ray sila. Alam nga nila ang ikot ng VP.
We spotted si KLB. And I think he might just wanna back off. Pero gusto niya yatang iharap ang buong Virtus.pro dito, pare. Bridge will not be check. Keller mauuna dito sa hotel. Pero hindi siya yung first contact. It will be KSA and or ㍍Third. KLB rounding the corner. Miss shot ka lang kay ㍍Third. Pero binawian niya gamit ang kanyang Colt. Virtus.pro. Ito na ba ang executor? Mag-aantay na naman ba kayo dito sa hotel? Making Stallions think, is this finally the execute para sa Virtus.pro na mapunta dito sa B-site? And wala min. Pero STS, lumalapit na sila dito eh.
It took down at least 1% of the power ng Team Stallions. But Virtus.pro still 100, no? Mas lamang pa rin ang numero nga nila at kailangan nga nilang gamitin to. Still a risky position here for JJ. Hindi mo kailangan tumingin, kaibigan. Patience is wavering para ka sa Stallions. Gusto na nga nilang kumalaban ng opposition dito. Sneaky. JJ with the boost. I feel like he's aware. ㍍Third whipping. Walang tumama. Pero si KSA papalag pa rin. Look at the trades. Pababor to para sa side ng Virtus.pro. And KLP gets taken down. Finally, nagising na ang Virtus.pro. B-execute na pwede na lang magamit paulit-ulit. And they need a timeout. Gumana man. Pero hanggang ngayon, nalalabuan pa rin sila sa mga nangyayari.
Parang yung kwento natin dito no Salvatore, it is the tale of the first picks. It's always the team that gets the first pick. Yung unang skirmish na maipapanalo nila dito sa mapa natin and they do get the win. Granted, we have seen 4 versus 5, 3 versus 5s galing dito sa Team Stallions, but it will be a lot more sparse pagdating sa mapa ng Eagle Eye 2.0 considering the smaller space. So, Virtus.pro playing the offense perfectly in those 2 rounds na napanalo nila pare, pero kailangan pa nila isipin Stallions. Once again, they can just roll over your offense with 2 right positions lang dito sa loob ng site. So kailangan pa rin isipin ng Virtus.pro. We still have to keep it surgical and keep it confusing para dito sa Stallions para hindi nila alam kung saan sila babaril dito.
Grabe pre. Like, it's that slight element pre na expected naman galing to sa kahit kanino. Total, 2 skillful snipers no? Kailangan pa natin bagitin yung pangalan. KLP and ㍍Third, no? Known for their first picks. But it's that kind of map and gameplay na talagang kung sino makaunang pwesto, it's a guaranteed round eh. We're yet to see a round na nakaka-recover ang Team Stallions and Virtus.pro on a 2v4 or just a man advantage scenario. Grabe pre, once Virtus.pro sees the opening, ang lawak na kagad ng paningin nga nila to get the site and as well as the picks. I feel like pre, masyado na atang obvious para sa kanila kung paano umiikot si KLP at si Loy. At higit sa lahat, no, madali na lang din para sa kanila makita na once mapila si KLP, masyadong malayo yung layering. No? Malayo si JJ, malayo si Kano. So they're that open for a separation pick din wala kay ㍍Third. No? Hindi na kailangan to magaling kay Elvin at KLR. Kahit kanino, effective na to para sa side ng Virtus.pro. Ang tanong ngayon pre, kung eto na yung nga ba yung sequence na pwedeng magmalalim ang Stallions, no? Kasi 4-man push palagi yung LB. So, of course, no, HM pati bypass open na open to. It's a risk na willing i-take dito ang Team Stallions. Total lamang nga sila. They know how to canvas what it takes to get that risk done. At pag gumana nga yun, Virtus.pro, kailangan ulit nila magpalit ng pahina.
Yun nga, it will either come in the form of Kano or Loy dito sa mapa natin. An explosive play that will probably try and surprise and shock the system dito ng Virtus.pro, no? Pero, ayun nga, napansin ko nga actually, Salvi, this is not a new system or new adjustment.
Di nga.
Para dito sa Team Stallions. It's actually their old default dito sa Eagle Eye, as KLB was the original hotel player, no? Dito sa mapa na to. And it seems like the adjustment has worked out most of the time, pare. Pero Virtus.pro, they're starting to figure out yung crash ng kanilang depensa dito, pare.
These two teams, alam nila ang Eagle Eye. Ano ang pinakamataas na level ng EE, pre? CROSSFIRE at EWC 2025. Stallions versus Navi, Rock Esports versus Virtus.pro. Two of which had the most amazing Eagle Eye. Kaya ngayon pa lang, they know the stakes of what it means to get the first pick at alam nila ang pakiramdam na pag nakuha nga nila yung space, it's a guaranteed round win. KLB nalito. He's gonna get dinked by KSA at KLB. Kailangan na nga lumayo. And Kano with the blind spot. Hindi makita ni Cetra. Natatagalan dito ng rotate sila si Yobi, but KSA. Cetra now trying to hit the shots. Pero wala talaga tumatama, pre.
What do you mean? Nandito pa si KLB para you have 9 HP? And ayun nga, that will be the cause of his demise, pare. Staying around a bit too long on the hotel. Finally kicked out by Doorman. Na si Tropa Zetra, pero Querdas will try contribute dito sa kilig natin. Kano getting JJ, or actually JJ getting taken out by KSA. So good jumping shot galing sa USP. And a 5 versus 2. Loy with a sniper, pare. Nakita na natin to dati, nakita na natin to Salvatore. Na kayang tumama yung sniper ni Loy, pero up against 5?
Piso pa siya.
Piso pa siya, pre.
Piso pa siya, pre. Literal na kahit anong ratol dito nila, Yobi at KSA, tatama na yan eh. At malabo pa to sa blurred. Mas masakit pa to sa blurred, pre. This is too painful for Team Stallions. Wala na sila magagawa nga dito. Virtus.pro now clearly overtaking itong kwadrado nga na to, that being RS. And as well as the site. At bilang formalities na lang, pre, papalapitin nga nila si Loy. Oh, may intention pa ba siyang lumapit? At least nakikita nga natin na marunong naman mag-artic si Loy. Pero malakas lang talaga ang kalaban. Too much. Virtus.pro, finally, 2 sequences. It's really, really good, no? Team Stallions, despite the level of default that they have, wala silang magawa dito kay Cetra at kay KSA.
I really like the patience nga dito sa Virtus.pro, no? Especially with their take on itong hotel play natin. KLB obviously will be checking forward from time to time dito, no, para, and Virtus.pro with just patience once again. And gusto ko yung naging confidence nila from that last round. Hindi sila willing mag-back down just because merong Kano dito sa bridge. They started to roll forward as well, making sure na kaya nilang i-fully take over itong hotel. And once again, the stop-and-go offense, really confusing itong Stallions. And Virtus.pro, you never really know kung anong parte na mapa aatakin nila dito.
Now, with the major adjustment, Kano, wala na sa second game. Hindi mo kailangan iswing ato at Cetra with the quickest left click para mawala na nga si Kano. And wala pa ngang isang buong minuto, Sticks, oh. Pilas na kaagad ang Team Stallions defense on the mid side. So, walang posibleng cut rotation. They need to be even. No, kasi para mas maging madali yung retake nga nila. Oh, kung pagbibigyan nga sila ng Virtus.pro, it's going to be a 5v4.
And one way to take out a headshot machine like itong si Kano, direct the TRG towards the center mass, pare, and Zetra will take care of it. And I really like na itong Virtus.pro, no, they're finally using Zetra more as the anti option para sa kanilang team, considering how fast he can be. Pero KSA mabilis ring nakarating dito sa LB. KLB down, Yobib getting the trader. JJ not even close para kay Loy na makakuha ng flank up against Elvin. He owns the backside of the defense, and KLP lalaban pa kay Zetra, pero surrounded ka na dito sa loob mong spawn, pare. I don't know if this is possible.
Possible, KLP alam niya yung gantong klaseng laruan. Pre, tatlo ang limit. Tatlo lang ang pwede niyang makuha. So sobra ka na pag-apat. Masyado ka na atang pogi kung lilima ka pa. Virtus.pro with a quick return attack para tabla na ang ating Eagle Eye, pre. Virtus.pro, it took a lot of time, pre. Pero syempre, simula pa lang naman to. Kayang-kaya nga naman nila. And the moment na gusto nga nilang kumuha ng mid-control, pre, sumalubong si Cetra. Talk about timing at nakuha pa ni Kanu yun despite 49 HP. 2 hits na lang dito si Wonder Kid. And that's all the damage they need para mapadali nga ang kanilang entry o magiging mahirap pa nga ba to. Still, a full force Team Stallions sa loob ng B-site.
Yeah, the soul-saving grace dito ng Team Stallions will be in the form of Loy. If he can cancel tong rotation ni ㍍Third and or the other VP players, pwede pa ito mangyari. But at the same time, Virtus.pro, I don't think they're intending to go away from B-site anytime soon. Kaya mapapaantay na lang sila dito. Test the patience dito ni Loy. Try and see if he can draw him into a very bad fight up against 4 players dito ng Virtus.pro. Pero palapit na sila dito ng B-site natin. 2 players on the STS side already. KLB and Kano ready and waiting dito sa meeting natin. Meron na paparating na second mid. Pero si Kano sumobra sa pagka-peak. Spotted agad dito ni KSA. KLB forced to back off sa second mid. Grouping is possible. Virtus.pro waiting for the kill cam to go away before they can fully assault itong B-site natin. Pero wala pang nades na tinatapot itong Virtus.pro. Once again, testing the patience. Sino una maiinip sa dalawang teams natin dito sa B-side. KLB ready and waiting. KSA first one down on this offensive push. Yobe with the trade. Pero may trade na nangyari para kay KLB. Loy with the backside defense. ㍍Third down. Wala ng flank itong Virtus.pro. And it will be only Elvin left. Can he rat his way into another clutch, pare?
The best time for Elvin na makapwesto sana ng HM. He decided na sumama na lang ng hotel. At wala man lang tayong nakitang crucial pick kay KLR at kay KSA. At nawalang bisa na yung ginawa dito ni Elvin. It was too good to be true para sa Virtus.pro. Now Stallions with the best layering of every player para pumabor sa kanila ang palitan. Now KLB and Loy playing distance dito. Buti na nga lang hawak pa ni Elvin dito ang C4 pero narinig kang napatid kaibigan. Rinig ang paa. Napakalawak ng tenga ng Team Stallions for that. And now as they take the first half 5-4. Impressive on both teams. Ticket na naman tayo, Stiggy.
And yun nga, no, it goes back to yung position dito ni Loy sa may tower, pare. Kasi na-confirm na ng Stallions na medyo maaga-aga na may bihit to kasi ayun nga, Loy has eyes on both bypass and yung spawn ng kalaban and the road towards long. So, Team Stallions, that's the obvious logic para sa kanila is to just stack this B-site, use our numbers to kind of make it very difficult para sa Virtus.pro na makapasok ka dito. Granted, it did take a bit of a 1v2 situation to end it, pare, pero yung 1v2 na yun, pare, si Elvin na yun nag-ahabol para makakuha ng angle. So, it's a really good call galing sa Team Stallions and a very nice position galing kay Loy to confirm it, pare.
Grabe pre, the security ng Team Stallion sa loob nga ng B-site needs to be studied, pre. Napakadugas nga naman nun. And Virtus.pro, it took a lot of time but it kinda paid off, but with the expense of the counter rotation dito ni Elvin. Ang dami nga nilang napagana para hindi maging effective dito yung retake ni KLP at ni Loy. Pero the one round na hindi nakapag-scale up si Elvin, wala siyang nakita sa A, naging panatag nga siya pre, wala akong kailangan ikutin sa exit, tsaka siya sumama ng entry. At dun nakaikot si Loy. At yun ang na-overread dito ng Virtus.pro. Akala ata nila paulit ng stacking dito ang Team Stallions. It's kinda crazy to think na Stallions changes their playbook dito sa Eagle Eye, pre. Gumagana eh. Laban sa EP, laban sa King Zero, laban sa Navi. So Virtus.pro really overestimated themselves. Kaya nga naman talaga nila konterihin yung HM. Pero sa ngayon pre, wala na kayong hahanaping HM. Yung sniper ng Virtus.pro na dun sana papwesto. Pagkatapos tumingin, pagkatapos pag-surveillance sa LB, wala na.
Grabe naman yun. Tinest fire lang ni KLB. Tapos pinalik agad dito kay KLP pare, confirming na gumagana ang kanyang TRG. And of all players na mapapick off dito, it had to be ㍍Third para sa Virtus.pro. I mean, granted, ㍍Third will be the guy that will be aggressively peeking para sa team mo. Someone has to do it. And unfortunately para kay Yobe, responsibility on this sniper has just increased para sa kanila dito.
Oh,
and low-key, yung adjustment kanina, no, Salvatore, it's low-key sadistic para kay Loy. Kasi feeling ko ginagawa ni Tanks, he's giving him the least work possible. Siguro maglalabas to ng gigil sa second half, pare. Pakiramdam. I can tell, he was bored as hell kanina, pare.
Sabi ko kasi kanina, pre, tira ba yung chat natin, pre? Sabi ko, ang dali ng buhay ni Loy. Pero ngayon natin makikita ang dugo nga at kalbaryo ng Stallions kung itong dugo ni Loy ay magiging sapat para makapasok ka sila. Kanuin KLB now opening up the red carpet gamit ang dugo ng kalaban. Sa KSN KLR nakalangan na titira na as we head into the 4v2. KLR parang wala na atang balak umikot dito, pre. Ubos na ang aking mga kaibigan. Wala nang dahilan. And now Team Stallions bulldozing the round. KLR parang gusto pang tumesting dito sa lane. As now he gets spotted by Kano. Napakabilis ng USP. Team Stallions tinuturo kung sino ang tunay na hari ng Eagle Eye.
Grabe naman yun. And this is once again yung full display ng superior fighting. No? Team fighting dito ng Team Stallions. You see a guy assaulting house from the entrance. Pero meron din umaatake galing dito sa ilalim. Meron din umaatake na papunta dito sa mid. It's a full prong attack. Kahit isang entrance lang, man. It feels like you're getting hit from all over the place. And Team Stallions once again. Offense. Signature on full display. Pero si Kano makakahanap ng ulo dito ni KSA. There's a throw lang to the bridge. Pero in-headshot lang dito ni Kano. Elvin's down. Parang gusto pa yata may mag-round 3 sa kanya dito, pare. Pangalan niya ay KLR. Pero mapapaback na lang siya dito.
Grabe yung pixel na nakikita niya kay Lloyd. That is insane. Di mo tumama yun, pre. Wala nang mid-control dito ang Team Stallions, but they do not care about mid-control. They care about the fact na kanina pa nababakante itong LA at LB. At lahat ata ng opensa manggagaling lang talaga inside those teams. They feel like, no, na kayang istakin ng Team Stallions tong HM, whether it would be from Loy or kay KLB. Pero wala talaga tayo nakikita for Team Stallions. It's still a 3-man, 4-man entry. At si Cetra, handa naman dito sa doghouse. And he's gonna get the kill. Yobib with an amazing help. Para mabuhay pa si Cetra na literal na piso na lang. Kumakapit sa swero si Cetra. And he's still making it happen. Now down to the 3v1 Kano. Can he make it 7? To make it perfect at wala man lang nagalaw dito si KLR. Nanigas ang kanyang katawan, nagulat na lang na nakarating na si Wonder Kid. 37 seconds. Kano, possible separation play.
Wait, spotted. Cetra. On this side, teka lang, Yobi pa ang namatay, pare. 1 HP versus 34, 1 shot on each. Kano. Top A, bottom A, pero tatama naman dito si Cetra just in time. A well-needed shot para sa Virtus.pro para magising na sila dito sa mapa natin. And VP finally on the board for the second half.
Grabe, pre, patuloy ang ikot dito ng Virtus.pro to make it around for them. Finally a read. May nakita na sila sa findings, Nikki. Kanina pa kayo natatabay ng B, ha? Ikutan kaya natin to, persahan nga natin, sabi nila Cetra. And of course, pre, kailangan pa magaling kay Cetra. Ang tanging hawak ang Arctic. Wala nga siya sa pwesto para makipag-trade eh. Buti na nga lang, Yobib. I need a hero. Ayun ang binigas dito ni Cetra. And the follow-up was insane. Now, Cetra, grabe, pre. Flexible like a rubber band. Kanina, nasa LA ka lang at doghouse. Ngayon, nasa hotel ka na. At napakahigpit nung angle.
Ano naman yan, meron yung 99% hit rate sa kanyang flicks, no, pare. So, tatama at tatama naman yan para dito kay Boss Cetra. Pero, same goes para dito kay Yobib, no? He has been hitting a fair few shots gamit ang kanyang TRG and it has been helping this defense by quite a lot. Problema nga lang, STS, meron yatang masamang plano na sagasaan itong A-site natin, Salvatore. Here comes the smokes and here comes the entries. JJ, first one in, nilabas ang USP. Elvin, first elimination para dito sa BPK site defense. Yobib, stuck na nga sa ilalim, di na makalabas. KLB, diniretso na ang mid. Walang awa man lang dito sa depensa ng Virtus.pro, pero Cetra lalaban ng isa kay JJ. 3 versus 2. They have to be careful about the second box boost. Kano, not on top A, so safety to yung STS.
Now, man advantage by Stallions. Ang new and improved Stallions. Hindi ito nung mga nakaraang taon na pinapalampas lang nila yung gantong pagkakataon. Virtus.pro, methodical sa retakes nga nila. Magkayakap na si Kese at si Cetra. Baka ito na ang huling oras na makikita nga nila ang sarili nga nila. Cetra na pumapalag pa rin. KLP with a very good angle. Si Cetra wala pa ring alam na nalilikuran ka na ng kapwa mong Arctic player. Team Stallions standing on a site. And Virtus.pro walang retake na magaganap.
Grabe, nakailang kalabit na dun si KLP dito kay tropang Zetra pero ayaw pa rin humarap. But at the same time, STS now presenting those rounds, pare, that A-take, that very fast-paced A-take, yung smokes, pare, as soon as tinapon na agad, it's a forward position para sa Stallions, immediate takeover ng mid para kay KLP, and the rest of them doing their due job. Pero si Loy ang mahulog para dito sa Stallions. JJ lalabas ng mid, Yobib. Mahanap pa si JJ, pero si Kano gusto pa sumunod, pero si KLP pa matatamaan doon. Kano, hindi mapapatay si Yobib na ayaw mamatay sa top A. Yan ang kailangan ng Virtus.pro. Galing sa kanilang star player. And pwedeng nagising na dito ang puting oso para sa Virtus.pro. Stallions, they need an answer.
Lahat na nagdududa ngayon ay tutumbay Yobib. Now, with a rally of his life, may nangyayari na para kay Golden Boy. Corrupted he may be, pero meron pa rin siyang isang pakay para maniwala ang mga tao sa kanya na ako ang pinakamagaling, ako ang pinakamalakas. What a hold by Yobib. A 4K na kailangan na kagad tanggalin ng Stallions sa sistema nga nila. How could you even recover from that? Sneaky Cetra now on the same position once again on the tightest of angles. Now Stallions stacking up possibly dito lang sa may hotel, probably going for a split papuntang EB. KSA could make it work pag nag-overextend ng Team Stallions. Now Kano, nakita ang bungo ni KSA, wala ng crossfire si Cetra.
Cetra na lang yung magpapatigil dito sa B-push ng Stallions. Yobib, what a display from earlier, pero kaya bang gayahin dito ni Cetra ang ginawa ng kanyang backup player? Pero tignan mo naman ng Stallions, tamang tago lang sa kanilang posisyon. Already a really good spot para kay Loy, in all honesty, na ganyan na siya kalapit dito sa A-side natin. Pero tignan mo naman, Cetra sensing something wrong on the B side of the map. And tamang scope in lang dito sa bintana, spotting 0 players from Stallions in that B side. So, brace for impact na dito ang mga players ng Virtus.pro, but you cannot brace for that, Loy. What a shot on Yobib! JJ will get Elvin. Pick it talo talaga para dito sa Virtus.pro. Loy trying to send it on Cetra, pero si Kellar lalaban din. KLP getting Kellar, and it will be Kano. Of course, it had to be him to get the last player. Team Stallions with a counter punch of a lifetime. What a haymaker galing kay Loy.
Grabe, Sneaks. Walang ya. Virtus.pro umiling lang ng onte. Patay na sila kagad. Binitawan lang nila yung LA at HM. Lang na sila kagad. Hindi dapat nangyayari yan sa'yo, Cetra. KLB, mahiya ka sa balat mo. Ginagawa mo na lahat. Team Stallions with the first blood again. Over to a major player ng Virtus.pro. And another one. And they're taking everyone's names. Team Stallions on an assassination. Pangalan lang ang kailangan. Hindi na kailangan ng impormasyon.
Nako, men. Tapos may double sniper pa yung Stallions. Nire-remind pa sila ng past battles dito. Of back in the day when both of them are rocking different names, pare. And it seems like Stallions, the double sniper, KLB, kanina na pa talaga nahahanap dito si Cetra. Cetra's been quite the star para sa Virtus.pro, pero once that ingredient is out of the recipe, pare, hindi magiging pareho ang lasa dito ng Virtus.pro. Loy, distraction play on the A site. Pero tignan mo naman ng Stallions, having a different goal in mind pagdating dito sa mapa natin, and we already see them crawling on in dito sa second mid. Kano, hindi mahanap si Elvin, pero informasyon na rin yan para dito sa Stallions para tumulak na karap dito. Elvin nasa loob ng RS, tak na nga sa dito kay SA, nakaisa pa kay Kano, pero si Loy nakakuha ng dalawa. Ramdam na yung kigil galing dito sa last half. KLB will get the last one. Map point para sa Stallions.
lahat pa sila umasinta sa gitna ng trajectory ni KLB at isa lang naman ang kakalabasan nun, Sneaky. Virtus Pro with the deepest bag na pagkukuhanan nga nila ng play for the defense. Tapunterya pa rin, but STS, this is how STS it can get, pre. Rekta sa HM, KLR overtaking. Sumasobra na kayo, Team Stallions. Dadapa ang dalawa. Cetra kukuha din ng isa. JJ gonna get the kill. At Team Stallions, tumaas lang yung kumpiyansa. At ngayon sila naman ang tutumba.
Grabe. And I feel like Virtus Pro 100% in-expect nila yun, pare. Kasi 9-6 na yung score. And alam mo naman, pag 9 na yung scoreline dito and they have a slight lead, they will be pushing one side of the map. And they tried to confuse itong Virtus Pro. Nakasanayan nila na magiging A hit to, pare, or B hit to. Let's try naman mid para sa Team Stallions. Pero mukhang nagkamali sila doon, and KLR with the perfect timing to cover yung ibang players na dito.
They'll be on a mission. Malabo to si Cetra pa nga talaga nakalaban niya. Naispatan pa. Cetra not gonna be hitting a shot. Pero look at the struggling KLB. Alam niya delikado mag-bypass. Alam niya ring delikado mag-HM. Lahat tapon na angulo. So kailangan isa-isahin lang to ni KLB. Elvin now pushing. I don't think he's fully aware. Pero eto na nga. Pwede nga silang magkamatahan. KLB piso na nga lang. Alay mo nga naman, Sneaky. Pag tumatalon ka sa gera habang bumabaril, umaasinta ka sa ulo ng kalaban. Now Team Stallions being reminded na tatapusin nyo to sa maayos na paraan. Hindi ganon. Now they call a timeout.
Yun nga, nakita ni Tanks yung last round, pare. Sabi niya, okay, timeout na tayo, pare. Pero masyado na yatang nasasayahan ng aking boys dito sa ating server. And I think it's the right call para sa Stallions. Honestly, you're already on that point. You just need to cook up one more strategy para matapos na to, pare. Para naman sa Virtus Pro. 2 good reads, honestly. And any other team, di mo magagawa yan up against Stallions. But Virtus Pro, man, they are a different breed entirely compared to the rest of the league, pare. So, those 2 reads could be potentially saving yung kanilang chances na hindi maging buried sa 0-2, pun intended, dito sa ating series, pare.
Wow, Virtus Pro. It's like, they absolutely expected that. Feeling ko nga naman, pre, that one quick rotation ni KLR, lahat ng ulo ng members ng VP lumiwanag nga kagad just for that one opportunity alone. Ganda ng bawi eh. Literal na masyado na atang in-underestimate ng Team Stallions kung paano nga ba kumuha ng round ng VP. Wala nga anti lang sa HM, wala man lang pumapalag sa may LB, wala nga silang util na masyado, binato pre. Isang smoke lang papunta nga res, and that was it, no? Nakalampas ng lane si KLR and there was not even a single player ng STS na pumigil nga sa kanya. Sabi ko nga, yan ang branding ng Team Stallions talaga, no? Walang tingin-tingin sa likod kung yung mga kalaban nasa harapan.
Yun nga, no? Siguro nagtataka na si KLR kung bakit dalawa na yung nakadaan dito sa smoke at hindi man nang tinignan yung kanyang direction, no? Dito sa mapa natin. But I think he was expecting, or at least yung mga Stallions players were expecting na mako-cover ni KLB ang kanilang behind. Pero knowing itong si KLR, he is also just as capable of a captain as itong si KLB. But KLB, this man has been on fire for the past 2 maps, pare. One of the main reasons why the firepower conversation even arises para dito sa Team Stallions, kasi pati yung captain nila napakasakit, pare.
Team Stallions, it's a rare occasion. Isang kagalakan, Sneaks, na lahat ng Ubek boys ngayon pumupunterya. And every one of them is effective. Kung meron pang mas aangat sa effective, yun na yun, pre. Virtus.pro is relying on their double sniper itself para lang makalakap ng space, at syempre may mahihingahan pa nga sila. That might sound desperate, pero kailangan kasi. They have a very strong presence naman. And then again, Team Stallions, marami silang pwedeng gawin. Kasi nga napakalawak nga na utak ni KLB to call for rushes, to call for safe picks. Kuha muna tayo ng isa, fall back muna tayo saglit. Marami pang oras, marami pa tayong pwesto para makaikot. And Virtus.pro, feeling ko nare-read nga naman nila yun. I don't think it's enough for them to just read. Kailangan din nilang mag-react ng mabilisan. Every gunfight na ipapanalo ng Team Stallions, but kailangan manalo ng Virtus.pro in 2 sequences of fights para lang ma-outnumber ang STS.
And honestly, with the way the game's going, Salvatore, kung sino man makakuha ng first pick sa kanila dito, that is most likely the one winning. It has been the pattern for the past few, not even the past few, the entire game pare. Na, ayun nga, that first pick off really does do a number on the offense or defense ng ating dalawang teams. Pero, slow approach para dito sa Team Stallions Hotel. Looking to peruse around it pare, pero wala nang early picks galing dito kay KSA. I think he's learned his lesson. Pero Team Stallions naghahanap ng B-split.
Insane. Team Stallions, hindi naman kayo ganito. Nasaan yung 4-man entries nyo? They're looking for this kind of split na might be a possible position papuntang HM, but they denied. Oh my God, KLB. Tatanggalan na usok, pre. May clearing kasi.
Hinipan niya lang pre, hinipan niya lang yung screen niya, kaya nawala.
Hindi pa daw hinigop. Knowing KLB.
Amin.
Pero,
Depending if we're talking camel dito pare. Pero, ayun nga, 47 pare. Dito sa mapa natin, 4 versus 5. KLR out of commission dito sa ating last round potentially. Pero para naman dito kay KSA, he will not be letting go of this mid side anytime soon. Pero nandito na ang Stallions para na ipasok itong A-side. Lloyd namatay na agad. Yobe Benzetra, instant answer on the pushes dito ng STS. Kanon na huli at na-trap na ka dito sa long Zetra. On the 4th try, mukhang si Kano na mismo ang malapit sa kanya dito pare. And sa pakamaka-headshot dito, Kano almost doing the impossible, pero hanggang dyan na lang siya dito. Virtus.pro, an inch away from overtime, pare.
Now, Virtus.pro, sabi ko nga pre, 2 sequences of winnable fights. KLR.
Oh no, I see the minimap.
Oh my God,
Ay,
pre.
akala ko
KLR,
kita,
nakita
akala
nga
ko
natin
kita.
kanina. Napilas siya. But I feel like that was one of the first time sneaky nung nawala si KLR, nakabawi pa rin ng Virtus.pro just from sheer firepower alone. At di naman natin masyadong sinasabi na mas malakas ang firepower ng team na to laban nga sa Team Stallions. It's that rare. Pero gumana in a crucial round ng Virtus.pro. At kayo pre, no, kanina medyo nag-aalangan nga tayo Team Stallions. May biyahe ata silang gustong puntahan dito lang sa may B-site. Masyadong mabilis eh. But they're going back to default, pre. Hahanap muna sila ng pilas.
Honestly, a really good guess, no? Galing dito kay Keller na mag-stack na lang ng tao dito sa A-site and just kinda leave P alone to KSA's whims, no? And that's one of those few times na yung coin flip ay naipanalo dito ng Virtus.pro as they have been losing a lot of those in this map. It has been reliant dito sa kanilang trades and more on dynamic entries on their side. Pero Team Stallions keeping it calmer than usual. Kasi nga medyo binilisan nila ang ating last 2 rounds and now Virtus.pro kinda scrambling na huwag masyado maging forward sa mapa natin. And it's a very lax defense, Salvatore.
Talaga dito ng Virtus.pro ang parating ng bagyo. Pero mali mo nga naman, handa dito ang Virtus.pro sa panganib na mangyayari. Stallions now, may iwan lang si KLP. So, it's a man down technically here for Stallions. Laban sa nakalinyang depensa ng Virtus.pro with quick rotations wala sa HM. Team Stallions faked AB. Umalis sila sneaky. At si Yobib lang ang nakatao. Nakita natin kanina na kahit mag-isa lang, kaya niyang ubusin nga to. Stallions, make up your mind. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin silang gustong atakihin.
Midside, Loy, 2-man play naman this time pero hindi pa rin yan papangga dito kay KLR pero si KLB on the B-side of the map naman, mapahanap si Elvin, mahahanap si KSA. Zetra sasagot ng isa pero dalawa na lang natitira para dito sa Virtus.pro. What is the retake scenario para sa kanila dito? Wag mo nang isipin, sabi ni Kano. Headshot na agad kay Yobib, flying USP para kay Zetra, Team Stallions. A 2-0 start para sa kanilang Grand Finals at Virtus.pro naghahanap pa rin ng opportunity kung saan wala.
Ako, papadikitin lang pala sneaky. Bibigyan lang tayo ng cliffhanger moment pre. Pero at the end, hawak ng Team Stallions ang panulat nga dito. Sila ang gagawa ng play. KLB with one of the most ballsiest entries na nakita nga natin habang nalipad papuntang RS. Na wala naman lang nakita dito ang Virtus.pro kundi puting ilaw. ibang klase ang Team Stallions pag alam nga nilang nakapin na nga sila sa pader. And Virtus.pro, how do you even recover from that? Dalawang beses na tanong na yan, Sneaky, na hanggang ngayon, itong Virtus.pro, tikom pa rin ang bibig.
That last round was a really good call as well, no? Galing dito kay KLP na instead na mag-isa na lang yung mid player natin dito, which is most likely fully well aware na dito si KLR, no, sa kanyang sitwasyon. Naglagay pa siya ng secondary player dito. So, yung Virtus.pro players natin on the B side of the map, mapapakati sila na ulo. Kailangan ba natin tulungan dito si KLR? Do we have to get second mid? Do we have to cover what angles he has to cover? Pero nung nakuha na yung kill dito kay KLR, pare, the entire Virtus.pro was distracted, and that's where KLB struck. It was a case of distraction, and Virtus.pro unfortunately fell for the bait, pare.
Now, Virtus.pro, with the mind that they have during international fights, nakakapagtaka nga lang na sa level nga na to, kumakagat sila sa mga fake ng Team Stallions. How is that even possible? Isang ingay lang ni Kano at ni JJ, lahat nagkukumahog na, stakan na nga natin to. When in fact, it was the opposite end here for Team Stallions. No? Dito ba talaga makikita, Sneaks? It's not really a gap between the 1 and 2s laban sa 3 hanggang 10. It's apparently a gap between the 1s and the 2s. Team Stallions showcasing na mayroon nga talagang malaking agwat na may mga natatakot na i-acknowledge dito sa loob nga ng ating silid. And Team Stallions is now 1 set away from putting it back to back. Pero ang ating set number 3 ay mabibitin muna ng panandalian kasi maraming gustong sabihin ang ating panel dyan. Mochi and Bipolar, give us an insight.
Well, all I could say there, pero maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. All I could say is, seems like there were some issues in terms of prioritization dito, no, Bipolar. And unfortunately, Virtus.pro was scrambling all over the place, especially when it comes to the early executes na meron dito ang Team Stallions.
You know what, Mochi? I feel like I can safely say this. Gone are the days that Virtus.pro, KSA, Elvin, Zetra, Yobib, and Kellar are the ones on top. This time, hindi lang pala gap sa top 2 teams natin and the rest of CROSSFIRE Philippines, no? I feel like there's a bigger gap now between top 1 and top 2. Kasi guess what? It looks like it's the Masters of last season na mukhang magti-3-0 na naman dito ang STS. They've been on fire, Mochi, kung saan hindi man lang talaga dito kinabahan ng players nating STS. And I feel like we have to highlight the double TRG of these two teams kung saan hindi pa nga dito mismo tumatama yung main snipers natin. Yung mga backup snipers pa ang gumagawa ng milagro. From Yobid to KLB, they have been so dominating. And what else can you say? Dire-diretso lang dito ang VP in the first early rounds. But when they were getting a momentum na parang 1 and 2nd round, hindi na nila mabasa kung ano yung third strat na ibibigay dito ng STS. Ganon sila ka-unaware. They only have 2 pages dito ng playbook ng STS.
And this is also the time, Polar, no, where you can definitely say that something positive such as proactivity can become an negative immediately, no? Because kahit na maganda yung target mo na makapag-react ng maayos dito sa kilos ng Team Stallions, parang kayo pa ay nahuhulog sa patibong na sineset nila dito, which unfortunately nakikita natin even just by seeing our highlights here. And despite the heroics tulad nga ng mga players na binanggit mo, unfortunately hindi ito sumapata. And also love how very much foot forward ang naging position dito ng Team Stallions back in GR. At kitang-kita rin naman kung sino-sino nga ba ang mga nagpop-up dito, talagang nagpakitang gilas, no other than ito si Kano with the 2012 and 14. And syempre na rin ang kanilang support at ito si Kapitan, no? And KLP, tamang chill lang sa gilid, taga-suporta lamang. Kung kailan niya nakikita na saktong-saktong pwede siya doon umamba, ay gagawin niya nga talaga. But still, nice try dito kay Yowie Benencela, kay Cetra, kasi talaga nakita natin kung paano nila talaga binabawi or how they're trying to save every single round na nawawala sa kanila. Pero yun nga lang nga, sa isang team, hindi sapat ang dalawa lang ang gumagama. Dapat lahat sila.
Yes, yun ang ano, Mochi. You know what? It's impressive na Kano almost has like, I guess, this 60% headshot in terms of 20 kills. Grabe dito si KLB, pati si Loy, talagang sobrang dali lang ng kailangan nilang gawin. Tulad nga ng bringing up dito ni ni Salvatore, no? Pero hindi lang si KSA, hindi lang din ang players natin for VP ang na-shutdown, lahat sila mismo. Kano going out with a 70%
Oh my God.
headshot percentage and more than 1.5 in terms of KD. Si Kano, eto na naman siya, Mochi. He is raining fire amongst the Bears.
Parang given na to, no? Palagi kay Kano na every single time pag nakikita mo ang STS at merong MVP, nandyan at nandyan siya. Minsan nga, iba yung mga kasama nakikipagagawan pa with this title as well. Because, dude, I also admire how the whole team enables him to do things like this. No? Kasi hindi ito magiging posible kung wala itong kanilang mga miyembro dito, and all I can say is based from kung paano siniset ni KLB yung tone for the team, props na props din sa kanya, man.
First blood every time, almost every time. Natapos, KLP has an easy job. Dun lang sa other side, mag-antay ng rotators. Tapos yung the rest of this team will play together at i-overwhelm nila yung mga 2 holds dito sa may hotel, minsan sa may LA, even on mid. So full map coverage dito ang players natin for STS and VP. They had a little bit of a grasp, pero nabitawan nila yung Mochi. Yun yung masakit. At ngayon, 2-0 na ang STS.
And we are gonna see kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari pag tayo ay napunta na sa mapa ng new compound maya-maya. Kaya sa ngayon, chill muna kayo dyan. Kailangan natin ng break dahil after niyan, naku po, balagbaga na ulit. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakabulto niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
kaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
At syempre, nandito na tayo ulit para simulan ang ating mapa ng port. Would this be a sweep? Or meron kayang rebat ang VP dito, Bipolar? What do you think?
Ako gusto ko manalo si Sneaky Frog sa number 1 na prediction. So Salvi, sinabi mo yan eh. Diba? Check niyo yung post deal. Check niyo yung post deal. Pero, kung ako lang tatanungin mo, Mochi, I feel like this is gonna be a sweep, honestly. I would be happy if we go to the fourth map, to the fifth map, just because I want more crossfire. Pero, it's looking and even more na maging 3-0 tayo dito just because wala eh. Kapos, Mochi, we were talking about this habang nasa break time tayo. Kapos yung preparasyon or kapos yung alam, kapos yung laman dito ng ating players mula sa Virtus.pro. Kasi we always felt na parang nasa hibernation phase lang itong Virtus.pro from the group stage. Kasi experimentation phase daw yon. At lahat ng sinasabi nila, it's war, it's time na pag naglaban ulit kami, eto na. Pag grand finals, alam nyo na magandang ibibigay namin sa iyo. Pero so far, it hasn't been like that. There was like a minuscule, microscopic lang, Mochi. Pero hindi to war, Mochi. This is just Genghis Khan dominating the world. At STS yun.
Yup, couldn't agree more, no? I often thought that, syempre, as also, territorial ka dapat sa mga mapa natin, no? But unfortunately, parang pinapamigay nila ito lahat. And here for Stallions, tuloy-tuloy lang ang kanilang pagpadyak. Already taking 2 dito sa serye natin. And in a bit, I feel like it is about time for us to hand it over dito sa ating mga casters dahil dadayo na tayo sa mapa ng port. Kaya naman tawagan na natin si Sneaky Frog and as well as si Salvatore.
Welcome back to the madness, mga bossing. Kung saan may taning na ang buhay ng Virtus.pro dito sa series na to, Sneaky. At itong Team Stallions na to could possibly change the outcome ng port nung huling beses nga silang naglaban. But Virtus.pro is more than ready para paabutin pa tayo ng 5 sets.
For sure. I think yung naipakita naman talaga dito ng Virtus.pro, no, and in these first 2 maps, you can't really say na it was like a full-on, full-on demolition course, no, na ginawa nga dito ng Team Stallions. There were a few rounds where they really did catch them fully off guard, and I feel like one of those rounds was actually them winning yung 4 versus 5, no, with them losing Keller at the start of the round, at naipanalo pa nila yun. So you can really see yung potential dito ng Virtus.pro. Pero, it really is those late round calls galing dito kay KLB na nakakasaktan talaga dito sa Virtus.pro. And I feel like they have kind of caught the bug dito ng VP na mas napapahaba pa yung game, mas nakaganda yung kanilang series, and I feel like it could be the same here para sa New Compound. New Compound, this game might take a while, Salvatore.
Wow. Compound, no? I can't believe na this is the kind of map na rare natin nakikita sa Team Stallions pero kalat sa Virtus.pro. Onti man lang yung numerong nakikita natin ngayon, Sneaky, pero historically known dyan ang Virtus.pro. Maalala mo yan ang mga decider map nga natin o mga nakaraan para maibigay natin ng Virtus.pro ang mga panalo, paminsan-minsan, usually port, usually Ankara, but hindi naman sila malayo dyan sa loob nga ng mga pangano yan. Pero on to Team Stallions nga naman, may tapat naman sila up against international teams in this set. But I do feel like this is now different eh. Sabi mo nga kanina pre, iba ang Virtus.pro in the local scene of CROSSFIRE. And I do believe ito na yung 100% na kailangan nga natin makita mo lang sa kanila. Kasi if not, man, Team Stallions is going for the Achilles at hindi na makakabangon ang Virtus.pro. At hindi rin gugustuhin ng mga miyembro ng VP na ito ang magiging resulta ng kanilang paghihirap.
Ayun nga naman, si Zero to na mismo nagsabi na mas mahirap manalo dito kumpara dun sa EWC or sa CFS 2025 or 26, no? Kasi nandito talaga yung tunay na kalaban talaga nila, pare. Team Stallions who have met them on every curve, on every timing, on every fight, pare. And it seems like they have greeted them in every single round dito sa ating first 2 games. So I feel like Virtus.pro, alam kong greedy itong mga players na to. You know, they do get tilted from time to time and you can see it in their gameplay, pare. Pero we are in the Grand Finals and Grand Finals na yung usapan natin dito, and yung pinaglalaban pa nila Salvatore, I feel like a lot of people really don't understand yung gravity ng situation natin dito sa Grand Final na, you know, you will not get an international slot, pero you are the first CFS SEA Masters champion at walang you know, no one else can say otherwise, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, we are now writing a new history. PH Masters is in the past, CFEL is in the past, and this is now the new future natin dito sa ating liga, pare. And I feel like Virtus.pro, they also want the piece of that paper as well na naandun yung pangalan nila. So I don't think it is gonna be Virtus.pro just going out without a bang dito, pare, at least.
Alam naman natin ang mentality ng players ng Virtus.pro, pre. They do not want to settle as runner-ups. Ayaw nilang maalala na nasa likod lang sila. Pero bago yun, pre, comms muna tayo.
Ano na, gising na ako. Teka lang.
Oh, sniper ata yan.
Bomba kayo.
Top, bintana. Kanan. Kanan to.
Bomba nyo lang, ayan nyo na, bomba nyo. Yun.
Utility. Parang yun yata yung main focus dito ni Boss Keller dito, Salvatore, with Virtus.pro. Third start sa kanilang BL side sa buong series natin. Next one will be finally them on GR. Pero titignan natin yung simula, JJ. Might be in trouble dito sa store B, pero mapapabalik na lang siya dito sa box.
It'll be not the best position. Literal na tutok na tutok siya sa store B, pre, no? At hindi ka pa nakakasiguro na pag may nakalampas, si JJ nasa tamang landas. Yeah, this is a very slow start here for Virtus.pro. Di sila mapanatag sa pag-clear nila ng store B, pre. They have to go to EB or EA. Yun ang patent nga nila.
I think this push really heavily relies upon whether or not makakakuha ng kill dito si Elvin o hindi. So curve position finally taken dito ng Virtus.pro. At decision na lang. B-site na ba talaga to? Right around the corner already and waiting for any BB members to crosses! Nakadalawang ulo ng asa dito. Wants to make it a third up against KSA, but the body will do. Low HP na agad pero nakatatlong kills na siya dito. ㍍Third naghahanap ng rotational players at si Kano pa nga mahanap, but still, I think that's a bit of a blessing para kay KLP. Kano was already low and at least he finds information kung nasan yung sniper ng VP.
Sabi, pre, no, yung ikot ng Stallions, ayaw nila sa RS. Gusto nga nila, nakikita sila dito lang sa mid. ㍍Third now missing the pixel shot.
A bit tight.
And KLP now. Pistol versus pistol. KLP not hitting the rapid fire. Kikita nga naman, no, ㍍Third still sticking to the Prodigy. The best pistol bago pa makita ang USB. Colt is greater than KLP, sabi nga dito ni ㍍Third. Now, Stallions doesn't see the daylight dun sa round na yun.
Di yan USP ni Tiryu Win King, pare. Yan masyado mabagal yung pagratrat eh. Pero tignan mo naman ang bilis ng Virtus.pro sa pag-take ng long. Pero ang tanong lang, are you gonna check your corners? Are you gonna do your due diligence? KSA magsistay na lang, pero si Loy spot for spot on long A. Pag mahulog si Loy, that will be a swing galing dito kay KLP. Pero tignan mo naman yung spot ni KLP is actually covering itong si Loy. And pag nakita ni Loy or pag nakita ni KLP na meron ng isang tao na nagka-crouch peek dito, na nagka-crouch para lang makita ng informasyon, that will be a swing from Loy.
Elvin is on a mission right now, pre. Imagine mo, maklear niya dito si Loy at susunod si Kano. That is a whole space here for Virtus.pro. At kahit nga ganoon, may dahilan pa rin sila para Loy now the setting stone para di maka-rotate dito ang Team Stallions. At ayun na nga, gagana dito ang pag-hold ng Virtus.pro all the way to store A. He was the X-Factor sana para gumana man lang yung offense ng Team Stallions, pero ngayon wala na nga siya. Virtus.pro, every angle, meron silang bangkay na mauuwi.
Yun nga, judging from who has the C4 dito sa VP, no? Feeling ko it was really just intended na kunin nila dito yung store B to create that illusion na meron pang pwedeng paparating nga dito sa B-site natin. And VP with a lot of options in the map of compound can spread out evenly dito and they would be winning their fights. Pero Kano and KLB, these two asked by boss tanks na kailangan nila mag-step up dito sa laruan natin, and a 4K or even a 5K with these two would definitely be solid, pare. Yaush.
Putting the hurt over to KLP. No, Kano, siya na nga lang mag-isa. Masyado na nga mahirap at kahit sino malalabuan ang pagkakataon para mapasa kanila pa ang round nga na to. 38 seconds is the time for the window of opportunity para kay Kano. Pero kahit saan mo tignan, no, Sneaky, this is like a pseudo timeout already for STS kung paano ka nila pupunterihin ang opensa ng Virtus.pro. Kasi yung hold ng LB, yung hold ng LA, at pati yung Convid, wala silang magawa. Pero hindi nila mababombahan to kasi nandoon si Cetra. Now, Virtus.pro elevating their offense. Team Stallions hanggang ngayon, still canvassing, no? Dinodrawing pa rin nila. How on earth will they be good enough para sa spread na mangyayari na hindi makakapasok ang Virtus.pro? Kanina napagana nga nila sa Ankara pero tila ngayon pre, wala na. This is a different map as Virtus.pro looks for a new opportunity.
I think mas tugma yung stop and go style dito ng Virtus.pro dito sa mapa ng new compound compared to yung first two maps natin. Considering the reason why na yun nga, kukuha sila ng map control, but there is also that looming presence sa kabilang side ng mapa na hindi mo talaga alam kung saan lalabas. Pero si Loy getting rid of the Elvin problem early dito sa mapa natin. If you have to think of the lurker, why not to skill him at the start of the round, pare?
Oh my God, Loy! Nakipag-barter nga ng baril nga dito. At si Init lang din pala ni KLB. KSA now. Gonna get the kill over to KLB. JJ. Hindi pa rin umaatras sa laban. And he's gonna get Yobib. JJ now denying the flash. Pero may hawak na nade pre. Grabe ka naman JJ. Buhay ka pa din. Hindi pa rin nakikita ni KSA nga dito. And still gonna get the kill. Insane. JJ with a hold sa may LB at Virtus.pro. Finally gets cracked sa loob nga ng LB. Team Stallions, all they had to do was pop off.
Yun nga, STS. Winning in the most STS way possible, pare. A straight up fight galing dito kay Loy, and also a bit of an exchange dito sa B-side natin between JJ and the opponents. And JJ obviously coming out on top, pero tingnan mo naman si Kano, KLB at si JJ gusto na mag-push dito sa B-side, pero si KLR hearing all the footsteps populating itong B-side natin. So mapapabantay muna dito yung Virtus.pro sa kanilang CB and have to be wary about that position this entire time. Wala silang confirmation kung gaano kalalim dito yung STS.
What if lang naman, Sneaks? What if they flash CB? Rektahin nga nila to at KSA and Yobib, di man lang sila makakalapit. Or what if Virtus.pro just clearly stacks this one at maugulat na lang sila JJ? Now the fight is now insinuate na dito, no, pre. Hulog lang ng mga util. JJ now denying the flash. Grabe naman yung tagal nun, pre. Ambahan lang ang naganap. Nagsiko-sikuhan lang, pre. Pero wala silang makukolektang mga katawan. As now Stallions going back to defense.
Nakasayang pa ng 3 nades dun, no? Yung Stallions natin, a flash or 2 flashes and 1 HE. So laking kawalan yan para sa VP. Pero kaagad dito sa kanilang executor. KLB harap-harapan na dito kay KSA. Loy spotted sa long. Pero hindi pa sila namamatay. KLB nandito lang sa kapaong pero mapupunta na rin sa doon. Kano, 2K para sa kanya. Makakaalis pa nga galing dito sa 2F. KLR on the underside of C1. Pero si Zetra tingnan sa torre, preventing JJ from getting a freebie swing. Elvin nakuha na nga C4, nakita na si KLB, pero mabababa niya ba dito ang bomba? Kano, nakuha na si Elvin, pero hindi makukuha si Kellar. Another round for Virtus.pro, slow but methodical, pare.
Definitely right on the money, Virtus.pro. Kita mo, narekta talaga sa depensa ng Stallions. And I feel like, pre, the theme here is if Stallions does not get enough space to make those duels happen, at wala talaga silang mapapaikot na tao to get mid control, wala, makaka-freebie si Cetra, makaka-freebie sila kay SA. Tigit sa lahat, makukulangan nga sila ng mga tao nga dito. At kahit ano pang off-angle ang kunin ng STS, pag nakapasok talaga ang Virtus.pro sa loob ng site, they are as deadly as they can be. So LB stack na naman here for Virtus.pro, but I do feel like, pre, sa dami ng beses na nakita natin to, it's definitely a fake. Mag-iingay lang sila ng konti if they luckily get KLB. It's a full commitment.
That's the thing, pag nakita mo na si KSA, mapapatanong ka kay yung Stallions dito, nasa na si Elvin, nasa na dito si Zetra. Just because he saw one opponent doesn't mean he's seen all 5. Kalaban nyo nga yung Virtus.pro dito. Pero gusto ko yung adjustment dito ni Kano. Not gonna lie, he's been dying a lot dito sa may mid-side natin and I feel like they needed more presence towards curve. So this is a guarantee at least na makakaisa siya dito sa EA unless may isang player galing sa DP na titingin pataas dito. Pero Virtus.pro I don't think they intend to foray the A side of the map anytime soon, pare. Meron na silang player na nasa loob ng store B. May option na sila for both A and B dito.
Imagine, mag-A itong Virtus.pro. This is one of the most obnoxious setups ng Team Stallions. Wala pa lang sa pwesto ni Kano at sa kinatatayuan pa lang dito nila KLP. Who's still yet to make an impact, no, pre? Hindi ito yung araw na dapat nag-off. Dito si KLB, 0 kill still. Kaya nahihirapan dito ang STS Kano, no longer the face na kahit nga makarami nga siya. Napapadali ang buhay ng Team Stallions. KLP with an amazing hold. They find the lurk. They set up the 4v5. Magagaling na EB sila KSA, etc. Finding the angle as well. At for sure naman yung mga magagaling ng CR kasi KSA slow. Pero makukuha niya nga yung kill nga dito. KLB with a hold. Kano with the lurk. Saan nanggaling si Kano? Bumaba ng EA para rumekta ng curve. And it's now a 3v2. KSA makakapasok pa rin. And he's gonna clear the rotating KLP. It's now 2v2. KSA. Hard watch over to EB. And Yobim's gonna get sprayed down. Kano, nakita si KSA. And he's gonna fly over. At para ma-sure nga talaga, pindutin mo yung letter G. Sinasabi ko sa'yo, Kano.
Tumitingin pa sa captain, pare. Parang ayaw mong DG, man. Keep it kind.
Ayaw.
Keep it kind within the server, pare. Pero alam ko si Kano, nag-hover.
Okay na daw yung tingin sa katawan
na doon sa G, pare. Double G is the way to go if you want the enemy to feel the most pain dito, pare. And the most pain they did in that round. Grabe ang reaction din ni Kano with the wraparound into curve. Honestly, almost looked like a disaster nung namatay dito si JJ. Pero ang ganda ng hold dito ni KLB. Just held it down up against Kellar. Making sure na clear dito yung storage. And making it as uncomfortable as possible. Para nga dito sa Virtus.pro na makalapag lang ng C4 dito sa B-site natin. And it's a good spread between yung players natin ng Stallions. So immediately recognizing na okay, hindi na natin mapipigilan yung plant dito sa B-site. Let's send someone dito sa storage B. And fingers crossed na makakuha ng timing si Loy. And he did get that.
And I felt the hesitation ng Team Stallions for a bit, no? Na talagang hindi na tayo dapat manggaling na EB. They wanted Storby na lang as a point of entry. Pero buti na nga lang Yobib gets taken down. It was an easy sandwich maneuver para nga ma-corner si KSA. Pero good move din for KSA, no? Para maging madali din para sa kanya. Laban niya sa RS. So now, tapos na nga tayo mag-recap ng round, panibagong kabanata na para sa entry ng Virtus.pro. One of the best sides that they could possibly have. Dito nga sa mapa nga na to, total mainit ang tarima dito ni KSA at ni Yobib. And they will be tested once again on how consistent they are sa pagkuha ng Storby control para ma-block ang EB. Mahihirapan ang Stallion sa rotation na to pag nakuha si KLB.
Uy, napatago na lang dito si KLB, but you have to be careful just in case na meron pang lalabas dito. KLB getting out just in time. Napatay pa nga si KSA. Yobib with the trade. Fine for now. Meron pa namang player na nasa loob ng B-site para sa STS. Pero meron ng option itong Virtus.pro. Pwede kayo mag-iwan ng player dito sa store B, mag-rotate pabalik ng mid, and yung store B player yung pwede mag-cut ng rotation if ever mag-A-site nga kayo. Option is there para dito sa Virtus.pro. Pero kailangan nila ng kill. One from Elvin and or Kellar in this situation would be beneficial. Pero si Loy pa nga makakakuha dito kay El Capitan ng VP. B-site, that would be the cut rotation galing dito kay Centra, pero hindi nila alam si Kano. Nagala Spider-Man sa EA pero mamamatay lang sa kay Yobib. Zetra from the backside, Loy with the attempt. Yobib nakatingin sa 2F, nakita yung ulo ni Loy. Loy seeing the jump spot, getting the headshot on Yobib. One more would result in a win. Loy nagdasal, nag-headshot na lang, walang dasal-dasal. Dito kay Loy, tumabi sa kabaong. Sinabi niya kay Zetra, pumasok ka dito. 3-3, Stallions with a resounding reply.
Bukas, barel, sara ang kabaong Loy.
Taul, pre, bukas na.
At doon niya sinilid si Cetra, pre. Oh my God. Kailangan natin ng oras, pre, para indahin yung mga nangyari. Pero wag na daw, sabi ni Cetra. Ang moment of all time para kay Loy to tie the game. Walang smoke, walang hesitation, pure skill ang naging agwat nila ni Cetra doon. I can't believe that happened, pre. Of course, it's grand finals. Kailangan mangyari yung mga ganun. Yun ang gintong tanong. Now, gustong kumuha ng mga kills. And Yobe with an amazing trade. Napakabilis. Kano hindi na nakapag-adjust. The numbers favorable para sa VP.
Parang gusto yatang sumagot ng original na super rookie natin dito, pare. Stallions scrambling para makapasok na dito sa B-side. Si Loy nasa ilalim. Merong long angle para kay KLP. Pero si Loy na mismo ang sasala dito kay ㍍Third. Not even a chance to fire a shot sa kanyang TRG. And now, it will be Stallions scrambling para hanapin yung mga players dito ng VP. Fully knowing na spread out itong Virtus.pro, looking for any semblance or any bit of space para makapasok ng site. Loy will be the one doing the looking, pare.
Elvin. Meron din siyang layag nga dito. Pre, mag-hiking nga din siya. And Loy spots him down. Pero hindi nagagana yung tutok niya doon. It's now down to KLP to push the 1v3. Is it possible, pre? Puro lupa lang yung nakikita niya nga dito. Walang baril na pwede makatulong sa kanya. So it has to be the TRG. Kabaong C3 ang pwesto. It's a very tough call for separation. Sumala si KLP. And of course, that is the huge punishment pag hawak mo ang TRG. Virtus.pro gets the lead once again.
Grabe, Yobe with his own staggered 4K dito sa round natin, pare. And it feels like he also wants to answer just as fully up against Stallions. Pero Stallions gusto rin sumagot sa sagot dito ng Virtus.pro. Mid-push para kay JJ. CA players, aware ba kayo sa sitwasyon na to? Yobe spotted na nga dito si JJ pero na-one-tap lang rin siya. Loy, nandito na yung push sa long. Na-choke na dito ang Virtus.pro pero nakatakas pa sila sa kanilang laban. JJ, Loy down, 3 versus 3, mano-i-mano situation pero hindi pa tapos ang aggression dito ng Stallions. Pwede pa silang lumikod, pwede pa silang maghanap ng mga fights dito. C4 is down, they will at least confirm that, pare.
Medyo mo, pre, pag nakalampas ng SD dito si KLB, that's huge space. And if KLR, pag kinuha niya yung C4 at umangat din siya ng LA to get a site, total, nakastack lang naman sila doon. This is gonna be pretty bad for Virtus.pro. They still need to play passive. Wala silang kailangan gawin kundi mag-hold na lang muna. KLP with a possible sandwich pero off angle din naman siya ngayon. Aangat ng tower. Kita ang bungo ni ㍍Third. KLR now smells blood. At yung dugo ang KLP mapapas lang na nga Kano. Bloody intentions over to KLR. We now head into the 2v1. Elvin.
Wow.
Dulo ng LA. May kita yung C4 pero walang nakahold ng site. Doon pa talaga sila nagbalak na mag-hold kung saan maliwanag ang araw at nakatutok to kay Kano. Kalahin mo nga naman, na-chip damage siya pa si Elvin doon. And now we head into a very dangerous 1v1 para kay Elvin.
Partido si Elvin ba na nag-smoke nun, pare? Elvin was trying to pull that quick RM move, no? Yung smoke and then he kinda shoot through it for a bit, pare. Pero Elvin, knowing how sly this lurk is para dito sa Virtus.pro, he can be anywhere all at once. Pero KLB, advantage, cover dito sa tower. Napaka-protected na dito, pare, at kailangan nilang marinig ang pagpulot dito ng C4 galing kay Elvin. Pero si Elvin, napapailalim na dito ng Torre, napapailalim na ng CA. Conmid, picked up, C4, KLB, sound cue, gagana, titigin sa kanyang likod, bababa na lang ng tower. Sino unang iikot sa kanila dito at mukhang hindi maloloko si El Capitan ng Team Stallions kahit anong gapang dito ni Elvin sa kanyang round na yun.
Sana odd na hindi rin narinig ni Elvin yung pagbagsak nga dito ni Kapitan. Now Stallions doing the same play once again. Up. Fake lang pala, pre. Bobomba lang si JJ and they're now going back into the defense. But it's an LA push. Tatatlo dito ang Team Stallions. And JJ will be the cut rotation. Nakapwesto na nga ng curve. Kita ka sa smoke, kaibigan. One. Only gonna get KSA. ㍍Third with the trade. At wala nang depensa dito sa B side ng curve. At si KLB pumapaloob nga lang ng B. As Virtus.pro sees an opening. Posible pang maging passive to para sa kanila in order to get the default right.
I like the reaction dito galing kay Keller especially, no? As soon as na-realize nila na namatay dito si JJ on the curve side, he immediately went into CP at naghahanap na siya ng opportunity para makahanap ng ingay or makahanap ng pick dito sa B side para mapunta naman yung attention dito ng Stallions papunta nga sa kanang side ng mapa natin. And Virtus.pro playing the patience game in new compound. STS, not much information their way, pare. Once again, will be relying on the weaponry na meron sa kanilang kamay dito at Virtus.pro gusto na yatang humarap sa A side. ㍍Third ang mauuna, the entry sniper. Will it work up against Kano? Yobib spotted, actually tags Kano. 9 HP na nakapasok pa ng team. Problema nga lang, madadaanan ba si KLP? At si KLP pa nga mamamatay. ㍍Third finally confirming the low Kano at si Loy pa mamamatay. And Virtus.pro, the burst on a surprising the Stallions, pare.
Kung may STS way of winning GR, merong VP way ng pagpanalo nga ng BL pre. Ipanalo lang nila lahat ng gunfight. Nothing too complicated. Simplehan lang. Virtus.pro with less info. Literal na si JJ lang yung nakita nga nila sa curve. Tinayaan na nga lang nila na isipin na pre, pag may kalaban, barilin nyo na nga lang. It's the most Virtus.pro way possible of getting around and everyone just melted sa Team Stallions. Kahit ano pang gawin natin, kahit pagbalik na rin mo pa yung mundo, Virtus.pro ang mananalo sa round na yon. 5-4. STS now will be attacking, which I do believe is their best spot. But Virtus.pro, this is also their best half yet.
Pero pakiramdam ko kasi Virtus.pro, I feel like they were not satisfied with that half, pare, na ang dami nilang nilabas from their back pocket in terms of plays, and some of these just didn't work just from sheer skill nga dito ng STS and Virtus.pro. Struggled no on some GR side sa compound natin, so we'll be needing to see some extra hands from the right players galing sa kanila dito, especially from Yobib and ㍍Third. These two can turn the tides in an instant, pare, knowing na naka-TRG na sila dalawa dito. And STS naman, up to the captain, in all honesty, man. KLB, ilang beses na rin siya nag-entry dito gamit ang kanyang HK. And if he can hit just the right player, just the right headshot, STS possibly can take over dito, pare.
Look at the numbers of the carries ng Virtus.pro at ng Stallions, pre. 11 for Elvin. And he was the main focal point kung paano nga ba nakakapasok ang Virtus.pro with their split pushes. STS naman with Kano, the defense, no? Despite getting 2 or 3, it's still enough para makabuelo pa rin ang Team Stallions at makahinga nga sila ng malalim. PSA gonna get the lurking of Loy with the destruction of that player. Virtus.pro should play this confidently. ㍍Third will be getting the shot. KLP through the smoke as well. At si Kano, marami nga naman, hindi HK ang pinampapasok. Pre, USP and he's still alive. Nakalinya naman yung player sa exit, pero 76 pa rin si Kano. Then Elvin now, down to his last legs. Nakasalalay to kay Yobib na paghiwa-hiwalayin ng STS.
Grabe, nagcha-charge up na dito yung plot armor ni Kano. He's starting to become unhittable dito sa mapa natin. Pero, second half story, good start on the side of VP. One good pick-off on any of the BL players. Pwede pa talaga to, pero nauubos na ang oras ng VP. But knowing Virtus.pro, they love to seize the time. They love to hit the bomb timer here. Let's see if it's worth it. Kano, nakita na nga lang isa dito si C2, pero si KSA haharap. Yobib with that kill. And it's one more for the captain. 1 versus 1. 10 seconds left. Defuse attempted. Pero hindi naloko si KLB. One more peek. And there's no defuse happening para sa kanya. Hindi man lang makakatry ng isa pang beses. KLB tinuro na ang camera at sinabi niya, akin to.
Gantong-ganto ang nangyari sa Eagle Eye, pre. Pag alam mo nagtuturo na si KLB, may kaakibat na resulta yan. Team Stallions hanging on by a thread sa round na yun, pre. After failed shots of Kano, pati na rin kay KLP, sino ang sasalba sa kanila? Eh di si Kapitan na may hawak ng buong team ngayon. Sneaky once again, KLB. When the going gets tough, nandiyan si KLB. And he just had to play time, pre. Buti na nga lang naging coach mo si Coach Tanks. He was the sole proprietor, pre, kung bakit nga ba hindi ganun kainit si KLB nga ngayon. He's taking very slow fights. And now ㍍Third, lilinya ngayon sa store A. At walang tumama ni isa, ㍍Third. You have to hit those shots, kaibigan. Elvin binuldos. Makakuha nga siya ng isa, pero ang kapalit, buhay niya naman. And a fumble of VP's defense sa may LA. Pwedeng maging resulta ng pagkapanalo ng Stallions sa round na to, but still, full healthy players for KSA and Yobib.
And that is so worth it para dito sa Stallions despite the losses. Meron na silang long control dito and the illusion of the possible A-take due to KLB na naandito pa sa long. Will be picking up that sniper and will be trying to find another one on KLR dito. No? And ngayon, ito na yung problema ng Virtus.pro. They will be super spread out dito sa mapa natin. So they have to decide which site is gonna be the priority at mukhang B yung mas kinakatakutan nilang mawala dito. Pero KLR in a very precarious position. One check and he could be out of commission para sa ating round and could give STS the lead, but the double spray will not be there. Si Kano lang mahuhulog. KLB, quick trade off with the HK417 pero 1 HP na lang siya dito. C4 hindi pa nabababa. KLP nakaposisyon na dito sa tower. KLB using his low HP to actually gain information para sa kanyang teammate. He's gonna die anyways. Might as well use the death cam to my advantage. Pero mamamatay nga ba dito si KLB? Mukhang nagbumukhang immortal pa siya dito. USP sa kanyang kamay pero si Yobib makakatapos sa kanya. Yobib nagmamadali na makapunta ng A-site. Quick scope. Actually on the money dito kay Loy pero si Loy sakto ang kanyang pagkahulog at sakto sa second turn ni Yobib. Makikita niya ang headshot. And a 6-5 Stallions snatch back the lead sa new compound.
Parang pumatak na ang fourth quarter, Sneaky. KLB is now activated from going double negative. 1 and 6 lang siya kanina, pre. He is now double that to now 10. Grabe nga naman, KLB calling the shots. Alay ang kanyang buhay sa pag-hold ng CR. Alay ang kanyang buhay sa pag-hold lang din ng CA. My God, he made it work. Grabe nga naman talaga KLB. Meron kang cojones na gawa talaga sa bakal para napapagana nga to. And Loy, one headshot is not enough. Alam kong palong-palong Loy. But Yobib is now on the hunt. He's gonna get the trade. 1 for 1. That's enough information para nga sa Stallions. Napapanatag na nga sila, pre. Pwede na tayo kumuha ng site.
Honestly, hindi kailangan umalis dito ng Virtus.pro galing dito sa Storby, no? That could be the position that they can come from para sa kanilang retake. So this is actually really good holding galing dito sa VP. Problema ka lang, numbers are not adding up para sa kanilang A-side defense. It's only Elvin and Kellar na nagde-defense sa C1 at sa gilid ng 2F. KLP, nag-aantay na ng flash. Tinapo na nga. KLR not spotted on C3 pero matatrade naman sa dito. KLP with the confirmation and Kano getting the captain. Si KLP lang ang nawala pero mukhang doable na to for a plant sa STS.
Now have to play the post plan, pre. Pero walang na... Oh, si KLB nakapwesto, pre. Walang nag-check ng execute si KLB nga lang talaga. And it was a very long fight pero napiso si Yobib. So it's Cetra. Siya mismo ang kailangan tumulong dito para kumapit pa si Yobib habang may buhay pa. But Kano on the hunt through the smoke gets his 18th kill and the 19th Kano with a quick adjustment dito kay Yobib. And this man is destroying Virtus.pro single-handedly. 19 para kay Wonder Kid.
And 8 headshots as well. So, paparating na nga siya dito sa 50% natin on the headshot percentage. And si Loy naman looking to see if he can keep it at 90 in this hit. STS recognizing immediately na sabi at ang forward dito ang Virtus.pro dito sa B-side. Why not? Nasa mid na tayo. Less than 4 and the logical choice was there. And what a find on Zetra. He needed to find that one especially pare kasi siya yung pinakamalaking factor sana para sa Virtus.pro na makakuha sila ng retake.
My God, STS. Di pa dumadaan yung minuto mga kabossing. Cetra na piso pa rin siya. But I don't think that's good enough here for Team Stallions. Cetra, despite being 1 HP pre, malaki pa rin yung magiging ambag niya dito sa pag-hold ng mga long angles, even at EA. Team Stallions now galloping. Pwesto. Mangongolekta na muna ng impormasyon as they go in for the default. This is a very good smoke para makalampas nga sila ng curve. Yobib and KSA, hindi mo pa rin mapalis to set up the crossfire from CR all the way to EV. Maganda yun. And Kellar with one of the most poisonous shots dito ay KLP. Ngayon wala ng numero ang Team Stallions.
Pero meron pa naman silang Kano dito sa labanan natin pare. The X factor that can turn the tides instantly. Pero Virtus.pro getting the picks that they have to get. KLP out, wala na yung kapitan, wala na ang sniper. It is only the core of STS, but it's a dangerous core to bite into. Very dangerous apple, pero si Elvin kakagat pa rin. JJ will be going down. Kano, headshot na naman para sa kanya. Nakita niya ang balikat ni Yo, baby, gets to! Pero hindi pa gumagalaw si KSA, pero spotted na siya sa Store B. Kailangan niya na ng tulong galing sa Virtus.pro, but he is actually buying time on purpose kasi gusto niyang sumama sa kanyang mga teammates dito sa EB. He doesn't wanna die. No matter what happens, Loy taking his sweet time. Kano, pinlant na ka ang C4. Loy finally confirming one on KSA, pero nakapasok na si Gellar, but no, with a better position, nasa ilalim ng kapitan. ㍍Third, mapapaisip, mapapatigil, mapapaklatch, potentially. Pero wala nang nagpipik para sa STS. Ayaw nang tumingin ng mga Cebuano sa direksyon ni ㍍Third. Sila na mismo ang nag-aantay sa kanyang lumapit at si Loy ang makakapatay sa sniper ng VP. 8-5, and this is looking all too familiar, Salvatore.
Kung ikaw ang Virtus.pro, pre, that has to be the most demoralizing round. 3v5. Kinuha na nila si JJ bilang pain. That was an overload of information para kunin si Kano at si Loy. Wala pa rin silang nagawa. 20 bomb for Kano at hindi pa tayo tapos, Nikki. Now, Kano, he's about to entry. Palong-paluba naman kasi. And he's gonna get the kill over to... Oh, KLP nga pala dito. Pero yan, may makukuha ka sa kill dito over to Elvin. And STS is not stopping for a path of destruction. Total domination baka mo. Nagpapasimula pa lang si Coach Tanks.
23 kills para kay Kano. And he might just get ㍍Third, no? Just for fun. Just get the one tap on the sniper dito ng Virtus.pro, pare.
Kukubi na yan.
Tapos yung quick scope. Ay, ang ganda ng flash. What a nice! Pero kahit bulag si Kano! Grabe naman yan! Natamaan niya pa rin KLP getting you with KSA! Doesn't even matter! Nako po! Virtus.pro! Akala ko ba may experience kayo sa international, pero bakit hindi nyo mabangga si Kano?
Ang laking harang ni Kano para sa pangarap ng VP. It's like KLB is doing the post all over again. Claim after claim, statement after statement. Lahat mali. Team Stallions proving everyone dito sa Pilipinas. Diyan kayo sa baba. Anong agwat-agwat? Kayo lang naman ang may agwat sa amin. My God. Virtus.pro, kumakalahati pa lang, hindi pa sila makapuntos sa second half. At tanging numero ng kills ni Kano na ang tanging sagot kung bakit nga ganito, Sneaky Frog. Ano pa experience para sa isang nagngangalang Robinson, pre? And Team Stallions is one set away, one round away, ika nga, no? Para masabi naman natin na sila ay back-to-back dito sa CROSSFIRE SEA. And I can't believe that this is happening to Virtus.pro. Dumikit man sila nung groups, ibang usapan ng playoffs.
Grabe. The gravity of the situation just hitting Virtus.pro. History could have been theirs, para history written in the hands of the boys who were born and raised in Tondo with a Cebuano mercenary, pare. Pero iba yung pakay dito na Stallions. They want that golden road. They want to go golden the entire year, pare. They want that total domination na sinasabi nga dito ni Tangs, at nakikita na rin natin yun, Salvatore, every single member online. KLP, honestly, not gonna lie, this is your worst game the entire series, pare. Pero okay lang yun. Meron namang Kano na may 23 frags na nasa team mo, and KLP, all he has to do is be the overseer for the other players ng Team Stallions and watch as the potential win is there, pare.
Paano nadadalian si Kano sa pinakakomplikadong depensa ng Virtus.pro na nakita nga natin all throughout the tournament? This is literally 100% Virtus.pro. Holding ng long ni ㍍Third, holding ng EA din, double duty pa nga siya, top flashes, lineups, rekta sa CS, yung magandang look kay Elvin. Virtus.pro, that is the best that they can offer. Pero milya pa lang ang binibigay ng Team Stallions. And now the gravity na kinatatayuan ng Team Stallions sa langit, pre, hindi na maabot ng VP. Isa na lang.
And the pressure is there, no? Para sa Virtus.pro. Naandito na sila sa posisyon na to. Not too long ago, pare. 2025, end of the year. That was, 7 or 6 months ago, pare. So, Virtus.pro, bit of deja vu para sa kanila dito, Salvatore, in a position where they don't want to be in. But still, you can see the grit. Walang doubt sa kanilang mukha na kaya pa nilang ipanalo yung series na to, pare. The belief is still there for Virtus.pro. But Stallions, they could break that dream in an instant with 1 B push potentially, pare.
Now, a push to put them back to back. Kano, JJ now with the kill. Tatlo na lang ang nabubuhay sa VP. The best crossfire na ginawa ng VP sa loob ng B-side. Winalang-yalang ng Team Stallions. Fully smoked out na nga dito ang dadaanan ni Cetra. 30 seconds on the clock. And now KLP with the kill as well. Dito pa lang, Sneaky. Hindi na natin kailangan i-emphasize. This is the round where immortals will be made. My God. Elvin lumalaban pa rin. He's gonna get the headshot pero onti na lang ang oras. Ito ang lupa ng Team Stallions na ating kinatatayuan. Pinirmahan nila ang titulo gamit ang dugo ng kanilang mga kalaban. Team Stallions, your SEA Masters champion of spring. And they did it back to back.
And Team Stallions ang unang tutuldok dito sa CFS SEA Masters sa kasaysayan ng ating bagong tournament. Nag-expand na tayo dito sa SEA. Wala na tayo sa Pilipinas lang, Salvatore. May mga ibang bansa na rin. It's a new day, it's a new tournament, it's new history being made dito sa Pilipinas. And Team Stallions, they will claim the first title as the first CFS SEA Masters champions. And that is an honor that no one can take away from them, pare.
Ito na ang unang marka ni Coach Tanks sa kanyang total domination. May dalawang splits pa tayo, Sneaky. Pero parang alam na kagad natin ang ending nun. Team Stallions is now on a destructive path. Wala ng humble dito, pre. Alam na nga nila kung anong gusto nila. And they want that championship so bad na walang makakapigil nga sa kanila. All Gamers, Baisha Gaming, Navi, Rock, Esports, magtipon-tipon na kayo because this is the golden age of Team Stallions 2026. Wala silang titipirin. They're taking everyone at kailangan mong mag-ingat, kaibigan.
Yeah, and it seems like Team Stallions, no, they have smoke for everybody. They have smoke for Virtus.pro, they have smoke for FERVID, they have smoke for Execration, they have smoke for Falcons, they have smoke for AJ, they have smoke for KZ, pare. Nako po, lahat na kayang kalabanin dito ng Team Stallions. And I feel like with this kind of grand final, especially up against a team that is as great as Virtus.pro, yun nga, yung mga nanonood natin sa international, pare, I can feel their hands starting to get clammy, pare. Nako po, isa na namang taon nakakalabanin natin ang Team Stallions and they will be face rolling us in international tournaments again. I can't wait to see it, man. I cannot wait to see it. Alam ko it's not been the best games from some of the other players, pero when the going gets rough, pare, you can always rely on the grit of Team Stallions to really win you out, pare. Pero yun nga, it's a tragedy na there will not be international competition very soon, pare. Pero feeling ko, dito pa lang sa ating grand finals, we already saw some international caliber crossfire, pare.
And ngayon, Sneaky, the debate has been settled. Wala nang ibang argument na magagawa. Team Stallions is the best Filipino team dito sa CROSSFIRE SEA Masters. At wala nang iba kayong pwedeng sabihin dyan. Na imarkahan na nga nila, may period na yung dulo at wala kayong madadagdagan dyan. Once again, with pure emphasis, Team Stallions is the best, the greatest Filipino team dito sa CROSSFIRE SEA Masters Spring. And congratulations to STS for winning it dito sa SEA Masters. Ito na nga lang oras namin dito ni Sneaky Frog. It's been a pleasure para makasama nga kayo, guys. Pero ipapasa na nga na namin dyan sa ating panel. Gusto rin makiserebonyas dyan sa pagkapanalo ng STS. Mochi and Bipolar, kayo naman.
Mapapaganto ka na lang talaga, bipolar. Kasi ang crazy lang din talaga. We thought that these bears were on the top of the food chain, but they proved everyone wrong. 3-0 sweep galing dito sa Team Stallions. Definitely soaring high. Pataas, palapit ng Golden Sun. This is so sad dito for Virtus.Pro dahil sa sobrang init ng Team Stallions, naging abo sila dito.
Ang sakit, Mochi! Isa na namang hindi lang tropeyo paalis sa kamay ng players ng Virtus.Pro. At dahil dyan, Mochi, from the panel, no, and from the talent pool, congratulations, STS. Pero Mochi, sabi nga ni Tanks, maraming nanonood sa buong mundo. At isa lang ang masasabi natin dyan, Mochi. In 3, 2, 1, Gongsi! STS! Grabe naman talaga. Iba ang lamang ng STS, Mochi. No one can decipher this team to a point na destruction ang nangyari. Hindi lang naman to devastation sa mukha ng players ng Virtus.Pro. Pero ito yung sinasabi ni Tanks pati ni Salvatore na world domination ang hinahangad at pinapangarap ng STS. At dito yan nagsisimula.
Exactly. And gone are the days that pinapaabot ito ng overtime. Gone are the days that the rivalry is there, because this definitely shows that the gap definitely exists. And ironically, against the rivalry, parang hindi na nagiging rivalry anymore. Based from what we have seen dito lang naman sa ating outcome of how Team Stallions has been able to show na sila talaga ang mga Diyos or ang Diyos dito sa not only in PH Crossfire but also internationally. Pero tignan muna natin saglit itong ating set summary kasi tignan mo naman, kamuntikan pang 30 itong si Kano.
Oh, Mochi, 26 kills and 13 headshots. Doblen mo yung headshot niyan, 26 kills yun. Kanina pinag-usapan ni Sticky from pati na Salvatore na hinahangad or inaabot dito ni Kano, no, on the very last stretch yung 50% headshot rating at nakuha niya pa yon. Yes, hindi masyado nag-pop off dito si JJ pati si KLP, pero you bank on Kano every time. Virtus.Pro, tanggalin nyo na yan dyan kasi Stallions is the one to look at every time, from Ankara to Eagle Eye and now on new compound. Wala nang buta sa kahit ano pang mapa, the Golden Road. This is the Stallions Road that any team after Masters will be looking to try and replicate. Pero they cannot. They are not Coach Tanks. They are not Kano. They are not KLP, KLB, JJ, and KL and Loino. But the man himself, the wonder kid, Christopher Robinson, is the MVP. And just look at that stat line.
Ewan ko na lang talaga, no? Hindi na ako magtataka kung makikita natin. Uli natin siya para sa ating match MVP later on kasi dude, just crazy. Isang malaking pagkakamali na pinili ng VP itong mapa ng new compound. We already talked about this before na nung umpisa nitong ating liga o kahit last year nga, no? Parang napapasabi tayo, wait lang, may kakulangan ata ang STS or itong Ubik Maniac dito sa mapa ng new compound natin. Pero ano ang nangyari? They proved us wrong. Nagsimula ito sa laban nila against Querdas. They've been able to do that pretty quick. Tapos ngayon, just total domination. And we are actually expecting that it's going to be overtime. Pero ang naging outcome pa natin, paunti ng paunti yung mga round na nakukuha dito ng Virtus.Pro. So let us see, sino nga ba ang ating match MVP, the Golden Boy himself, Kano. Oh my gosh, 2.09 KD, napakataas bipolar for a 3-0 sweep dito sa ating finale.
Did I hear that right, Mochi? May bago ng moniker ng Wonder Kid, the Golden Boy?
The Golden Boy.
God damn! Kano or no? Coming into this matchup, kahapon inaamin talaga ni Coach Tanks. When we always go back to the interview na parang Kano wasn't feeling right. But he felt amazing dito sa ating 3 maps. 3 mapa lang yun, Mochi. What if it was 5 maps. What else can we see from Kano? And Kano every time, no, walang katakot-takot, diretso lang from entries to clutch plays to total domination. Yun lang talaga ang ibibigay ng golden boy na ito. And Mochi, look at the color of these Stallion jerseys. Golden Stallions. They manifested the golden road and they manifested that golden medal in this podium finish of #1 sa SEA Masters.
And my, oh my, and I am actually running out of words kung paano nga ba natin i-describe itong laruan ni Kano, no? Mula nung umpisa hanggang ngayon, pataas lang ng pataas ang standard na ina-uphold dito ng mga miyembro natin, not only for himself, but for the entirety of Team Stallions. And dude, kamot na lang din siguro ang lahat sa ulo na pumapabor para dito sa VP, no? Kasi talagang pinakita lang na hindi na kailangan paabutin pa ng decider natin dahil irerekta na agad nila ng 3-0.
Mochi, 3-0 ang naikuha dito ng ating Stallions, and it felt like, I hate to say this, but that last map, it felt like it was a Rosea team that STS was fighting. 5 points.
Oh my gosh, that
is how it felt, Mochi. I have to be honest. Kasi walang galaw ang players natin doon for VP. Talagang hindi nila nagawa ng paraan. Again, the word is decipher. And never yun nalagay sa utak ng VP because they didn't know what was going on. They thought they were cooking a new compound, but no, nothing was cooking. The gas burner is not on, and STS just totally opened up a win and to claim the trophy.
And it appears that cracking the code isn't something that VP can actually attain dito sa ating final so far.
Not this time.
Not this time, I guess. Pero, ang maganda dito is magkakaroon din tayo ng tsansa na ma-interview ang ating player, of course, dito, no? Para matanong din natin sila kung ano nga ba ang nangyari dito sa ating 3-0 finals for Masters 3. And we have 4 heads. Kasama natin dito ngayon si Kano and as well as si Coach Tangs. First and foremost, since dire-diretso tayo dito ngayon, ano ang pakiramdam ng isang 3-0 na laban kontra sa Virtus Pro, Kano?
Ako? Wala lang.
Oh, lolo.
May gustong sabihin.
Seryoso?
May gustong
Wala.
sabihin.
Wala lang. Mas ano yan, yung kahapon, mas importante sa akin yung FERVID. Yan lang.
Mas may weight, no, Kano, yung laban nyo kahapon kesa yung ngayon.
Struggling ako kahapon wala lang.
Ikaw, Bowler, baka may questions ka.
You know what, feeling ko marami tayong pwedeng matanong, no? I'll start off with Kano. Kano, kahapon, you acknowledge it naman pati na rin kay Coach Tanks na parang kahapon nga medyo lacking si Kano. Parang no was not there or Kano was not there. Ngayon, nagpakita ka ng gilas, man. Pinakitaan mo kami ng total domination nga. And dati, tinatawag kang Wonder Kid. Nag-level up ng konti. Golden Boy na ang tawag sa'yo, Kano. What is the process? Bakit nga ba ganito kalakas si Kano?
Ayoko sa Golden Boy, sa kabila yun, Wonder Kid lang, yun lang.
Okay, no problem. That's good. That's good. So anong feeling Kano? Anong feeling? How does it, comprehend sa utak mo? Bakit nakabawi bigla si Kano after just one day?
Wala sabi sa interview, dudurugin raw kami. Yun lang. Sabi niya. Tsaka, lang. Wala naman Yun ba, durog? Yun na yun? Wala Wala. Yun lang. Wala.
Parang pwede pa mapigasi ka, no? Pero ikaw nang bahala mag-isip ng tanong sa kanya. Dahil may tanong ako kay Coach Tanks. Ano yung punto? I mean, syempre nanalo kayo, no? Grabe, 3-0. Ano yung punto na nakita nyo sa Virtus Pro, mga weaknesses na na-exploit nyo sa kanila? If you don't mind me asking, Coach Tanks.
First and foremost, gusto ko munang batiin kayo, Bipolar, Mochi, tsaka yung
Thank you.
Go production ng TNC. Tsaka sa inyo, sa mga nanonood, hello guys. Going back to the question, weakness? We actually didn't mind about any weaknesses or stats. We just played our game. I made sure that mentally locked in buong team.
Wonderful.
Sabi nga, and parang nagiging norm na we are a team without struts. We are a team na hindi naman masyado tactical. Puro marilan lang. So be it. Basta alam namin kung sino kami. We know who we are.
Wala, di naman sila makatalo ko, Yan lang, stay lang.
Wala. Ano lang, stable lang. Steady lang.
Yes,
And make the a bit higher. Lalo na sa
Higher.
Farther.
Higher.
Farther.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Parang may gap na. Lalakihan pa nila lalo.
Lumaki pa.
Bipolar, no? Ganon yung mindset dito ng Team Stallions. How about you, Bipolar? Baka may mga questions ka pa.
Coach Trunks, alam ko namang proud ka palagi sa mga bata mo. Siguro tenfold ngayon, no? Na nanalo na naman ng Masters ang STS. How do I word this correctly? May bigat syempre yung Masters last time.
Yeah.
May bigat din ngayon. Pero anong ibig sabihin ng Masters win to the international level? Kasi sinasabi mo lang na may gap na eh. Hindi kasama yung VP doon sa inyo. Malayo na sila. Anong mensahe mo, or at least how does it feel, or ano ang pwedeng ibigay ni Coach Tanks na, uy, ito, tropayan namin Masters Spring at World Domination gusto namin ibigay?
This is just a preparation for the EWC and CFS tournaments internationally. Again, pwedeng i-judge ako na, or kami na arrogant, pero the goal is to win international championships, not local. I'm not saying I'm not happy. I am very happy and very proud of the boys and our performance tonight. But side quest to play. Yeah. This is a side quest. Yes.
Meron
preparation. Yeah.
Just a piece of a puzzle.
Yeah,
no, Coach Tanks.
But then again, hindi siya, please don't take it against us. Since kapag international kami and muntik namin makuha yung championship last year sa CFS, yung dreams and goals namin kasi nag-iba. Like yung kung paano kami naka-wire ngayon as a team. International yung gusto namin. And kumbaga sa Pilipinas wala naman kami gustong bawian eh. Ang gusto namin bawiin yung naagaw na championship sa atin and then sinasabi ko sa atin lahat eh. Kasi Philippines yung pinag-usapan natin. Yung naagaw na championship sa atin yung ibang bansa. So that's mainly the goal. But yeah, of course, I'm very happy to get this championship.
Okay. Coach Ranks, I do have one follow-up question. Last one mula sa akin. No? Sa mga unang interview natin with you, Coach Tanks, kasi mostly ikaw yung nakakausap namin nung may pre-interview kami bago maglaban-laban.
Mga pre-show, yeah.
Sabi mo sa amin na ang iniisip ng mga international teams is puro tutok lang yan, STS.
Yeah.
Ang target mo ngayon is disiplina naman ang maging imahe ng STS. Nakamit nyo ba yun after this win?
Hindi, barilan pa rin kami magaling. Let's di ba tanong yung sigaw? Barilan lang. Di kami
ala, yun sabi nila eh.
Ano na lang, tinanggap na lang namin yun. Tinanggap na lang.
Wala, lahat, barilan lang.
Barilan lang talaga. Parang may mga nakita tayong iba sa Ankara. Pero sige, okay. I feel like, grabe, yun naging outcome natin dito ngayon, no? Did you guys think, actually, kahit sino sa inyo pwedeng sumagot, no? Did you guys think na ito ay outcome na ine-expect ng marami? O alam nyo na ba na umpisa pa lang 3-0 na to?
Ako ba, Coach?
Ikaw na.
Yes.
Ano ba yun? Expect ko sa ngayon?
Expectation sa team natin this season daw.
Nung hindi pa tayo na-champion?
Nung nagsimula tong spring.
Group stage?
Wala na. Alam ko na na mananalo kami. Yun lang. Oo nga. Wala, pati yung preparation namin, wala lang. Medyo pagdating sa playoffs. Doon na. Kasi medyo kami, struggling sa mga games. Tsaka wala na mag-lock in. Pero alam ko na mag-champion kami. Pero hindi ko expect na mati 3-0, pero alam ko.
Oh,
Yan lang.
okay. Yun yung gusto kong marinig. Kung ine-expect ba
Of
nila na
course,
mati 3-0
it's VP.
nila?
It's VP.
Yeah, it's VP, of course.
It's our main rival. Alam natin.
Mm-mm. How about you, Bipolar? Last question natin.
Siguro, wala congratulations, Coach Tanks. In-acknowledge na din namin. Sinabi namin, nag-Chinese pa kami ni Mochi kasi sinasabi mo may nanonood na ng mga Chinese fans,
always,
no?
Always.
So, I feel like that's it for me. Wala. I'm just waiting for the next step kung ano nga bang susunod for Stallions. So, wala eh. You guys did great. Yun lang masasabi natin for Stallions.
Thank you.
Super excited indeed. And I guess it is about time for us na ibigay sa inyong ating floor para i-shoutout lahat ng gusto nyo i-shoutout at pasalamatan lahat ng inyong gustong pasalamatan.
Una ka na.
Ikaw na.
Una ka na.
Ikaw. Wala.
Sige,
Ako
ako na muna. Number 1, sa misis ko na lagi nakasuporta, sa mami ko, nanonood kahit di ko Crossfire. Tune in siya lagi sa CF. Sa Team Stallions, yan, thank you, Brother Abdul, Brother Khaled, we know you're watching always. To Faisal, our brother from Saudi too. Kay Boss Chris, alam naman natin, I always give him his flowers. Like, kung wala siya, hindi talaga nabuo. So, itong dynasty na tinatry namin ay fulfill. Si Ma'am Lizelle, lagi nang supportan. Sa mga kasamahan ng mga bata, yan, kina Brian, kay Rio, kay Wang, sa 6-man namin, always ready to play. I know, para lang sa kalaman nyo, Dolph, gusto ko ibigay lang din yung flowers kay Dolph na Dolph is always ready. Like, anytime, any given day. I can definitely say na perhaps, kahit dito sa Philippines lang, perhaps we have the best six-man roster na isang team.
That's true.
Anytime you put him in. Kaya shoutout sa ito. Sino ba? Yun kay Boss Nick, na laging guidance namin from above. Yun, nasa kaman, thank you for always guiding us. Kay Lord, na laging naagabay din sa amin. Para sa kalaman nyo lang, hindi nyo pa alam, we always pray. Every time we always thank the Lord for all the blessings. We're very grateful. Siyempre sa boys ko, kay JJ, kay Ken, kay Loy, kay Kael, every one of us. Again, we pride ourselves to be one unit lang. Wala kami, yes, alam ko si Wonder Kid, superstar, pero sa loob-loob namin, we are a family na talagang we stick together. So, sa inyo sa production. And, by the way, sa mga nanonood, sa supporters ng Stallions, sa supporters din ng ibang teams, and maraming salamat sa pag-tune in.
Pati yung Chinese watch.
Yeah. And all the Chinese fans as well that are tuning in. Tsaka yun, yung buong TNC Prod. Na sobrang lupit. Tsaka, syempre, bago makalimutan, today is Mother's Day. Sa lahat ng nanay dyan, sa lahat ng mga magiging nanay pa lang, sa lahat ng... Tsaka, syempre, para sa, kalaman nyo na lang din, nakita ko din sa newsfeed ko. Tsaka may nag-chismis sa akin. Birthday ni Mochi. So, happy birthday, Mochi.
Thank you po.
Imagine, the dedication, the dedication to still work, sa birthday mo. You are the true champ, Mochi. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you po. Lalala ako. Charot! Ayan, thank you so much.
Sige na naman. Naubos ko na yung oras. Sige na naman.
Alam sa akin, pasalamat daw kay God, kay Lord. Pasalamat daw. Kasi magpapray talaga kami. Tapos, pasalamat na rin kay ate tsaka kuya, kay ate Lizelle tsaka kay Kuya Chris. So, kung wala sila, wala rin kami. Tsaka rin sa Stallions, sa mga boss, kay Brother Abdul tsaka kay Khaled, Boss Khaled. Tsaka rin sa mga teammates ko. Tapos, yun lang. Ay, wait lang, may shoutout. Kisutot eh. Wait lang. Kay, Boss Ark, shoutout rin sa'yo. Boss Arcelia. Yan lang.
Alright. Maraming salamat sa ating match MVP for every single time. And as well as sa ating kay Coach Tanks, na sobrang solido naman talaga. Thank you so much for always giving us quality top performance sa mga laban natin. And we can't wait to see more of you pagdating sa ibang bansa.
Yes. Congratulations, Kano and Coach Dax.
Salamat. Thank you.
Yes! Grabe
Mochi.
talaga.
Yeah, grabe talaga, Mochi. I do like to pahabol lang, no? If STS did achieve a golden road and they're gunning in for and the entirety of CROSSFIRE as a whole, no? Feeling ko pwede na rin nating masabi ngayon pa lang. If not, na parang Coach Tanks can be, or if not yet, one of the most decorated coaches as well. Grabe ang pinapakita
that
dito
is true.
ng Team Stallions fan. It's the full roster nonetheless. Grabe silang lahat.
Exactly. And I feel like yun din, no? I feel like na mabigyan din si Coach Tanks ng platform din na international na, tignan mo nun kung gaano kaiba yung coaching style niya kontra sa ibang mga coaches natin. Because majority of the coaches, their focus is on the game. But as much as that is also present dito sa Team Stallions, I feel like their identity as a whole definitely matters more. Pero talagang tignan na muna natin, no? Let's have a quick glance at balikan natin kung ano nga ba ang itsura ng ating playoffs bracket. Kasi tignan mo naman,
My
hindi
God!
simple lahat ng mga numerong yan. Kahit nasabihin yun na 3-2 lang, yung 3-2 natin is isa lang, well, lahat ng yan, duguan yung pinagdaanan.
Yeah. From round number 1, Mochi, it was a bloodshed wherein our impact finalists really did prevail. Pagdating sa round number 2, well, yung finalists naman natin sa past Masters yung umangat ng todong-todo. And looking at our third placer match, congratulations to FERVID. Nice try para sa Querdas. Nice try sa Virtus.pro. Pero Team Stallions, hindi nila hinayaan na madagdagan pa yung map loss nila dito sa buong Masters.
Yeah, and it's just crazy how everything transpired here. And what's also crazy is aware na rin tayo na ang ating final rankings.
Grabe ka talaga, Salvatore.
Shoutout sa'yo, Salvi, ang crazy mo at talagang napangunahan mo pa itong si Sneaky Pag silang dalawa talaga yung nagbubuluan dyan sa mga rankings natin. At kung itatanong nyo kung sino nasa ilalim yan, abay, wag nyo nang tanongin, no?
Wag na. Tatlo lang.
Tatlo lang, guys. Tatlo lang. Alright. And I guess this is finally it, Bipolar. Before tayo magpaalam sa ating broadcast, baka meron ka pang any last words?
First and foremost, gusto ko magpasalamat kay Ramon, pati kay Doc, coming in from the West League sa jacket or itong quote na pina-pass down papunta sa akin, no? So maraming salamat. Mukha akong professional at pogi, sabi ni Ma'am Le. Pati na rin yung buong prod, no? But I would like to say, give a lot of thanks as well for all of the viewers, lahat ng nanonood, local man or international. It's also your win. Because everybody here wins at the end of the day. And maraming salamat sa Malgate and as well as kay Sir Alex. Everything is looking better in the future after this. And TNC Prod, maraming salamat. TNC Group as well. Ma'am Colleen sa sobrang solid na talagang pag-handle sa amin. Pagbigay sa akin ng oras kahit muntikan na kumali. Pati na rin yun sa mga technical issues from before. So maraming salamat sa kanila. Kasi if wala sa kanila, we wouldn't be here. Plus, last na, Lops and as well as the observers, sobrang ganda ng pinakita niyo sa amin ngayong araw or for the entirety of Masters. Hindi lang kami yung nag-i-improve, mukhang kayo din yung nag-i-improve. So, sobrang solid din para sa inyo. Saludo kami lahat sa backend.
Totoo. Ay, di ba parang swerte lang. Grabe, ang tindi talaga ng mga observing. Mamaya na nga, chika na natin yun eh.
Mamaya na lang.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga teams na nag-alat ng oras. Biro mo, isang buong buwan at lagpas na puno ng Crossfire dito sa ating Master Spring. Maraming salamat sa mga co-casters ko. Isa-isang ko si Bipolar, si Sneaky Frog, si Salvi, si Ramon, si Dadum, si El, pati yung West League, si Coach Pika, tsaka si Doka. And that's well as just maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And of course, thank you so much for TNC Production kasi biro mo, love na love ko kayo, no? Hopefully, masarap lagi ang inyong ulam. Nagbubunos ng oras dito.
Binigyan mo ng pansit yun eh.
Sila dito. Ako, pa-coffee naman sa kanila, no? And as well as kay Smilegate. Because Smilegate, thank you so much sa balance. Thank you so much sa lahat. Thank you so much for all of the things here sa ating event. At isang buong taon tayong ganito, which is really exciting waiting
There's
for
still
us
more.
more platform para sa ating mga teams na mag-improve at maabot ang kanilang mga pangarap dito. And of course, maraming salamat sa'yo. Maraming salamat sa pagbati sa akin. Hindi ko alam paano ko makalat yan, no? Hindi na nga namin nabanggit dito sa ating broadcast. So maraming salamat sa pagsuporta nyo sa mga bias ninyong teams, sa pakikikulit, pakikipag-away, pakikipagdaldalan dyan sa ating comment section. And it seems like that would be it. Ito na ang muling episode natin para dito sa ating CFS SEA Masters Spring 2026. And keep the fire burning, everyone. At tayo magkikita sa ating Masters Summer. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!